as we are once again live upon the internet. Let's make sure that we are in all ways with bit rates and categories and everything going the directions that we hope they do. And yeah, I'm way late, but just but yeah, I had some work stuff to do the last few days, being kind of focused on the game and stuff. I didn't do much else, so I had to catch up. Oh yeah, we're on second account. So actually see some stuff here. One thing I wouldn't mind doing is maybe making because I do want to also get those two skins here on second account from Realism, and we're in the last 9 days, 10 days of the season. 9 days. It's better, yeah, because it'll start on the Thursday. So wouldn't mind maybe going for that. Yeah, surprisingly I didn't catch that, like, that they had moved the camera so much again in videos. I guess it just went more to normal, so it didn't stand that too much. Yeah. I need a Sharky. I need there for actually, yeah, I did watch that one. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna make a video tomorrow about it, and see how, because also, like, I feel that I tried to make it that's obvious. Like, all of these videos start with like the same premise of like, this is about a shift in the direction of the game. That's the core fundamental issue. Is it an RNG loot game, or is it a resource loot game? Currently, it's a resource loot game. We do loot. The looting and the shooting happens, but the looting is this, right? The looting is this. The looting is this. The looting is this, and that, and the grinding is this. No, that I should click on it. It's the other way around in PTS. Do we want this game, or do we want the other game? That's the core issue. I say we want this game because the other game sucks ass, and if we wanted to play Arc Raiders or PoE or Diablo or Destiny, why are we here? At least that is my take on it. I'm surprised, like, yeah, there was a Reddit thing that'll definitely get included tomorrow, by an asshole, but a popular one. I mean, a popular asshole on the YouTubes. Of like, oh, we've been starved for so long. I'm surprised I'm not starved out. Like, by now it's been 5 years. How are you still here if that's the game you were playing for? Like, it's fine if you believe that, and that will be a better thing, but yeah, shifting an MMO's like main concept has always worked out so well. Right? Like, cataclysm worked out so well. Like, combat upgrade in Star Wars Galaxies worked out so well. To be honest, the only one that I can think of is like Final Fantasy XIV, where that did work out so well, but that was also because the previous incarnation was hated. So they made a new incarnation. And then, but do we hate this? Yeah. But that'll be the premise for tomorrow's video. I don't want to actually like too much. Wait, was the sense? Please be rat. Read. Still need rat for that last one. So I think I even did my weekly here already, right? Yeah. Oh, that's what yeah. Yes. Ooh, I want that on fourth account as well, so this is the last day. Let's go do Manning. Hi, Mohammed, and Hidernea, and Markov. Oh, so it's set to release 2nd of April currently. Delays and changes notwithstanding. But yeah, the current season basically ends the Tuesday of. Although maybe this event thing goes till Thursday. Maybe the expertise search goes till. Because this starts 27th, so that's Friday. But then yeah, the normally this will go till like Monday. And then normally the patch would be on a Tuesday. So maybe I'm not sure how it's gonna work yet. Also, actually, yeah, if Assault isn't going, let's see actually if they set it all up correctly. Because if Assault is actually not going till the end, I wonder how the stars thing will work, because that will break actually some systems there. This hopefully is set up to go basically 2 days longer, so it'll be 9 days of Assault. I don't need any. And yeah, as well as can be expected. But the news is not good. Wait, what was the guy's name? The famous GTA cutscene? Danny? You know, where Michael goes up to the guy and goes like, person's name, and then the other guy goes, oh yeah, Dave Norton. Davey! Oh, Davey! How's it going? As good as can be expected, but the news is not good. Yeah. I'm talking about kind of what the title implies for. They're basically looking to shift the focus of the game, at least in my opinion, from an,
but it's the easiest way in.
well, at least with prototype gear, from a basically a resource loot game with some RNG to an RNG heavy game, and then basically no focus too much on resource, basically. Chasing basically gambling, honestly. That's what it is in my eyes. It's also why I don't play those kind of games that much. But yeah, I have several videos on my channel going into this.
We're under attack! It's the division! Everyone! This is it!
If you're into alcohol, I would drink a little before watching another. It'll help, maybe. At least if you're into this game for what it is now. What you do? Yeah. Because that's also the funniest thing to me. Like, even the people that want that system, the specter of recalibration and optimization will hang over it forever. Even if it never comes, it will just hang over it. And then I don't believe for a second it won't come. And then we're back here. We're back to, you know, being a resource game, but then you just only betrayed everybody for a year. Like, you betrayed a large part of your current player base for, you know, a year, maybe 2, until like, because on top of that, like, crafting will come, prototype gear, optimization will come. The blueprints will be through escalation mode of something else, of open world escalation, because you need a new reward for that as well, right? It's all about the rewards now. So if this has prototype gear, open world escalation, you know, control points, farm them again, and then for new blueprints, prototype gear. And then eventually it'll be back to where this actually is now. So all those people that are even like, we're starved for, you know, RNG content, is just like, this was never the game for you. Why are you even here? Like, if I was them, I would have quit like a long time ago. I know, let me catch up actually, because I'm sorry. Kind of just ranting and raving. Huh. To boost. I mean, you go find it. Although I feel the videos are much better than the Reddit post. The Reddit post was just as a rant. Like that was all that was. Well, that's some points, some extra points, but I'll put in chat. Although I should put them back. Get your point out basically. Yeah, it's a gear reset. Like, for what? Yeah. Come on, Diablo. We're coming over the first 2 days. Challenge. Because like all of those games as well, like they need that. Like Division, honestly, realism kind of shows. Like Division is kind of fine for like a dozen hours. With like if you had never played WONI, right? Like if we weren't already people that had played WONI, likely realism would have like 10, 15 hours of, you know, going through WONI for the first time and figuring stuff out and just, you know. Diablo has 0 hours. Like the gameplay isn't fun. It's all kind of, there is some execution to it, but it's not Division, right? Like that's also the thing. Like Division is always a really good shooter as well. There's a question for them to postpone release of Escalation. Yeah. I think Escalation is fine. Like to put out Escalation without Proto gear. See how it goes. Like not even without rebalancing it. Just put it out as is. I have trust. I have trust. People will get it done. I've watched a lot of that Australian guy. Viper play. I enjoy a lot of like, but that's also kind of how, you know, what I've kind of structured my stream around. Is most of the streams that I watch is people that, you know, are really into one game and they know everything about that one game, and just kind of, you know. And then I've tried to, not tried to be that, but I became that, and then I was like, oh wait, I can do that for Division. that's why I started streaming. Honestly, I'm making YouTube videos. Just the realization set of like, oh wait, I'm kind of, you know, I'm kind of this for the Division. Or at least try to be. I'm not as entertaining as some of those, but at least, you know, I know the game decently well. No, that's not wrong. Some 2 updates, but now we got a delay. 2 weeks ago, yeah. Yeah, somebody sent me a few of them, and I kind of watched them. It's all melted together, but yeah. I mean, the case is basically the same in all of them.
The monorail system is further into the park. Looks like
And
the
then
quickest route
with
is
some
through the
misrepresentation
deep sea
of like, these people on the other side aren't about to grind. It's just like, no, I'm not about RNG grind, no. But the Division hasn't been about RNG grind for years at this point. There's a little bit of that. Like, if you want to like talk as if there is no RNG grind, go ask anybody who's like joining the game now and going overdocks.
Intercepting enemy communications.
You'll get an earful.
Rainer, where are you?
You'll get a full earful.
Fucking finally. Okay, they're probably coming right to you.
Give them a nice, warm welcome.
Oh yeah, Benny, it's still the same ongoing issue, but it's just evolving. People taking sides, people taking going on the encampments. 2 forts are being built. Some stragglers in the middle that are ready to get bombarded by both sides. And there's what is let's grind it. So I mean, well, it's not endless. There's specifically an end, but yeah. But this game has, like, for the last 5 years been about, you know, grinding continuously and then just having the dopamine hit not be on the drop, but be on, like, I did something. I did something, right? Like, I got this Lexington getting not that hard, but I did something, right? Like, I went and grinded out this expertise and now I have it and I go, ah. Instead of, oh, well, Lexington dropped with the right stats. Ah. Right? Like, different or different reason for and thank you so much there for the support there, Omni, and much appreciated. And yeah, hope you have a great day too, and I hope everybody's enjoying their Monday. Critical change or double screw like usual. And they don't screw us like usual. Like, here's the thing, I am very much against prototype gear and the direction that they're setting out for the game, but there's also plenty, you know, there's plenty of good still. But yeah, we'll call them out for, we'll see. I have no like, I feel I'm doing not all that I can. I could go harder, but all that I'm willing to do, and then we'll see. We'll see. If nothing else, we'll have an unanswer by the 2nd of April. Whatever the new season becomes, and then from there we go on. This point, this realism. Yeah. They should have called it immersive. Realism was the wrong word for it anyway. Useless. Well, they're not useless. There's an upgrade path, but yeah, that upgrade path isn't great, and it's just a shift in focus for the game. Just going from, yeah, chase the shinies, which is so many games are centered around that. And I can totally get, like, oh, you know, we're looking at Diablo, we're looking at Destiny, we're looking at WoW, and going like, they have these systems and they hit like this, but not understanding that, oh, you have different systems. You have many a different system. Plus also the reason that, for instance, like, I could never really go back to, like, I played a lot of Diablo 2. I could never go back to that because I've gotten used to a better game. Not the loot part, not the RNG side, not the grinding side of the RPG side of it. No, a better game fundamentally in its design of, you know, how to play. Like, it's fun to run in here and position and try to, like, you know, get the action and get the results. At least to a degree, right? Like, I'm gonna steamroll this, I'm gonna take tank. But that isn't true when, you know, for instance, escalation stuff. But then to make that shift, yeah. It is definitely, like, yeah, there is some, like, yeah, it's, as I said, it's level 50 gear with extra steps. But I just don't want that focus for this game. And then at some point you have to decide. It's an
Rainer, what's your status? Rainer,
if one side wants one thing and one side wants the other thing, and they're diametrically opposed, not fully, but, you know, because it's still a looter shooter. It's not like they're changing it into Wildlands. But from the perspective of what the grind is, resource grind or RNG grind, you have to pick. You can't have both. Like, there's a little bit of this in that one and a little bit of this in that one, because, yeah, even in the RNG grind, you have, you know, resource grind for instance, the upgrade material and stuff. On the resource side, you still have, for instance, yeah, just drops happening and hitting that dopamine, but you have to choose. You can't have both. Or, well, it's a slider. But if you go too much to one side or too much to the other side, you're pissing off the other side. Lisbon's raid incursion. Is this true or hearsay? I didn't actually in the end test if it that's the intention. I didn't check in the PTS if it actually didn't. If you went into the incursions and into the raids, the stats didn't seemingly change. But yeah, the intention is for those things to be excluded. PvP, raid, incursion, because otherwise, yeah, that would become too easy, like the open world and everything else. You know, like retaliation and summit and Kanta. The blue one, yeah. That is the hardest thing. And world trap for me. Yeah. And yeah, that's still the RNG grind, you know. There is still an RNG grind in this game. It just that wasn't the recent focus anymore. Kind of. Oh yeah, for instance, yeah, Catalyst is still a full-on grind. Yeah, Catalyst is also Catalyst wasn't part of the items with retaliation, right? Actually. Drop rate of the well, I mean, even more so. Because even for the people that want the RNG side, this is a bad implementation of that. Like, even if you want that. They should be here in the shop. Yeah, they could indeed. But the thing is, one of the reasons I have stuck with Division, the monetization is not horrendous, right? Like, yeah, they do like they shouldn't have put stash space in like the premium extra pass. But what they don't do is like, oh, you don't have the premium pass. This event is locked behind the premium pass now. Like that, those kind of things are very simple for them to do. Same for, you know, oh, all of the rewards here, except for the anniversary caches, no cosmetics. Oh, all of that is behind the pass. Like they could do stuff like that, right? They already don't, and that's why I'm also okay with. I always thought, actually, like they would over monetize it, and that would break my interest in the game. But yeah. But that one is still also more of a like a resource grind. And, although yeah, you can try to grind it outright, but good luck. So yeah. Although most of them aren't blindly doing, because from the videos that I've seen, yeah, all of them also kind of understand that like the current implementation, the PTS implementation was not a thing like that. That couldn't be like that. But yeah, a lot of them want this to go to an RNG game, and let's have a vote. Maybe. Quite just literally have put a poll at the start of the game. Let's have a referendum. No, I was going forward with Division 3. I think so. Keep in mind that Yannick most likely is not, you know, he is the like top or one of the top producers, but he isn't the dev, right? He isn't per se. He likely works parts of design and stuff, but he's more likely, I don't know their structure, but he's much more likely the guy on top making some of the decisions, you know. He's dependent on everything underneath him. So there's no like, but yeah, maybe we can help them see the light. At least try to. So we record yeah. Although they have kind of talked, they've hinted even more and more at reworks, and well, even Priyarzi has outright said they're working on some reworks. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, you guys are going way too fast for me. Slow reader. Yeah, so you still have the base. Yeah. Although the thing for me is, I'm okay investing a lot of time with not per se guaranteed reward, but like an expected reward. And that is not what the system is, at least currently planning to be. Because, you know, I'm okay grinding out, like, you know, I'll go and grind this shit out and optimize something up. And then the satisfaction is in that. In, you know, getting all of the stats maxed out and all of that. But if it's just always random, like, yeah, that's exactly the game this wasn't. And that's exactly why we have so many refugees here from all the other games. And, you know, because this isn't like advertised in this way, right? This isn't advertised in this way, but everybody kind of comes to that, you know, oh, this is scratching this itch. An itch I didn't even know I had. And now that it's here, it's itching all the time. And also no other game scratches the exact same itch anyway already. Good to give us his opinion. Maybe we let him loose on this maybe at some point, but I don't think it would be helpful. I should make sure I'm gonna catch up. Yeah. I thought we first, I don't know. I think so already as well for the kind words there. I see several thank yous there. We'll keep the attributes or give it random attributes. It will keep the same attributes, but it will random, like it has higher stats available to it. So one of the stats will guaranteed go to max. One of the stats has a 5% chance, or the second stat has a 5% chance, and third stat would have like a 0.3% chance. So you'll likely see one stat full. Most of the time, 1 in 20, you'll see maybe a second one. And good luck trying to get 3 in a row. And that item needs to be at expertise 30, so. This one too. Yeah, very much so, Astray. Some fashion. No, that's also the thing at the core of this. Like this is a discussion because the system at it isn't even like really the issue. The issue is like division kind of actually with when optimization eventually came in, but already with recalibration and crafting and stuff like that. It was very much a system where it wasn't about like finding the right piece of loot. It was about finding a good enough piece of loot, and then this was the grind, right? The grind was the optimization resources. And because this is the grind, this can feed, slowly build up, and you know where to go. Like, oh, I need SHD calibrations. I'll go farm some levels or farm some countdowns. Oh, I need some field recon. I might go do some landmarks in the DZ or just farm control points or cheese summit. I need some AR weaves. Oh, I'll go retaliation or countdown and farm some ARs and stuff. And there was a consistent like, okay, I'll do this and I'll slowly build up this resource and then I'll use it up again and then build it up, use it up. That's a completely different grind than, oh, look at me. I got, you know, whatever max piece is here. Like, oh no, I because for instance, yeah, this has used the recalibration. This actually has as well, but just for the core, which is weird. Unless I get the right stats, especially without recalibration, this isn't even possible for Switch. Yeah, so it's just bad ideas overall. I need to return. I needed this. And I had that idea as well of like, you don't need it outside of escalation. It's like, no, this is the focus of the game. This is the end game of the game, moving at least forward for a year, likely at the very least, before recalibration comes back in. And then also the people that then want that system are then betrayed, right? They're betraying now the people that want the resource grind over, you know, mostly a resource grind, little RNG, going over to a system which is high RNG, low on resource. But then, you know, they're betraying those people now, and then they're going to eventually betray the others by bringing in recalibration and and optimization. Like, nobody wins here. It's a lose-lose. What are we doing? And I would hope like the people that go like you don't have to engage with it outside of like this one mode. First of all, the plan is to they're doing it that it works in all modes is to future bring up all the other modes, but it's like saying, okay, don't go from world tier 4 to 5, don't go from world tier 5 to level 40. Just don't expertise. You don't need it. Like, no, that's the game is this. The game is at its core. Like, if the end game isn't there for those players, like, what is there then? Like, yeah, just don't play the end game, bro. Like, no. The end game is the game. It's either end game or end comma game. At least for the people that are currently being catered to. This is nope. We'll have to go farm some exotic components. So that's be sufficient. I mean, yeah, if you want to keep that, the thing at the end of it is, yeah, it's like just what direction do we want for this game, and I've made my side very clear, I feel, at this point. But I'm gonna even make it clearer tomorrow. Well, I'm gonna make a video there. Yeah, we had a bunch of idiots replaying. I liked some of the layups that people gave me, especially that like smells like bitch in here. That was interesting. Exactly, sir. I'm gonna need you to leave. You're stinking up the place. He who smelt it, dealt it. Yeah. I need overworld. Slavic. Yeah, that's what I think as well. Like, I feel I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure I'm right, or I'm I'm totally open. That's also why, like, in that video tomorrow, I'll see if I do it, because I'm not per se a great like live speaker. Although I'm not bad at it, but I'd be up for debating somebody on the other side. Like, just let's have a debate. Let's do just a 1-on-1 or a 2-on-2. Not even just to like just fight me, bro, right? 1v1 in the DZ. 1v1 in debate. No, just to make both sides clearer. Make both sides clearer for people. Like, what is the one side? What is the other side? What is one side advocating for? What is the other side advocating for? Wait, did you see? Wait, the disabled comments on a video? No, right? Trust but verify. Sorry. What? You can't do this, man. Like, come on. Like, I don't mind GC, but you can't do this, man. Like, it's not even like dislike bomb that hard. But you can't do this, man. Like, I don't mind GC as, creator and stuff. Like, for a large part, he does clickbait and stuff. Like, not too big of a fan of that, but yeah, you can't do that. I mean, you can. You have the physical option to do so, but oh yeah. Although, well, it depends on. I haven't seen this video because it's like too new. But well, yeah, but the thing is, like, where is the focus more, right? Like the RNG side, because both of them have, you know, the other thing in there as well. Even on the resource side, we have a RNG side, right? Like, go find an Habsburg backpack, go find an Lengmo backpack, go find 13 PFEs, right? We have a little bit of that, you know, we have a lot of resource grind and we have a little bit of RNG grind. This system is going like exactly the opposite. It's a huge RNG grind and then a little bit of a resource grind. And the thing is, to me, a resource grind is much more respectful of everybody's time. Like, RNG to me has never like if I wanted to, as I said, like if I wanted to play Diablo, it's play Diablo. I want to have the same, because also all of these have like repercussions throughout the whole system. Like, as I say, the build uniformity. You and I can have the same build, because also of these people talking about like challenge in tier 10. Where's the challenge in, oh, you know what? I went and got a better Lexington and it's now God roll prototype instead of just one stat. So now I perform better. Instead of, oh no, I spent the time in escalation, I learned the modifiers better, I learned to position in this one mission, and now I'm better. To me, challenge comes from personal growth, not from gear growth. Expertise already betrayed that. Like, expertise was very much like the core of expertise, or, you know, what bothered me about expertise. Well, two things. Like, they reused the same resources. It was compromised from the start. They never should have done it as they did. But for a long time, it does create a separation between the haves and the haves. And not having a meritocracy, not having you and I can have the same build, and then the experience that we have through that is dependent on what we do and the choices we make and how we play and how we learn to do the game. And that has been the thing for the last 5 years. You can betray that, but why? For a quick high, like, yeah, like, yeah. Yes, we have very active discussion, so this is turning into just chatting. So, but yeah, I do want to actually have. I'm reading everybody's thing. I'm sorry if I'm not responding to everything. It's just, it would just be too long. Okay, yeah, maybe we'll watch it later if it's still up. Honestly, before the disabling comments, I would just private the video. Do that. That's like. Non-demonstrative monastic, right? Yeah. I mean, you can expect outcomes. Well, that's the point of it, like being more resource, because all games have, you know, both. Like even like the WoWs of the world have resource grind side where you can you know, trickle away at something and then you'll have a reward at the end. And that's, yeah, to me, a much more preferable thing, especially also why I play the Division. Like, because to me as well, like, you're catered to for those games. Like, go play. I was about to say Epic, but Arc. Go play Arc. Go play Diablo. Go play WoW. Go play like any MMO. Like, most MMOs are centered around that. And most of them are centered around that because the gameplay isn't there to really be the enticing part. Like, to me, the gameplay is also enticing. Not to a full degree, because realism mode shows that, like, it doesn't hold up just by itself. But to a degree, the gameplay here, like, I can never really get back into, like, I've played a bunch of Diablo 3, but I can't really ever get back into that because just, I don't have the finesse of, you know, positioning and like, it's just spamming buttons, doing rotations, and, you know, sometimes, yeah, you have to make it, like, there are bosses, you have to watch out for zones and stuff like that, yeah. Game design-wise, there is still things there, but it just... Stuff like that, like quick reflex, putting my shield away so I don't get disoriented, right? Like that kind of stuff I care about. Like, oh, I'm gonna go flank, and that'll be the reason I'll win this fight, although not really, because I'm just steamrolling it with expertise 30 shit. And although it's not even the expertise 30 shit, even on this account where I like invest more in expertise because it's just the one character that I really farm on, or farm for, none of these builds is 30. Gear-wise, weapon-wise plenty, but not gear-wise. I need a bomb. That's their experience, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's only for the 1%. I am the 1%. Do you think I am not the 1%? They're catering to a different 1% now. That is the point. When you shift the focus of the game, and this should have been made clear to you already, like, because yeah, anybody holding that sentiment of like, yeah, it's only the end game, bro. Like, yeah, no shit. But that end game is the game. Like, why grind good builds, right? Like now, like why grind good builds? You don't per se need it. Just get carry batters. Plus matchmaking. Even if I don't have it, others do. But yeah, that's the. If you have that sentiment, you have not understood anything about what this discussion is about. If your sentiment is you don't have to play it, like, yeah, I don't have to play Division. But yeah, the end game for a lot of us, it's not like I'm not gonna like that part. I've always played the end game in Division, but now the end game is gonna cater to people that weren't being catered to like before, sure, but that's also not the people that like, why are you even here in Division land? Here is I've watched a lot of like it. I needed to do a lot of work today to catch up basically, and I've already watched so much and just face palmed quite a bit. So some people also having decent takes. Maybe at least everybody like that I watched like understands that the system as is completely untenable. Like even if you wanted to be on the RNG side of things, the PTS system at the very least is not it. Like that's not it. Weird expertise 30. It's a grind, but you can get there. Like yes, I'm one of those assholes that plays way too much, and yeah, you know. But I've done it thrice. I was gonna say twice, but then my mind went, oh yeah, 30 can still exist. But so I've done it 3 times. It's doable, especially like even more now because third account as well was not per se well supported through watch alts. Like I did some watch alting there, but they were like 1200, like or 250 and 1500 by the end of like when the watch alts were removed. So that was like actually more of a pain in the ass than the other. Oh yeah. Although, well, I wouldn't be too sure. I'm not sure where Dot would fall on this. But that's also what's surprising me. Like I'm being surprised actually that so many people that then also are very much into making builds and such are interested in it becoming an RNG based system again. I wasn't expecting that, honestly. No, and they don't have. So here's the reason why I'm not in the ETF. Why would I be? Right? Like they're never gonna per se listen to. They'll take it on board, right? But you'll never feel listened to. It will be the most frustrating thing for me being part of the ETF. No. Keeps it all the way 100%, yeah. Except that my opinions are brought to you by bullshit VPN. Last map. Yeah. But also, yeah, I was surprised that everybody's going after like selectable target loot. Like nobody, like I wasn't bringing up selectable target loot, just target loot. And also actually target loot on the missions would work out well because it would, you know, focus people onto some missions more than others. If Strikers is on a mission for a day, that is in the pool, suddenly you can be guaranteed that it's going to be busy. Think about change. A lot of them will feel that way. Like seeing what some of them say, like yeah, they're wanting that RNG side of things, and that's cool and all, but that's not what this game has been for the last 5 years. And especially vids going like, oh, these people feel entitled to this. Yeah, no, we feel entitled to the status quo. Like, no, actually the people that want change usually are, you know, the ones that would be labeled entitled. They feel entitled to a change. People that want the status quo, like, I just want the status quo. Especially when like breaking the status quo isn't even done for a real good reason. And in a year we'll have recalibration again, and then those people are again not catered to. Like time is a flat circle. It all rhymes. It's going to be interesting when any of them goes live with streams. Oh, yeah, sorry, we're just turning into a little bit of just chatting for a bit because I'm trying to keep up. Oh, it's just more effective without the game. Yeah, but the meritocracy is gone. Like, that's at the core of it. Like, yeah, people will kick based on this, but that's also because they gave up on the meritocracy. Like, the bad player could have better gear, but the good player could also have good gear. Right? Like, because of how the system is currently set up. But now you could have a bad player that looks great because they got lucky with a few prototype rolls and they got, you know, way better stats. Yeah. I mean, they took from all corners. I think the other was much more about like who wants to sign up and is willing to sign an NDA, honestly. We'll see Division 3. Years, still likely. My guess would be 2028 at the earliest. The thing is, though, that, you know, is this what they... Because at least with the Div 3, yeah, they can, like, do that system for a year and stuff and slowly bring in recalibration and optimization and stuff, but to do it in this game is kind of... there seems to be some support here. Like, keep in mind, as much as, like, I remember... Because that's also the thing, like, we've heard for years, like, oh, it's going great, oh, it's going bad, oh, it's going great, oh, it's going back. Oh, we got Wony, oh, they got layoffs. Oh, we got a few seasons. Oh, they're rerunning seasons. Oh, they're bringing in new seasons. It's, you know, it's low development. Oh, we're getting Project Resolve. Oh, it's just kind of similarity and just, oh, the price dropped and stuff. Oh, they're firing people. Oh, we get super high support and like super hype for, you know, incursion and crossplay and stuff like Right? Like at this point, it's just yeah. But all the time, like Division has been just trickling on, being fine. Mostly because it's a good game at its core. Like the core fundamentals are there. SS driven from Heartlands, not likely. Heartlands has a very different design style and everything like that. But we'll see. Keep in mind that even assets throughout, like, you'll see the same toolbox that is in Division 2 in, like, Far Cry. Like, they already, like, interuse. Like, Heartlands had a lot of assets that were, you know, that I've seen in other Ubisoft games. But that's also good. Like, they just make it once instead of, like, making it and remaking it. You know, that's the strength of having such a big studio. Or such a big, like, overarching system over it. And then a bunch of studios, because that's actually it. Do I help people run the raids? No, not really. There are places, well, I was about to say like GC Rock and such, but is their Discord still up and not nuked? But yeah, there are other places for that. I'm mostly more, you know, I teach more than run stuff per se. I mean, yeah, but also not as a bad thing. Like, that's a good thing. Like, it is a good thing that they reuse assets instead of, like, every time making a toolbox. But, yeah, they'll, like, I mean, yeah, there might be some Heartland stuff in there. We'll see. Because they might use some design docs and stuff, maybe, depending on where it's at. Oh, sounds good. A little time. Yeah, the audio breaks quite often. I don't know if people played PTS a lot, if they notice anything maybe being broken. Not more economic. We're into new content. I mean, yeah. Part of it also, like, I'm not even against that. Like, a lot of Division is actually about, like, redoing a lot of the content and then doing it in different ways. Like, enticing you to go, hey, you did it with this build, now do it with this other build. You did it this way, now try it with this way. Now matchmake and have, you know, 3 other people you have no control over per se, that all have their own builds, and
Everybody
you
else,
know,
fall back to the aviary
that
and
is
make sure
more the
no one
RNG
gets
of
through.
content.
That's what the division did to us.
I should, like, do one more. It's gonna be the longest manning ever. But yeah, I'm just here, this account, tomorrow, if you haven't done it yet, tomorrow, the...
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, I don't have my memento stacks, I'm dead.
Agent killed.
I forgot, of course, I've lost all my memento stacks and all that. And thank you so much,
Priority
for
is to
keeping that
neutralize
sub
Emily
going.
Shaw, but you'll need to get control of the
Yeah, let
Monetization
me,
system
because yeah,
in
I
order
can
to reach her.
keep
The
being
main
distracted.
entrance will be well guarded, but it's the easiest way in, and they won't be expecting company.
Exactly. I mean, like, what do you think the build collection is? And also, is it just strikers, right? Like, is it just strikers? Only doing it for loot. Now we have more for so I really want to play in that content. Yeah. And also, like, I can't still understand why, like, after all this time, why not just put 2 reconstructed caches, put like 3 blueprints and like 10 exotic components on a weekly rate, and see how many people suddenly are interested. Like the weekly projects and stuff, I never feel they really understand how impactful those are and how that drives people, actually. Like, so many people just will do their weekly projects because it's there and why not? Right? Like, it's just like the game going like, oh, go that way. And a lot of people do. But yeah, put 10 exotics. Not exotic drops, but like 10 exotic components on the weekly rate. I'll make it 2 per boss or something, even. And even if you just do a boss or 2, you're still getting something. I know. Oh yeah, classified gear in Div 1 was... Oh, but even Div 2 has Gear 2.0 coming in. Gear 2.0 was definitely a gear reset. At least it came in with a rework. It was a complete rework of how all the gear and stuff worked, and in the end, for the better. Like, I would advocate for Gear 2.0 over Gear 2 1.0. Even if like Gear 1.0 eventually got recalibration and stuff like that, recalibration and optimization. Yeah, they'll be normalized, but they'll eventually be likely a higher difficulty in those for that gear, right? Like that's at least not, maybe not for. I'm actually surprised they're well, except for the augments. Like the augments, yeah, you can't have those in PvP. But the stats, like PvP is self-policing. But that also brings the issue. Now you need a different build. Like if you are running prototype, and later on you have like maybe a few builds prototype, now you need a different build for the raid because your crit chances aren't correct. So it's a shit show all the way down. Randoms. Yeah. I mean, there's always been ideas around the raids and maybe like making them incursions, like making them 4-player versions, kind of simplified, slight mechanics, and then just stuff like that, and then having matchmaking. Because current raids, you really can't do Iron Horse with random matchmaking. There is too much that people can do to fuck it up. And I prototype it. It keeps the expertise. Yeah. I mean, anything that is prototype, to make it clear, anything that's prototypes, even drops, even if you don't have expertise 30, will be expertise 30. So you can't have prototype without expertise on it. So even if somebody just gets a drop and they're like expertise 0, it will be 30. I guess it's there. Gear 1.0, yeah. It wasn't also like unworkable, but Gear 1.0 could never have been expanded into what we have now, because what Gear 1.0 was, there was no uniformity between pieces of, like, you would have a brand could have 3 stats here, and a different brand would have 2 stats here and 1 mod. And just the complexity of that expanded into, all of the gear sets and brands we have now. Like 0% chance of that working. So it would have just been copies. And also, yeah, you just had to memorize it. You just had to like even back then it was just like, oh, wait, like if I go to this piece, I lose a mod, but I gain this mod, and then this stat extra here, and then, oh, this one is more likely to roll with this like stat. It would have been like, you couldn't have build pictures from that. And then also, yeah, then even if like recalibration or optimization came in, the recalibration was always in there for that. But if optimization had come in so you could optimize the gear up and stuff, it still would have been a mess. Just because of how convoluted it was. Because you had to like, okay, I want this in my mask slot, this brand in my mask slot, because it can have 2 stats. But then I want this other brand here in my glove because that one there has more stats and like a mod slot. Stuff like it was a lot. It was cool from a complexity standpoint, but it was just too complex for anybody that wasn't like very invested in it. Yeah. You know what? I'd rather just be a game player, but hopefully for kind of this game. challenging or heroic countdown. If you can, heroic. Depends on if you have, because here's the thing, like generally I don't go into heroic countdowns unless I have like a teammate or two that I can trust. Because also with this, keep in mind that it's going to attract a lot of people. So your luck will vary upon the 7 people with you. But if you go in with like 3 people, then at least, you have kind of a basis that you can kind of rely on. Because if you're not, it depends on, if you're basically completing them. If you didn't complete 2 heroics, you were better off playing 2 challengings. But if you complete all your heroics all the time, you're much better off doing heroics. Just for the extra requisition. No, yeah. Well, keep in mind, that was before as well, before optimization and stuff. And later on in Gear 1.0, you did have target loot and such. But it was also a much smaller pool. So it was just like, it was 16 brands. And even all those brands, like nowadays, we're used to every brand has every slot. That wasn't the case back then. Some brands had only like 2 or 3 slots that they filled in. So it was like, But we could have never kind of, bloated to this complexity of like different complexity just through brands and gear sets with the Gear 1.0 system. It was basically like Division 1, effectively. Like it looked a lot like that. That's that. Hey, glad you like it there, Carlos. Yeah. I had a good chuckle to myself when I was figuring out what I exactly wanted to call it there. You come back oh, you got the bean come back. Nice. Yeah, congrats. Yeah, that one's definitely quite rare. Oh, I missed a bunch here as well. Let me actually. No, versus with Cheska, Chest Obliterate, and Coyotes. You would if you're going Obliterate, you're going Equalizer. Stan, although, sorry for being like 20 minutes late with that, but because in either case you would go Equalizer, but you can mess around with the exotic. Basically, my recommendation is always Overdogs is very strong. Coyote is a good group of. Tinkerer can like bring in extra talents that can be comfortable, like having killer plus strain or a killer plus fast hands. And you can even go Centurion, or you can even go Chest Striker, and then also all of those exotics. And then generally my put-in piece is Cheska or Chest Striker, the piece that I put in. But Unit is fine, and Salvo is kind of fine as well. Salvo, though, I feel gives up a little bit too much. It's just gears over effectively, It's just level 50 gear with different stat, but more sense. System time to farm players. Although, this is I mean, it is prototype, but this is just what we had already. Like this is kind of like year 1, except without recalibration, but with a much larger pool. At least that implementation, but it is going to RNG system, which a lot have. Certainly, well, maybe we will indeed. We'll make a chicken tender stable. By the way, so I should say, and even like not having recalibration just by itself, it's just like, even if you want that system, it's not usable without recalibration. Like the whole, like even Gear 1.0 was designed like the second you have more than one stat, honestly, or 2 stats. It's the reason why even in like in other games, like when you have that, you still have like change 1 stat at least, and then you have gemming systems, which is basically mods and stuff, for instance. Yours that being a bit weak. How would you buff it? I don't think there's really a good way to buff it. I think it's just kind of gonna be there and gonna be this one definitely, like, I'm not one for like calling something and jack of all trades, master of none, but this one definitely just doesn't do anything too well enough. hybrid work? It was just basically the same layout as short-run hybrids generally are. Memento backpack, sacrifice chest, yellow cord on everything else, crit underlying it. The thing is though that you could just never, like, you could not extract enough from the skills because you especially then get a lot of skill, extra damage basically from it because you have like 2 cores going towards skill efficiency. But yeah, it just, the weapon would always be way too weak. So I should know. Yeah. That's also, yeah. Hashtag keep the augments, lose the stats. Karma's not to be rerolled. Yeah. Oh, actually, well, Gear 2.0 still had colored mod slots. You couldn't reroll them though. It was tied to the gear. Oh wait, could you recalibrate them actually in Gear 2.0? I think you could recalibrate them, but in Div 1 it was protocol and gear mods in Gear 1.0. Which was like a worse system anyway. As much as 12. No, but I mean, even putting it at like 30 expertise was a weird choice. They could have put it at like 10 expertise. A hurdle, but not a mountain. At least for the upgrade path, because or at least have a workable loot system because they don't know. Oh, and thank you so much, Carlos. That's completely as I'm trying to catch up here. But yeah, thank you so much for the 5 gifteds there, as always, much appreciated. And we'll see. Actually, we'll see upon the dev response if we spend that on upcoming apparels or not, or if we're starting to pack up our bags. We'll see. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah, straight the one of the Fenris chest, because that was also the thing. You had different Fenris chests. That's why, you know, you have different models for Fenris chest still. Although, yeah, that was the Gear 2.0 already. Yeah. I don't know if you're still on it. Yes, everyone. I'll take you up on that. But thanks again, Karen. Can you do this? Yeah. What do you have? Okay. Did that when you check in the PDFs if the directives worked? Or if they were fucked up maybe like a few seasons ago? It's probably in that case. Maybe do something with vigilance. This is using chest record. It's useless in that case. No. The backpack is still one of the is pretty much on par with vigilance, especially if you're gonna go for the 200 stacks anyway. Actually, maybe Pam, if you go unplanned, I'll set up for like second part. Kind of more setup maybe for it. Well, actually, I should have swapped to a striker or eclipse. I totally forgot about that way. I'm leaving you with that way. Accidentally. Chat for the spawn. I want something red actually. I realized now. quick there. Give me.
Come on, kill me if you can.
Are there comments? No. Guys. Yeah, thanks again, Carlos. And the gifteds and the kind words, and much appreciated. And yeah, thanks once again for the support. And yeah, thanks, Mom, for helping out there. I've been manning for an hour, but like not actually running it.
No detected.
But yeah, vigilance can be a little bit more power and is a little bit more damage, especially before you get to 200 stacks. But most of the time, if you're going for 200 stacks, yeah, it's gonna be a better choice. Also with yeah,
She's making sure we aren't gonna try to hurt her baby.
damage of vigilance like is a little bit higher, but yeah, you lose it, of course. So then you fall back behind again.
Target deceased.
What a fucking waste. Think of the good she could have done. The lives she could have saved. She was right, you know. Killing her won't end the outcasts. It might even make them more dangerous for a while. But without her to hold them together, they're gonna start to unravel. What a fucking waste.
How much was one guy rolled? It's whatever, 170 times 1.5. 255. Quick maths. So many doubles. I mean, I can double check that actually. 170 times 1.5. 258. Maths. We mathsen. I'm actually surprised I got that. Although maybe I've seen it somewhere already. Yeah. I think it's IDP. Yeah. Although, let me not keep you up. I'm gonna be focused on chat too much, so I'll leave you to it. I'm actually gonna play a little bit. Actually, I don't know if you've done your realism and stuff already, right? Because I want to do a little bit of start on realism for this account because I do want to get it. I want to get it. Oh, actually, yeah, no, that doesn't work out. Yeah, we can do that, and then later on, I do want to do manning as well for fourth account. But yeah, just to not keep you out. I'll leave you to it. But yeah, thanks for.
You have left the group.
Thanks for all the help there. Much appreciated. Because need I'm not good at multitasking. Very much so. Let's see. Yeah. And I'll have a video as well tomorrow, even more so. Now that it's become clear what like actually the core discussion point is actually. Because a little bit, because to me it wasn't also like clear. Had to do a lot of thinking. Were used for different things back then. They're like used for different things. These were similar. Well, you had different actually, yeah, you had different pieces of the same brand in the same slot that would have different layouts. It wasn't two stats. You can kind of go like if you just Google image search like Division 1 or Division 2 Gear 1.0, or actually even it's basically similar to Division 1's system. But then it wasn't uniform across brands. So where in Division 1, every glove will have 3 stats and like a core. In Division 2, it was like a DNH glove would have like 2 stats. And actually very famously, the Araldi mask, which came in when targeted loot came in. Because when target loot came in, they also made it so that every brand had all 6 slots. The Araldi mask that came in was 1 stat. And because of that, it would roll better than anything else. So you would just farm Araldi for the mask, for the damage to elite stat that it would have, and then you would recalibrate that on a different piece. I should remember what piece we. But yeah, Gear 1.0. What it was a thing. I don't remember it well enough to really like. I've been thinking about making a video on it, but I just don't remember it well enough. I would have to watch a lot of like old maybe build guides or something to like. I can remember stuff like that, but not like enough to be anecdotal. But yeah. Well, thanks for the sentiment, Arn. But honestly, to me, I've already decided exactly like outcomes for each choice that not in, I don't know all their choices, but overall choices that they make. I'll expand on that in a bit, but even a little bit of change would see me at least try that. Still need the source from 20 of them. Oh yeah, I mean that's just 20 levels. That's quick. But yeah, I'll just, I would say go get that done. I would say indeed. And indeed, Clutch Berserk was and also both perfect items of those were DZ items, which enticed a lot of people to go and get the Fenrir or the Ferocious Calm and the I was about to say Death Claw. What was it actually? What the 511 glove nobody cares about anymore. That's Grips. But yeah. Everybody, like back then, 2 items we never use anymore, basically. Or well, Ferocious Calm is okay. Yeah. I always remember, DNH backpacks were very common. Gila holsters were very common because they had like more mod slots than anything else or something. But yeah, it was a mess. Gear 1.0 was interesting for a limited set of brands and such, but it was obvious that they were expanding that very quickly, and it was just creaking all. Because also keep in mind that first of all, you had crit ranges. Like it was a thing that I didn't remember till we did the timeline guide. You had crit ranges per different weapons. You had skills. Skills were based on skill power. You had 1 or 0 to 3k that you could get from on stats on gear. And then you would have to have mods that would need a certain amount of skill power. So even if you had like 2.5k skill power on the build, but you only had a mod that was like 2.1k, you were actually still leaving damage on the table until you found one that was like 2.4k or 2.5k. But if it was like 2.6k, it was now too high and it didn't work with your gear until you found a better set or something, or a better piece. So like, yeah. And then it was crackling at the part, like towards the end of Gear 1.0, I had a Berserk Clutch build that had 3k skill power. It didn't have like the 260 or 280 health that most Clutch Berserk builds had, but like 230, I think. So I was just a little bit behind. I was hitting just as hard as most other Clutch Berserk builds with a full turret and drone at the 3k mark. And nobody else could get that, basically. Like, well, not nobody else, but I had gotten lucky with like 1 drop that made that possible. 1 drop that had like super high, like, it either had skill power already or I put skill power from that onto a different piece, but like that was the only reason that build could exist. And I could outperform anybody else with it, except that I like still had to play it a little safe because it didn't have a revive 5. But yeah, that also didn't feel good. Like that's also what they're kind of going back to here. Like it was just better. When I ran that build, I was better just because I was running that. Like, I get that that's how a lot of games work, but yeah. Yep. And actually, the tiers are there were no tiers. Like all of the damage of a turret or drone was coming from its mod. Like literally these mods, like the mods we have here that just have these stats. That's also why this is all a mess, and as there's a shit ton of different names, at least, well, not for that one, but for these ones. But yeah, you have basically like requirement, this much skill tier, or this much skill power, and then it'll give you this stat. And I remember being pissed off so often by like, oh, this needs, like, I found a really good mod that was like 2.6k, but I have like the best build I can like put together is like 2.5k. Or like, yeah. Let's not go back to that. It's still there because, yeah, the when people go like, there's still no looting and stuff. They're like, you know, there is no chasing the loot. She does this again, that one. 10k account. Paralyzing. Oh, yeah, sorry, I kind of neglected this side. So exotics absolutely obsolete. They'll eventually bring them into the fold. Like, there's no way that they're gonna leave exotics out of it. I mean, like, it's just they haven't yet. I have no idea why. Like, I have no idea why they thought that, because from a just stats increase and augment on top, like, what, that doesn't make things more OP. Thing is, this is also, yeah, for instance, Pesty is so much stronger with things. Now you have a Pesty that also CCs, and then with your build, because you have like the fire, and then I wonder how the echo works. Those kind of, yeah. But yeah, I chose not to do much testing with PTS. That's my official answer. You can quote me on blah. Yeah, the realism like camos should have been just general weapon stuff. Like, I really don't know why they went that route. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that was a Jackrabbit holster. Because he also had Murray backpack, I think it was. Not Murray, but M-A-R-E. That was the DNH backpack, right? That everybody was always chasing. But also keep in mind, when we're talking about like Gila and DNH and stuff, the brand bonuses were completely different. It's not what, you know, it's not what Gear 2.0 made of them. All of the brand bonuses got changed. There were brand bonuses, but yeah, they got changed from 1 to 2. So I think DNH was like crit on the first, I think. Yeah, don't worry too much yet, bunnies. I mean, I might, but it's not here yet. And also, like, I've said what I need to say. It's up to, you know, the choices that I make now, basically. First, those, yeah. It's the salvage. Prototype gear. Yep, exactly. She kicked you from the group. Well, you could always matchmake a new. Yes, I just want to see everyone for a second. That's a take. Yeah, that's, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Survival farm for, yep, no, yeah. Damage robber mods, yeah. Yeah, those were basically the named run of year 1 in Div 2. I remember doing those. But yeah, basically as well, I've already like kind of decided I'll put in the video tomorrow as well. But if the exact system that is in the PDS goes in, like instantly out, I'm not quitting. I'm taking like at least a season break. At least recalibration needs to be in there for me to even consider staying. And then anything above that increases the chances. Dropping the stats is honestly the only thing that will really actually like make me go, okay, you chose our side, basically. you chose the side I'm on. Anything outside of that is still like I'm gonna dip my toes in other places. Where are you going to go exactly? As I say there, like there is no other game at least around currently that like scratches the same itch that the Division does. At least not that I know of, but we could go looking. Also, I could always just become just a variety streamer or whatever. Just be a vagrant. Go from spot to spot. We'll see. Farm, yep. It's going tomorrow live. Sorry, what? Is it? No. It's the patch. Oh no. I mean, we would know by now if that was 2nd of April. It's a Thursday as well. It's not even on a Tuesday. Curious to see if they've set up assault correctly as well, because it needs to be 9 days. Otherwise, people at the end of it will like. If you do like in the last 2 days things with stars, like that's gonna break everything if there is nothing to catch the stars in. So I hope they've set up the next assault to be 9 days. Let's just hit random a few times till we go like, you know what, it's fine. You know what, it's fine. And I've been meaning to do realism here, also just to like redo it again as well, but on second account, I want the skins. Just the collector in me wants the skins. I'm not against playing a little bit more of this. Now that I understand it better as well, because I didn't really have an understanding of it, like how the mods and stuff were and such, until like we were fighting Keener basically last time around. So now that we know, Ring Blazer. Oh, maybe. I was already considering, like, there's a bunch of games I've been always kind of interested in going and messing around with. Well. But yeah, let's see what actually first outcome kind of becomes. Heroic Countdown? No. Mostly my grind for mods has always been like, yeah, just having it untargeted, but then just also, of course, it's open world and legendary, especially. For some of the maxed out mods, the thing is, currently it seems that it's a lot rarer to get. To actually get maxed out mods since Brooklyn. And that's an issue that they
Extracted
I'm
some
not
of the
sure they're
survivors,
aware
but
of.
there are still people trapped inside the building. Be careful. We got hit with a bioweapon. Masks on at all times.
Follow me.
But yeah.
We've got to get up there.
But legendary, especially for instance, yeah, for 13 BFEs and stuff, still likely is the best. Even if the drop rates are worse, it's the best chance you can have at it. Most likely, especially if it's on a stronghold or something. Farming that. But I've done a lot of legendary summit in the past, for instance. But also you get them regularly and often. So for instance, on third account, I eventually had like 3 6s and 3 12s. Most of them not through targeted or anything, just random. You know, you just loot a lot, and eventually you'll see some.
Maybe they couldn't put you in your place.
Oh yeah, I forgot the pistol is. The pistol is the pistol. I feel the biggest failing of this mode is the focus on headshots. Because honestly, this is just... Headhunter are normal. Without determined at least. But...
Kelso, get inside
Because
City Hall and secure the wounded.
I would like to introduce you. This is my head. Here, there's an organ. And if that gets shot... Actually, it's not there. It's more like there-ish. If that gets shot, you die too, pretty quickly. Basically, honestly, instantly because of the shock effect that it has on the nervous system. But
Unknown biological compound.
and thank you so
detected.
much, Hercules, for also cheering there as well.
Entering
And yeah,
contaminated area.
thank you so much for all the kindness you're showing.
Sweep the building and keep an eye out for survivors.
And yeah, thank you. I was gonna say like, well, we sure to waste it on some apparel, but I'm honestly not sure
We need to get
if
down there.
we will.
Come on.
We'll see. We'll likely have some dev notes. They will not leave this hanging in the air for too long, I think. They'll either say we're doing it or we're not doing it, or which parts are we or aren't we doing it in. More cosmetic and realism? Oh, no, they're fully practical. So that means that when you put, for instance, the stats aren't shown here, but this is a headshot mod. Thing is, you already basically, in the background, you have like 900% headshot, so adding 45% to that really makes no difference. But accuracy mods are accuracy, stability mods are stability. So for instance as well, I'm gonna just chase getting some accuracy mods and stability mods very early on for like general weapons. So, but all of the mods are basically exactly what they are in the rest of the game. This will be done. That hasn't been always the case. Can't. At least, I hope that won't be. But we'll see. I mean, I'd be up for doing it in a group setting if people are interested. But first of all, I need to reach Haven anyway before anybody can join, which... The thing is, though, that I'm kind of, with how distracted and stuff I am. But I would be up for...
Lau, we've reached City Hall. I'm with the survivors.
Doing parts with
The
people.
Haven
If
settlement is
interested.
sending
I haven't
medics.
played this in a
Make sure
group
the
at
area
all.
is secure before they arrive.
It's gonna
That
be
can
right
sound
behind you in the
so
basement.
weird.
Agent,
Yeah,
cover us while I get these people out.
can't say I have, but also yeah, I don't really follow game news and stuff much. I get a little bit of like the bigger news, just because like I do read like a few sites, but yeah. That's what I should for the thing is, a lot of them do like the coagulation, and I feel that's what a lot of people are now suddenly noticing that are, let's say, on the other side of the fence. The coagulation of people that were interested in just kind of more of a consistent grind, not just a kind of dopamine hit grind. They will have heard over time about Division and kind of, came here from all other places, being refugees here. Because a lot of other games just, the part of it of like oh no, like it isn't MMO. It has to have an RNG system that is just, you know, all about the dopamine hits and it's luck based and drops based and stuff. Like that's been always the chase basically. But I feel a lot of people that come here really understand that, like, no, I don't like gambling. Like one of the reasons I used to play actually a lot of CS when it's, and this is like years ago, of course, like when it started to have like gambling aspects to it, it started to draw in very different people, like very different people than what I was used to in there. And the gambling in there is still like, I can't believe it's legal. Because if you have that personality, yeah, you'll lean towards that. But that's also why, like, I never understood why people are surprised that Division has an older player base. To me, it's obvious. Like, to me, it's like the most obvious thing of like people that have had those dopamine hit games and stuff and kind of got sick of them. They came here and found a home here. Like, I feel a lot of us, right? Like I'm part of that, and I think like likely half of the chat now is veterans of playing a lot of games and then realizing what this is. That this is suddenly, oh wait, I'm not feeling that hate of like, oh shit, I didn't get that exact role that I wanted. No, I just, you know, grinded long enough and got it done. And then I moved to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And then the dopamine hits is in the next thing, right? Like, oh, I've got this done. Now, you know, we're not just building a house, we're building a street, right? Like, I did some playthrough. Oh, the rewards. Also, just to play it. I'm not too interested in like the game gets me kind of down. I don't mind realism too much here. Yeah, not having this makes it clear suddenly what like how good that part is. Like, the skins. Yeah, but if you want to join, the thing is though, I'm gonna do it in segments. So I'm for today just gonna do like an hour and a half and see where we get. Yeah, or like 2 hours or something. But I'm not interested in doing this in one go. But yeah, if you wanna, or and also if anybody else wants to tag along, at least for a bit, if nothing else. The nice thing about Roni is, and that's also why it does work out for here, is that you can do like it's 4 different segments and then like one end segment. So even if you do like some of the segments with somebody else, you could always just try to like find other people for other segments. It's like 4 arms you go down. Jordan isn't on board with the possible changes. I don't know. I don't know what the majority of the community is. I thought I knew as well, actually. Like I thought nobody would be left here that is like just all about the RNG drops, but I was surprised actually. At least, especially in the community or like the content creator community, or you know, the YouTubers that there's like this whole sentiment that I'm like, I feel the second you start doing build videos and stuff, you're kind of on board with like Meritocracy, because otherwise you're not doing build videos, you're doing like gameplay videos. Although now I realize like that's also why all those videos start with gameplay. They're still in that mindset. Like everybody that starts any of their videos with the gameplay is still in that mindset. Yeah, the section board, yeah. I guess yeah, it's definitely biting through it a little bit. Most of it also like it lacks just the mechanics extra that we have kind of and enjoy. And then also you're not having it. Descent 2. Escalation itself is overall fine, I feel. I have no issues. Well, I have some issues with it, but, you know, the loot and stuff. But as a mode, and also how the coin system is set up, because I actually, like, I started looking into that a little bit, because... And that also is...
Yo, fuck this, man.
See you on the other side.
Actually, yeah, I remember how one of my... Like, one of the things... The way that I like... Because actually that's also the thing, like, the way to play is this.
There's a surveillance system
It
in
isn't
the
to play,
basement.
like,
We need
tactically
to find
cool
out
and
who is
stuff.
responsible for the attack.
It's to bum rush and just, hey, there's a checkpoint anyway. If you die, you get reset, like, one room back and try again.
Active server detected. Downloading.
Yeah, anyway, young ass is here indeed.
Running facial recognition analysis.
So,
Contaminated
yeah.
area.
After Coney Island,
Well, I think it's for me, like, I haven't,
some kind of virus, but I didn't
I would
think
say,
you
you
could
know,
weaponize it this
anybody
fast.
has really... Because that's actually what, on the first run through, really got me
The
through
medics
it,
have arrived.
is I
They're
was...
extracting
I hadn't
the
done
survivors.
Borneo in forever,
Meet me at the Haven settlement. I'll send you the
and
coordinates. We have a lot to talk
I enjoyed
about.
that. But also, it's been a while since then. Even like watch alt runs and stuff, because it was like even before DZ. But yeah, I never burnt myself out with those. You know. That helps maybe.
You're going down for good.
And you gotta get back into the mindset of like single shots to headshots. Because that bothers me the most of this. Like, that should have been a much quicker kill. Like,
survivors have been
two body
extracted.
shots
City
should
Hall
be
is
that.
clear.
And then make the enemies
Park and
much
go to
more... I was going over there to loot these two pieces, right? Like, as one does. Make it so the enemies just take more cover and stuff. Like, play with their... That's what they... I
Got
feel they should
incoming.
have done.
I need you up here.
Yeah, overall, like, yeah, the
These bastards off of me.
the age of the play race is definitely way higher than... Not to say, like, you know, the other games are catering to like young, although some are, of course. But Division just inherently... Also with a lot of also its visual designs and stuff.
Agent Lau sent us Haven's coordinates. Let's go.
There's a lot of old gits here. But yeah, a lot of them, I feel as well, are kind of like me, refugees from other games. Recommend for legendary content. I can link you to the recommended build list. Put in both chats. There's actually some recommendations in there at towards the lower parts of it for legendary. Especially a few strikers, a few damage dealing strikers. You can go also other things, tipping skills, Coco. That works pretty well for legendary still. And then generally one support. That can be either a refractor. Should actually change that as well to be a refactor as well alongside of it. Refactor or Foam Eclipse. Especially Foam Eclipse is good for experienced teams. And that's, yeah, especially in group. If you want to do it solo, legendary strongholds are very much a challenge thing. They're not like, you know, if you're doing it because you want to challenge yourself.
That should slow him down.
And yeah, there becomes a little bit murky because it depends on, yeah, which one you're doing, how you're doing it, what your playstyle kind of is. And then also you really need to understand the missions well before any of it really makes any sense. There's a okay, wait ones, yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of them.
Come on, we've
Like-
got to keep moving.
I heard some pretty messed up things about the cleaners back in DC.
Well, there's also some,
Think the only way
you
to
know,
save
that
the city is to burn everything
everything that could be contaminated.
Because also there's not that much money in here. Like if you really wanted to make money, there's
Get to
easy
Haven as soon
ways.
as you can. Just don't expect a warm welcome. The guy in charge, Paul
Oh, for
Rhodes,
Summit
isn't happy to see
Solo,
me.
there is some in there. There is Tempest tech tank. So Tempest is a little bit harder to get, at least for this season. Next season, I'll go to the Retaliation pool. But if you would also kind of need 1K SHD for it to really work out. But the Tempest tech tanks can be pretty good in there. But Summit Solo is a little easier, or Summit Legendary is a lot. Honestly, you could take anything in there as long as you're kind of comfortable with it. Because, for instance, a pesty build works decently well. You can headhunter through it. You can hotshot headhunter through it.
Fine.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm keeping you up.
Welcome to Haven. This settlement was founded a few months back by some ex-JTF and civilian volunteers. They're calling themselves the Peacekeepers.
Just where's break?
It's the safest place in Lower Manhattan.
Oh, okay.
They've got security, food, supplies, you name it.
The
The fact that they're still going and haven't been run over by the Rikers or the Cleaners is pretty impressive. But they're not very fond of the division, which is why
Next few days I'll do a little bit of a playthrough through it. I've already done it on main accounts, completed it.
He's not my biggest fan.
I want second
Too much
account to have him
history
too.
there. Hopefully we can convince him to let us stay.
So I did one
Go
like
ahead.
when it kind of
I'll
came
check
out.
in on the
I've
survivors.
cooled down enough that I'm okay doing another. Because I really needed a cooldown between the two.
Fuck that.
I'll watch some of the cutscenes
Division
and stuff
had its
because
chance.
We need
watching
somewhere to
more.
regroup.
Find somewhere else.
How do you know Haven isn't Keener's next target?
Are you kidding me? You'll make us a target.
We can keep you safe.
Just like Hell's Kitchen.
And thank you so much, Click and
I'm not
Stream.
gonna fall for that shit again.
Yeah, dude,
We're
like-
fighting the same
kinda
fight here.
Way behind still the whole time.
You know what?
But yeah, realism doesn't align well
Our
with this, and also
situation's
it's not a
fucked
good
ton better than
implementation.
it ever was back in Midtown. These people feel safe.
So wait, yeah.
You're right.
Oh, yeah, that's also coming out.
The
Resurgence.
situation
We'll definitely check
feels
Resurgence
better
out.
for you now. But feeling safe doesn't
But
mean
I
you
don't-
are safe.
It's getting pretty
I
rough.
haven't done much research, but from what I've seen a little bit,
But it's your decision.
I do want to kind of understand it a little bit. Hardcore
what you
mode? Yeah, but there isn't any
Keener.
reward for doing it on
And I want you
hardcore, except
out.
you did it. So if you want to do it for the challenge, like it is definitely a challenging thing. Like I've died
Keener's our main
a lot
target,
here.
but right
It
now,
has
his
killed me quite a
whereabouts
bit.
are unknown.
That bastard's hiding somewhere in the city, planning his next move.
Based on the footage you found in City Hall, we've managed to get leads.
And
on
independent,
four
yeah, doing good.
Theo
And hopefully, yeah,
Brown,
they'll listen.
Tech specialist and conspiracy theorist.
His whereabouts are unknown, but we think he's linked to the surveillance drones we've been tracking
Oh
around
yeah,
the city.
we could
One was
go.
recently shot down in Civic Center.
We could go a different
We need
direction.
to recover the drone. You might be able to find him from the metadata.
Vivian Conley, explosives expert and a high-ranking leader for the Cleaners.
We've been getting reports of increasingly aggressive cleaner attacks in two bridges. Check in with the local peacekeepers. They've been tracking their movements.
James Dragoff,
I mean, yeah, it
heavy
will.
weapons expert.
Well, I've seen Refractor be
Right
like
here
okay in
Lower
there.
Manhattan.
He's
This
holed up
person-
in a fortified
just-
compound in Wall Street. We've
Oh
had
yeah, no, we
evidence
can
for a chink in his armor for
because
some
yeah,
time
Gunner
now.
wanted and then
Check in with
Enrage
the
and
local
then
safe
you
house for
scream.
more
Yeah, let's maybe try it in a full group. Actually, that might be
Javier
maybe
Cachica,
that's more
tactical
enjoyable.
operations
Although
expert.
I'm gonna guess actually in a group this is gonna be
It's a
super easy.
remarkable signature. We've had reports of a number of patrols being ambushed in Battery Park. We're pretty sure it's Kachica.
This guy's saying, yeah. I have all that stuff. Oh, is it different than the base game? I have all that stuff turned off.
There's no
always.
time to waste. Going after any of these targets will bring us closer to Keener.
And then large any of the criticism they won't until they.
Haven to support you. Good luck.
Well, I mean, at this point, it's not going to be that they don't know.
Another agent.
But yeah, they'll likely start talking about it. But they'll do if they're doing the smart thing, they'll like get together, put their minds together, and then just put out something in one go. Oh. Hey, sorry guys, where did you do? Yeah, because I'm gonna guess actually, I've seen already some footage of it in groups. Let's not maybe go for Conley. We'll leave Parnell for last then.
Rose
go
told
for
us the
Conley.
peacekeepers in Two Bridges have been tracking cleaner movements.
Okay,
for
we
the
can actually
last 2
skip
days.
the.
This is our best bet to
We
learning
can
more about Conley.
skip
She's deep in bed with the
technically the
cleaners.
Brookroom
If we
Bridge,
poke
but let's
around
do
in
it
that
anyway.
nest enough, we're bound to find a trace of her.
Not that it gives us anything, but because then we could skip right away to the safe house, but because you had the Parnell, you said, right? Oh yeah, so let's do that, this, and then go there. But yeah, let's see actually how long we
Two
go.
Bridges was one of the areas that held out the longest after the
Oh yeah,
outbreak.
we can see
Many of the locals refused to leave their homes and move into Sarah camps.
yeah,
They tried to set up neighborhood community
but yeah, keep in
centers
mind
rather
that's
than relying
yeah,
on the
that's
government. Most of them didn't make it.
that's
The
just
cleaners
a
and the other
reality of
factions
that
wreaked
law,
havoc on
and
the
that law
area,
is
and it was
likely
never
going to
really
get expanded
sustainable.
to,
These days, only a few remain.
or well, similar laws are going to come in other places. Also, actually, if you guys want, seeing as we do have a full group, I'll be in the mostly more if you don't want to have my background explosions and everything. I'll be in the Admiral voice chat on the Discord. Even if you don't have a mic, just say that you can just have my voice and not the game. This and that. Curious to see, I mean, we'll see if we see. But I would be curious to see how well a Tempest tech tank kind of holds up. Like, a Tempest tech tank is already, like, with the Bulwark shield, like, way too strong in their shield for even, like, legendary. So maybe it's enough
See
for,
what you can find out from them.
like, tier 5. Likely not tier 10, but...
I think I can get them from the side. Right there.
Oh, hey there, actually.
They're right there.
I see them!
Get them off me.
Because the thing I'm guessing in a group setting, this is just going to turn into
Take your time.
pretty easy because, yeah, we're just a headshot. Because still, there's no, like, even if there is scaling, it's still going to be a headshot kills. Because one of the interesting things is you can actually have damage numbers on before you go into this mode. And then you can see damage numbers on the shots. So, and you do such amounts that I'm going to guess, but then, like, even if it scales numbers up, normally it needs to scale health and armor up to, like, make up for the amount of
Sounds like Conley's been busy.
and yeah, we'll start to get some of the mods
Head
and
to the
stuff.
community and see what
Definitely
they've found.
equipping those
We're
as
getting
soon as we
warmer.
get some. Because the mods are exactly what they are outside of here as well. Also, yeah, so LVOC is actually the Lexi in here, which is interesting choice. Oh wait, the weapon was shareable. Tried to put a mod on it and it went like, are you sure you want to do this? That'll make the weapon unshareable. But yeah, that's also why it has the M4 skins here. That are super messed up. Also, we can't fast travel to each other, can we? Oh, no, we can. I thought that was disabled. Because we can't fast travel to missions. But yeah, the LVAC we got there is likely nice. Now these things do give 10%, 10%. Especially weapon swap speed is something I'm fine with losing. It's weird that on the UI, yeah, we don't see each other's armors and also not skills. I wonder if that's just the setting having turned itself off. But yeah, we need to go up here. Also, let me catch up here. 3CNC, yeah. And hey there. I'll go with Elka. Alcabad? Alcaboda? Wait, where am I? Yeah.
See if you can get a hold of the leader here.
What did you guys around?
Agent, heard you were looking for some.
Alright, shit. Sorry. Thing needs to happen here. It's the silliest we can become. You know what? That kind of works. Just for some of the cutscenes. Gonna make ourselves look silly.
We need to get going to the shelter. That's our best lead on Conley.
The cleaners like to make sure everything is sterilized. Chances are they'll still be around.
Did I give us something? I did give us something, actually. Oh, G36. I'm gonna keep the... Wait, is this actually Lexington? Yeah, this is Lexington, okay. I wasn't sure if it was Lexington or an M4. But yeah, that's straight up recoil, so it is the Lexington fire model. Let's wait for everybody to catch up here. Yeah, catch your end there, Dark Knight. Here, there is something.
Looks like we're not too late. If the cleaners are still here, Conley might be
missions.
too.
Because the core of the game is always gonna, because even new content, like we did get, you know, we got Brooklyn. Division is very much like at its core. It's about like doing the old stuff, but then in new ways. That's what the modifiers are. That's what, you know, just adding gear sets and then giving you a reason to kind of do it through, you know, weekly projects, weekly. Because like trying to just do like a shit ton of content, that's also not tenable. Eventually there's just too much and you just like, we already have. Imagine being a new player coming in and you have all, well, already, you know,
This is terrible.
Descent, Summit, Countdown, Conflict.
Head into the building and look for Conley.
Keep wanting
She's
to go
your
for
top
loot.
priority.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Open world retaliation is already very like
Get to the roof as fast as you can,
confusing.
Agent.
Because the focus will always be on just like, yeah, some content. We'll go trigger the voice line here because we need that first.
Recommend alternative route. Extreme heat signature detected.
I know there's nothing to
That's your
loot there,
only
so
way
actually,
up. We need
as
to
long
get
as
to the
somebody
roof.
hits the button.
The sprinklers should have come on automatically. Maybe the cleaners shut off the water. Look around for a way to manually restore it.
Fire suppression system detected. Fire
My
suppression
brain's going
system
like, key chest back there.
operational.
I want the shock runs
All right,
here.
time to move. Conley could still be on the roof. Keep it
Then
up,
we loot
Agent.
these few bags here. Then we loot the few bags here. Then I go back there and loot those resources back. Actually, the resources are still... Wait, what are resources? Yeah.
Unknown network detected.
I'm finally getting a ping from Conley's
Yeah,
watch,
this is funny to see actually that, yeah, this mode is really not set up for group. Because one of the things also, the removal of the revive hive. Or, you know, we just don't have one. May have given up a little bit too much stability.
Shit, no sign of Conley. Check that echo. It might give us a lead.
Thanks for the heads up on the infected site.
I knew you could take care of it. The JTF's not equipped to keep things contained. Wherever they go, they contaminate it.
We'll take care of it. If you keep feeding us
This
the
one
intel.
needs to be watched.
We'll talk later.
At least by one of team members.
Started to swing.
Once they know.
It will take a while, but we want to be
There's a few of these annoyingly. Elijah, not that many. There's the
Looks like Keener's been pulling
one of the other ones we
strings.
don't.
He's using her to target the JTF,
Like
labeling
the
them
one
as
in
infected,
Wall
and
Street we
having
don't.
Conley tell her cleaners to get to work.
Conley will have to wait. Agent, you've got incoming from the ground floor.
It's so funny to me that the two extra side missions, well, actually even Castle as well. Castle also doesn't have any rewards, but the two extra side missions have no rewards at all. Because at least there's still a reward structure here, which is gear and weapons and weapon mods. Because there's still a little bit of progression through that. You definitely are a lot stronger towards the end just because you have like extended mags and like accuracy and stability
Another wave
mods.
incoming.
And
Secure the ground floor and get the hell out of there.
it's Punch-Up. Although this heavy is comically easy. Oh yeah, I guess some scaling on it. Actually, when we go down, I mean, yeah, what else is it gonna do? We can just revive each other, right? Because even if you can't, like if you can fast travel to each other, it's just...
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Got a bad pistol.
I'm gonna blow you. You want some?
Conley got lucky
Let's
this
swap
time,
this with
but
the
her luck is
SMG.
about to run out. The cleaners are maintaining a perimeter around a stranded oil tanker in 2 bridges. Conley said she was heading back to the tanker. We should go pay her.
We get to use some skins and some weapons we generally don't. That's because actually in here we only care about you know. Yeah, I don't remember which one was which. That's great, but I guess compensator is going to be either stability or accuracy. Likely that one's stability because so we rent instant kills. Generally, yeah, but they'll be like, you know, 1 tap, 2 off, and then. But yeah, for that guy, for instance, the intended design with him is actually just to like blow up that backpack thing on him. Having expose his head, and then his head is a 1-shot. Yeah, from here we run to mission. So no comments. You did. I noticed. Although, well, is it more than just the one? Because yeah, I saw 1 person so far. Wait, actually, you guys stay there. Can I just do this? I can, right? Many of you guys stay there. I'm just gonna see if I can. I'll refill ammo with this. Which yeah is a choice. I would private a video before before turning off comments. Like I feel you can't.
Time to take down Vivian Conley.
Especially on an opinion
Get us
piece.
1 step closer to finding that son of a bitch.
And yeah, you can actually just fast travel back to base and back.
To the west gate of their oil
Which, I
refinery.
mean, it's fine.
Let's exploit that
It's a
opportunity
limited
and
time mode.
infiltrate
You don't
their
need to like.
complex.
A lot of peacekeepers.
It doesn't
are
need to
dead
have been
because
play
Keener's
tested
been
to the
using
same
Conley.
degree, but yeah.
Find her and make it count.
That's why I was expecting you couldn't fast travel to teammates. That's what I would do for this mode is just, yeah, you can't fast travel to teammates and you can't double back. You're gonna run through this door? Or, and then you can't fast travel to, you can't revive each other or Well, maybe not pick up from dead, maybe. Forcing to like run back to your team, basically. Stuff like that.
Division has infiltrated our complex. Could be a contamination risk. We can't let anything
It's
disrupt
so much
our
easier in
operation.
group.
Oil is the fuel of our organization
Not
and our
skilled for it.
cause.
Sounds like Conley's really invested in this oil business.
I guess now you know which buttons to push. Agent, let's wreck their compound.
So that the game for 4 players doesn't spawn 4 times more enemies. That's not how enemy scaling ever like works. What it does is normally it ups the veterancy, but here it can't. So normally you would get, you know, the control point is basically all elites
Looks like the
when you're
reinforcements are coming
4-man.
from the cleaner's underground tunnel system.
But then solo, like the first wave is elite, the second wave is like un-elite, and then stuff like that. But yeah, I can't do veterancy here because
Find a way to
everything's
block
red.
off access to the tunnels, or the place will be swarming with cleaners in no time. It'll also keep Conley
And seeing as it
from using the
can't
tunnel as
spawn
an
at
escape
4
route.
times as many enemies, when there's 4 times the players, it's... But yeah, that's basically what happens when you shoehorn,
Suggest you sabotage whatever parts of the
shoehorn a
cleaner's oil
mode
production you
into
come across.
the game.
Might piss Conley off and get her out of whatever hole she's hiding in.
Which is also fine, like, at the end of it,
think.
this likely did not take much development time, and for what it is, it's an interesting experiment.
Agent, I've deployed a
But I would hope
surveillance
that,
drone to the
you know,
area. I'll let you know
when
if I
they
spot
say,
Conley.
like when on stream they were saying like the overwhelming positive reactions to it, like I wonder how much of that is marketing and just, you know, wanting to just
Cooling
say
pumps detected.
Whatever they're cooling,
there are
probably
no
can't
tanks in
handle too much
Baghdad
heat.
kind of deal,
Do
or
whatever you can do to disable those pumps, Agent.
and how much of it
Trust me.
is
It'll be fun.
actual. Also, yeah, shotgun's pretty good, especially when I have, you know, when me going down isn't the end of the round.
Vital signs critical.
Looks like there's
If you
some
wanna
more
go down,
cooling pumps. You know
Just
what
gonna
to
let
do.
it happen. Yeah, so just normal.
Agent down. Cooling pump system.
Sorry for using it for testing there.
compromised.
See? I told you it'd be fun.
Both of them are taking their helmets off, so.
Agent down.
Those are flawless. There's no flawless. Yes. Although actually,
Let's see
I
what
went down
else you can
first.
mess with that'll piss her
I
off.
do that. And yeah, doing pretty good. Oh yeah, there's a lot in. Heisa.
The division's roaming inside our
A
complex,
lot of
disrupting
talk.
our production and endangering our most precious resource. This is Joe
Don't think there's value here. Like I can't. I've seen some people go and praise it.
Hostiles detected nearby.
I don't. There's a reason why if you have like immersion and stuff, the thing you kind
An
of
agent needs assistance.
feed into it as well. Wait, whatever. Why we kill you? You put in story or something like that. You put other things to entice. Like this has a little bit of story and stuff, but from a gameplay perspective, this isn't a very enticing way to play the game. I could improve the implementation, but you know, when there is nothing
Cooling pumps detected.
There's a little bit
Sounds
of
like another
build
great
and stuff like
golden
that, but
opportunity to me, Agent.
not enough to please anybody. And
Oil
as like a
refinery system
realistic
compromised.
shooter,
That's sweet music to my ears.
you wouldn't completely like this. Is this realistic?
Oil refinery inoperative.
I'm very realistically
Conley's not
gonna
like that one bit.
go into
Good.
this.
Hostiles detected nearby.
Watch out!
Just
That refinery is
around
falling
now.
apart, and the pieces will have to land somewhere. Avoid the impact areas.
Yeah, so yeah, that is actually very realistic. When you kill someone, yeah, they have spasms. That's the real realism mode showing up there. That guy's spazzing out. That was very realistic. And yeah, they should have just called this immersive mode. It's like realism was. I can literally see the back of my own head. Because this is a third-person shooter, so. I don't know about you, but I've never seen the back of my
Just
own
caught
head
sight of Conley on the
directly.
tanker. She moved through the rift in the middle. Keep it up. You're right on her tail.
That would be an interesting experience, I feel. Like, it's fine when it's with mirrors or something, but when you're actually seeing it like directly. Vision for president, one of them up in their marketing. I mean, yeah, they're doing a marketing push. That much is obvious.
Echo detected nearby.
And yeah, we could do the secret things and
Echo
stuff. But,
nearby.
let's just get this done.
Which one of you is the tech?
No, that echo is not needed.
Let's do this! No!
I'll be a living decoy. The sniper upstairs still alive. But all of these missions are on normal, it's not the full story. A full story setup for them.
If the division gets beyond this point,
Yeah, somebody was bringing up that, like that scene some.
we can repair the damage. But the threat must be
There's
eliminated
a
here and now.
out of bounds there.
Our work is to
I was trying to do there, right?
The city depends on us.
That's finicky and never it
Sounds
was
to me
easy.
like you're getting warmer, Agent. Keep at it.
One thing is also I'm most interested in that and went actually completely under the radar. Until I kind of realized it a little bit later for myself at least. Oh, sniper. The classifieds. Oh, yeah, we
Serious
didn't get
trauma
anything
detected.
about the classifieds.
Agent incapacitated.
Which is understandable, like, they're not going to show story stuff too much. I was surprised the comms were already in there anyway.
Take him out! Dipshits are coming for me!
Okay. I'm gonna grab a SMG or something here.
Like the green poison, the division's resilient, operating without reflection, just doing what it's programmed to. Pathetic. But we're experts with fire, and with fire we'll eradicate the division, just like we'll eradicate the virus and finish the job.
Here's what I was
The cleaners really did a number on her. Jesus.
Yeah. Well, it's also just that, like, the current implementation is just
Gas valve
not
detected.
too.
I've got a visual
I know,
on Conley again. She's
we're just
moved to the
skipping
upper
that
deck.
thing.
Looks like she's preparing for
There's
her
no
last
loot,
stand.
so there's no
Typical
need for
extremist, doubling down on their own
those kind of
insanity.
thing. So I'm not getting the other one. Because that's just for the extra loot, which does not exist here. Wait, this thing has 3 skins? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The least used of the MP5s. Was access ammo on reload 2? No, I don't think so. Yeah, we don't get the heroic thing here, we get the normal and hard one. Is a thing. Yeah. So we have the enemies downstairs. Turret more just to see what enemies are. It's a weird choice to not have UI show skills of teammates.
Say what you want about the cleaners, and believe me, I do. But they're crafty SOBs. See if they've got a way for you to reach the upper decks.
What's for the 15? Look then. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, that was good. That one was shitty too. Especially as well, have to see if that's like a on top of everything else promo thing or not, because if I was them, I would bring it to the shop as like a one-time upgrade. Well, that would also still kind of be a dick move to people that bought it in a bundle if they needed it or not. But at least like that would be, and then it's like a one-time upgrade that you buy in the shop or just like that thing as a $10 thing on. But I'm curious to see if they give us maybe another 50 here or something like that, because that will bloat very quickly. That will mean, you know, 650 by the end of year 8. If every season we're getting another 50.
Kick her ass, Agent.
Yeah, but not with a seasonal thing. Like all of the other ones, well, I mean, beyond the in-game upgrades, of course, there's like, you get to 150, that's some of the like perks that you get in the game. And then later, of course, 300. But the year 1 pass is always available. The Wony is always available. Brooklyn is always available. What's the other one? Oh, well, this 400. Yeah, so 4 of them. There's the first one that is by itself and also was tied to a time thing. So are they gonna like every season give us 50 more? Or is it like a one-time deal that was like, hey, if you already have this segment, but then also like then price-wise, how do you But especially it was very shitty to bundle it, because like don't do World of Tanks style stuff like that. That's what I always hated about like World of Tanks and War Thunder and stuff.
Rhodes, that fire water tower there. Anything we can do
It's a
about
very
it?
Gotta be
realistic.
a power source on it somewhere.
Look how
Destroying
realistic
that
this thing
usually
is.
does the trick. There you go. Easy peasy. Power source knocked out. Tower disabled.
You and I, we're almost the same. Life in division, all our work is about providing the right conditions for life to prosper. But your ignorance is obscuring your ability to realize this. As long as you live, you'll be in our way. You really have no idea what you're doing. The cause you are compromising right now.
That's bad guy code for. You're doing really great. Keep at it.
Gas valves detected.
Time to improvise.
get
See if
those
you can do
get
anything
ass
with those
valves.
Oil gas pressure redirected.
Conley's ass valves. Did any of you assholes drop some ammo? No. That's also at the end of the day as well.
Now take her down.
Look at that realistic health bar on her. It's just, you know, just like Mama used to.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
The Netanyahu is pretty ridiculous to say, yeah. Yeah, if you don't want to play Woni, you can just stay in World Tier 5. Yeah. That is something a person could say. But yeah. It's a dumb mistake, and I'm like gonna take that extra to task tomorrow. The funniest part is more people like not even understanding how, like, why it's dumb. Oh, she definitely has scaling. Oh, interesting. So there is group scaling, just on the normal enemies. It just doesn't matter. It's still a headshot. And thus dies Conley.
Well, that was something. Fire, explosions, homicidal maniacs. A bit rich for my taste, but I can see why you guys like it.
You did a lot
Got a
today.
bunch of stuff.
We shut
You
down
know, I
the
should
cleaner's
grab the
oil
magnum.
pipeline.
Let's from
Conley
here
to
go
Conley.
to
Keener can't use her to
doing
target the JTF anymore. And we're
Okay,
one step
weapons.
closer to catching him. Well
I should
done,
kinda
Agent.
want to go ACR.
Yes! You got her!
Oh, this again does. Oh no, this again does have the skin. Yay! Realism. Exactly what I want in realism. Remember which that one's definitely accuracy. Okay. Let's set ourselves up a little bit. I'm mostly going for increase. Increases to accuracy. And swap speed and stuff will be dumb stats. Are these still locked? Yeah, let's get the flame sticky as a instant use. Yeah, let's go the Wall Street line next, because at least wait, everybody else is kind of like hasn't done like parts yet, right? Because I remember someone had Parnell done, right? Already, so because yeah, let's. But more so like if somebody else has like other parts done. Yeah, and Reach had already Parnell. Well, Dog was definitely a new character. I think Scooby-Doo too, right? Yeah, then. Because yeah, just so they benefit to you, let's go do Wall Street and then we'll do PGK.
Deceased. Uploading data.
Although we'll see how far we go.
Cleaners. With her gone,
How we doing, Faye? Nowhere close to figuring out where Keener's hiding just yet. The bastard's been covering his
Oh,
tracks.
thank you so
Are you
much
surprised?
for
Of course not. I'm
for
pissed.
the
He's
support.
playing with us, making
It's
us
always much
dance for his
appreciated.
amusement. We'll keep looking for leads.
And thank you
They
so
can't
much.
stay hidden forever.
Oh yeah, we just need to just run there. Body park right now. Oh yeah, we can already start moving. We have fast travel on each other. Oh, what's actually the way here?
Dragov's got Wall Street completely locked down. But we've had agents scouting his compound.
Yeah, that's also the most annoying thing, is just like not having a mini map and stuff. I'm finding it impossible to kind of keep like situational awareness of like where my teammates are.
World's most powerful economies. Look where that got them. The area was devastated by a hurricane a few months
Thank you so
back.
much for
It
the
hasn't
gifted
looked the
as
same
well
since.
there.
Be
Gifted
careful playing
membership.
around in the mud.
And yeah, I definitely appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully they'll still give us a reason to waste it on future apparel. Otherwise, we'll waste it on other things. Sure. Well, no, I mean, that was together with Brooklyn. At least that as a bundle kind of makes, you know, it's kind of finer than just a seasonal thing. And thank you so much there as well, Draven, for the kind words. That's much appreciated. Yeah, glad you like them. I like make them. Hopefully we get to make them for a long time to come. Although, likely, it's not like I'm gonna stop making videos but at this point anymore, but maybe go join Livid in Div 1 for a while. Wait. Brain not braining anymore. Kind of cares, but want to retain the stars connection or just misguided? I don't think they're doing it out of like wanting to keep like massive on their good side, or they're being paid or something. Nah. Some of them definitely want this, and likely they've been sold on it in the back, you know, through the back channels. They've of course they've already kind of been on this train a lot longer than we get to now see, right? They've already ridden this train, so I don't know if you're familiar with the stages of grief. I feel some of them definitely are at acceptance. I'm not, because we don't have to have grief. If we don't get griefed, we don't have to have grief.
Agreed.
So I'm still at anger, mostly. But also this isn't actual loss. It's up to, like, these are choices that can be done, can be undone, can be even overdone. So, but I think some of them also kind of like, yeah, it's easy to be sold on, ooh, you'll have something to grind for again. Because I have no issue with, ooh, you will have something to grind for again. The issue is it costs everything else. Like it's throwing, you know, and them going like, oh, but because that's also then the thing, like, yeah, if you don't want to deal with it, you don't have to engage with it. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Right? Like, yeah, don't play the end game of the game that you play. And then also, this is the future of the game going forward. Like, because it is one mode now. Like the whole plan from the very like explanation is this is going to be the future end game of this game. And then also the misguided part of it that I feel is just like, even for instance, Rogol seems very much like, yeah, he wants that, you know, he wants the gambling side of things.
Immediate medical assistance
Um,
needed. Agent down.
And I can get that. The issue is you're asking for changes. You're not asking for the status quo. You're not asking for like what is already here, because the people that are here for a large part are here not because they want to chase the shinies. Like
Detecting
there's plenty of
additional
games that
hostile
cater to
contacts.
that. Like a lot of those people like went off to Arc Raiders, for instance. Yeah, from far away. Must be because she just didn't care she was on fire. So I don't remember where do we get the 1886? Because I'm guessing maybe that's from the Parnell line.
Yeah, I got it from Parnell.
Oh, no, there it is. Yeah,
Heavily armored.
I will get it
detected.
eventually. But yeah, it's a good tool for this. Because a lot of this is honestly, like, if you play it as if you're running Headhunter. Oh, not even, like, just a glass rifle build or something. You can get away with a lot.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah.
We've got a line on Dragov. He's leading a group of Rikers that took
Let's
over
go
Wall
to
Street.
Dragov.
It'll be a cakewalk. Dragov protects them like their family, and they've been stockpiling weapons.
But also the misguided part
Oh,
is,
great family he's got.
do they really think that recalibration isn't coming back in like
His family,
2
if you
seasons?
ask me.
And then even if you keep this, right? Because this is then like all the way into like RNG side of things. It's gonna go back to the resource side things over time as you get, because you'll get. Oh, that's through here. Yeah, we can go through. It's through this side. Recalibration is gonna come back. Optimization is gonna come back. I don't believe for a second crafting prototype isn't like, you know, gonna come back eventually and stuff as well. And now we're back here. It took us a year or two, and then we're back where we exactly started. I think that exists through here. And then they've lost that game again. But then all of us have fucked off as well. Or, you know. I'm gonna speak for others, but I'll have fucked off.
You're coming up on Dragov's outer perimeter. Remember, you're only here for Dragov.
Oh,
But if you find his supply
I'm
depot,
glad you liked it,
raid
Claire.
it. Denying Dragov that stockpile will also deny Keener
just don't,
crucial
yeah.
support.
Be careful. I still don't
Just
like
let us stab you a little.
No
This is
matter
what it
how
like
much
kind of
you
sounds
want
like.
Dragov first rope
Hey,
in the sea,
I've got this knife. Just let me stab you a little. You don't have to feel pain. I'm just stabbing you. What's the big?
I'm gonna make you
It just, yeah.
get any closer and I'll torch you.
Hey, the way you've enjoying this game, I want to enjoy it differently. And if you don't want to enjoy it in the way I want to enjoy it, yeah, the game's going this way now. Deal. Just like, no, you're gonna get pushed.
Hostile radio intercepted.
One of the things that I expect, and just as well, don't be disrespectful to like everybody else and stuff. And there's also, you know, plenty of people kind of like I saw some other people, community members, speak out, like some not per se like content creators, but you know, I've seen Rossi, for instance, speak out. A bunch of other names that like my brain's not braining, but and also a bunch of actually YouTubers and such. But likely, yeah, it's not coming. It is easy to go like, you know, let's wait and see. The thing is, though, that, you know, sometimes let's wait and see is ends with, you know, what was the American decision of the Supreme Court for letting money into politics? That one. Sometimes wait and see happens. That one. Like sometimes you have to just choose to fight. And I'm just more surprised that, like, yeah,
Protect that stockpile. Duchess,
I would have
I need you to see
expected
to it personally.
On it.
a lot more.
Get that stockpile, Agent.
Like,
Everything you take from them is something they can't send to
Right.
Keener.
Fuckers are in Keener supplies. I don't care what it takes. Take them out.
that's also why that, like, I was like on the, you know, when there were
Hostiles drawing near.
the saying going around of like, I'm throwing the ETF under the bus and I'm like joking about it and stuff like, yeah, but like justify that you're not under the bus then. That's also the part where I'm throwing ETF on the bus is not like the choice of the game design. It's what the drop rates are, and no targeted loot and no recalibration, and just not seeing
Hostiles approaching.
that's not a tenable system.
An agent needs assistance.
Oh, I have a boss here. Man, that felt so realistic. I mean, yeah. Because that's the game, right? Like, actually, if we two-shot her, that's actually the worst game.
No response from Duchess.
If we just one-shot headshot that, like, we're just burning through this. Like, the sponge is the game. This is a sponge cake.
Incoming.
Oh, actually, yeah, we're in a group. We'll get the elevator. So watch the back.
Hostiles nearby.
I don't think anybody's being like malicious or like it's easy to like, especially if you're indirect, you know, if you're in a bubble, to form a combined opinion and, you know, be convinced by that. And then sometimes you just have to clash with a different bubble to figure out how wrong you are. It's not like I've never been on the wrong side of things or something.
And load it up. It's time to take back control.
Careful, Agent. Take your time. You
I
don't
need
need
it
to rush
here.
this.
I need a Daniil and either Gamer Nipple. That's, have a good night there. Can this APC take a beating? I feel this thing would fail simple trials if this was a real APC. Yeah. Well, an armored personnel carrier should not die to small arms. I always felt they should have had the likely I'm sure I'm certain they will have considered it, but they should have used the what would later become, because Iron Horse was after this, but Iron Horse's rocket launcher mechanics. I feel that would have been perfect here as like an. Although maybe they should do that as a master or something. Although they're never gonna do New York master.
But it looks
so,
like it's locked down
again.
tight. You might be able to gain access
So,
from the scaffolding across the street.
So nope. What? Oh. Oh yeah. I didn't see the prototype there. I was like, wait. But yeah. Because so I would be fine if after 10,000 hours, yeah, we were on the same spot. Although 10,000 hours is a lot. But that's not even a promise. That's not even like that's a promise now with optimization and recalibration. Oh, that's a promise in like a day or 3. And then from there, it's about the game being fun and wanting to play it and grinding out all the other things. But like for a max size strikers as well, you're kind of undershooting it by like likely an order of magnitude, which takes the 10k to 100k. Like that's literally what we're talking about here with the current implementation. At least for, you know, a maxed out set. But the intent is, of course, to not have a maxed out set. That's actually the intention here. But then I'm like, why give up the meritocracy we've had for all these years? I did automatically shoot the gate there, didn't I? No, the gate's yellow box. Just out of habit.
Hey, back off!
It's flat augment, yeah. Time has a low drop rate. Oh, something still. Where? Oh. Sir, you do have to come out.
Division's heading towards the exchange.
Hold them off. I'll strap up and deal with this personally. Ron, Knuckles, you're with me.
I need this in there.
Unknown network detected.
These bastards have killed your brothers, murdered your
Oh,
sisters,
there's a new drop, yeah.
imprisoned you.
And then on top of that, you'll, even if you get the single drop, it's one full random without recalibration.
Then show the division that they can't
I saw that. Just a little wiggle to go get the loot crate there. I feel we're all having that the whole time. Just little like deviations of the straight line, just where loot is.
It's time. The division's reign of terror ends here and now.
Agent down.
Wait.
Let's get them, boys. Time to put these fuckers down.
Let's go with the ads here.
Minigun power restored.
Ooze the realism out of it. And I just go for the heads, especially with this.
Rogue agent deceased.
Here we go. Oh, let's actually exit the mission while we're here. We'll go and get Kajika starts. Because the next step on this is
Should be the best place to start looking for him.
the pier,
Be careful,
but
though.
if we run out
Guy does
here,
not mess around.
then we're like right here, so it's a shorter run. Get this now. And then we'll jump over and get the pier after. Uh, during story or during normal and stuff. First time clear, basically. This gate is actually opens.
The Battery Park district was devastated by flooding after a hurricane. It's more like a swamp than anything else now. There used to be a lot of
Actually, if somebody can
concentrated
go
wealth down
and
here.
interact
Most
with
of
the
the
thing
locals
up
used their
there.
resources and
Stay back
connections to
here.
get out before the city was
Otherwise,
locked
even
down.
one person just needs
Most
to go
people didn't
interact.
have that option.
Oh, there-ish.
Nearby distress beacon detected.
Just set up here
Looks like
so I
you
can
found
catch
some
up
of
on chat.
Kachika's handiwork. They didn't stand a chance against someone like him.
Oh, no.
Agent profile detected. Turret
Oh.
registered to Javier Kajika. Status rogue.
What we get for
I
not
can't
having a
believe
mini
these
map.
assholes can still operate their tech. There's a workaround for everything. So we've got proof
So I
that
grabbed that
Kachika's been
sticky
here
earlier,
recently,
actually.
but we need a stronger lead.
Head to the nearby
Oh,
church
yeah, there's more.
community. They've been monitoring the patrols in the area and may have some intel that could be valuable.
Hostiles incoming.
Pluralism mode. Wait, do you mean that? Or just have like normal, whatever I normally are. Yeah, the augment system is also, and also it just needs to be a list. Like if you're gonna have already the drawbacks of it's costing resources, expensive resources, just give me a list. Don't make that also RNG. Like the thing I despise the most of Div 1 whenever we're back in there, like the thing that usually winds me the most up is that is re-rolling and recalibrating and stuff like that. Yeah, let's go to Pier just to finish Parnell first, and then we can fast travel back here. But then we have this set up already. But yeah, let's go to Pier first.
Pier 26. One of our patrols caught sight of Rikers carrying crates in that direction.
We don't have the manpower to secure the pier. Let's check out that tunnel.
4 parts is also
find the
like
patrol and they can tell us what they know.
also putting some resources into this. It's just, you know,
Yeah, me too.
it's a beautiful cake with just a little bit of piece of shit on it. It's a beautiful wedding cake, and then there's just this brown stuff on it that just smells like shit, and nobody wants to eat the cake anymore. And I have to go all the way around. It's really expensive, yeah. I mean, the thing is, as sold, it, yeah, I can totally see people being excited for it. Hell, people asking even for it. I'm just more surprised that it wasn't a more common thing. You have to go all the way around, Scoops. Or just fast travel to us.
Too late. Take a look around. See what you can find.
Unless you know a way through that wall. Could be. There's a... And... Try to put a sniper on top. But I think we got him already. Yeah, this just turns into a steamroll in group settings. For obvious reasons as well. Like, that's fine as well, actually. I don't mind not having the challenge. Yeah. Still getting there.
You don't leave that many people guarding an empty building. The Rikers are here for something.
Recent aerial footage shows some chemical spillage on the east side and some Rikers activity on the north. This may be related to Keener's bioweapon.
Scope them both. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Game probably. It's easy to get in your own bubble, and I'm definitely also in a bubble. Like I would hope that the community I've built over time is likely going to be more interested in mechanical things and, you know, the mechanical side of the game, and likely also more just older, just by the way that, you know, and that I make content, like an hour-long in-depth look into my balls, into Keener's balls. Yeah, that's not gonna appeal to. Well, that's my April Fool's video. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I want to in-depth look into Keener. Physically. Literally. Let's cut him up. Let's see what's inside.
No detected. This mixture is providing the correct dispersal under pressure.
We're following your instructions. If you need a different chemical ratio, then you need to provide it. None of these guys are chemists.
That's not what their records say.
Fuck off with that shit.
My instructions have gone through rigorous testing.
This must be
guys can't follow them. I guess someone can.
In this prototype. No, I mean they might not. They still have. Hey, they can show because they have over time. Like on some stuff, they've listened to the community. Gear lock, for instance.
But I finished
Remember gear lock?
Data from the Wall Street compound. It's not good. Use cases
Upper Ridge Farm
include
room is gear lock.
mechanisms and cultures for growing
His
viruses.
gear is locked, but that's more like arthritis based.
Keener with his bioweapon. We need to shut this whole operation down. Agent, secure the north side of that pier. Any supplies the Rikers were prepping to send need to go up in smoke.
I know sometimes they don't,
I repeat,
but
do not let the Rikers get those supplies off the dock.
as far as their track record goes, like I've seen worse. Especially around also, for instance, monetization and stuff like that. Like it's people going off on the tangent of like it's about. I think, yeah, no, it's you have to go all the way in here.
Fuel pump detected.
Oh, let's have the rest set up. Actually, let's bum rush it.
Fuel pump activated.
Because yeah, with the four of us, we can just.
I like the way you think, Agent. When that barge is flooded with fuel, it'll be gone in no time.
So, fuel got out. Now we're there.
Time to make these fuckers dance!
We just need to wait for the timer. Where's he at? Well, so damage, yeah. Too many supports, not enough damage. It's common issue sometimes. Yeah, we'll be happy. Yep.
Solid work there, Agent.
Just
We've
shoot
just put
it
a
there.
large dent in Keener's bioweapon.
Yeah.
He may believe
Yeah,
he's
let's
got
go
this
Hugh
wrapped up.
Carey. And then from Hugh Carey, go to Castle Clinton. And then that way.
Sure. He's had plenty of time to work on this. We may need
Or
some outside
maybe
help.
go for completion here.
This is a big win for us.
Although the rest of us would need to do well as well. I don't know how you guys are on time. Yeah. One thing that's maybe worth doing is just putting some mods and extra stuff on. Sick and busy, we gotta, because we now have like extended 556 and stuff, so that's kind of nice. Oh yeah. Although it kind of depends,
Any
like,
updates on the search, Faye?
A lot of noise and false leads.
yeah, Manning's
Keener's been
fast.
keeping his minions
Still want to
on a
do
tight
Manning on
leash
my
and not
fourth account as
revealing
well
the
for
big
the
picture to anyone.
Keeping things
panda.
need to know.
All of the other targets seem to be in
But
it
I
for
can
their
make
own
it quite
reasons.
late today.
None of them seem fully aligned with Keener's personal motivation.
It's almost admirable. In a cult leader, serial killer kind of way.
Thanks for the kind words there, Rice. Sorry for being quite late to it, but trying to make sure I just actually catch everything, so kind of behind. Yeah, I think also that's also a thing. Like that, there's a lot of people. Like I've tried to push back around that as well. Like, you know, everything's shit and such. I feel like if you feel that, like, no, the reason we care is that not everything is shit. Like, the rest of it is fine. Hell, just make that same cake, but then without the shit on it, and we'll eat it. I'll just cut out the part that has the shit on it, as long as it's like not kind of completely seep into everything.
We need you to find out what happened to them.
Just be careful. Kajika will be looking for.
There's also been a lot of people like
don't want
the
him to
devs
find
are
us,
completely
but
like massive is incompetent and so. No, if they were incompetent, they wouldn't have already made Division. It's not like they accidentally made Division and now they don't know how to. Like yeah, likely a bunch of people all like are gone and maybe some brain drain has happened there and stuff, but also actually Division Year 1 was not like what it is now anyway, so. Like the reason most of us care is because there is something to care about. If it was always shit, then it was just always shit. There was no reason to care to begin with. Because it's easy to like jump on the vitriol.
Look around, Agent. See if any of this old
I don't
junk can
believe
help
any
you
of
reach
that.
that echo.
You can't take the shortcut here, so it's not a banny. Inside.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Keep your guard up. Sounds like the division made it through. How the hell did you find us?
Those muzzles, yeah, I don't remember any of the muzzle ones generally. The thing especially is like the underbarrel. This one's the accuracy one. This one's the stability one. Those I know. Because especially what you don't want is like the ones you would normally take, which is crit and stuff. Crit is meaningless in here.
Easy, is it? Looks like Isaac's picking up a generator nearby. Try to get power back to that.
But the muzzle, I always kind of forget.
Generator activated. Power online.
That ought to do it. Move that crane into position. Hopefully this echo will give us some answers.
Isaac's picking up an unmapped tunnel under the street. Looks like the cleaners have been busy.
Generator firmware error. Initiating maintenance.
Damn it! Hold off those cleaners while Isaac works on that generator. Hopefully it won't take too long.
That's all heavy's coming off in a sec, so.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, his helmet's off, so it's... Man, I just feel so realized with how realistic that. That's also why they should have just called it MRSA. Would have been a much better word for it. Fucking M60 just unloading into someone's face for like 100 rounds.
All right, nice. Get back to the controls and get that crane moving again. Almost there now.
We do need to watch that.
Those cleaners must have been gotten in the tunnel.
This one's also one of those. At least, well,
For
somewhat.
now, we need to find out what's in that echo.
And then, yeah, from here, let's go to Castle Clinton, because we need to do that for Keener anyway.
Smoke billowing from the JTF base at Castle Clinton, just like at City Hall.
Keener's bioweapon.
Keep over there, I'm responding to my calls. It's not looking good.
We need you to search for survivors and find out
That's
how
why
the
we
contagion was released.
generally do this one after Conley, because when you do Conley, you get this.
We need to learn more about it. Poor bastards didn't stand a chance. I just hope John is still alive.
Agent, get to Pathway. Track down Kajika. And find out what the cleaners are planning in those tunnels.
We need to pursue any leads that could bring us closer to Keener.
C-suite. I mean,
And
we
figure out
don't know
what
the
hell
internals.
Nancy is.
Could be anywhere.
I haven't been able.
Looks like the cleaners got here first.
If nothing else,
Take them out.
in some parts, for instance, the Chinese bikini uniforms coming over, but not being, oh well, not the exact, like not the super skimpy ones, but like the summer ones, but then getting touched up to not be what they were in the Chinese version. That kind of stuff. That's easy to just like, for instance, just let go, but then that is a C-suite kind of decision, and they chose to change that. So. But yeah, I have enough gripes with Division, definitely. It's easy to forget that, you know, overall it's a happy marriage. And sometimes you just have to do some counseling together, do some soul searching together. I am completely dry. Ow. Well, you missed, but sniper round going through where my head was. Well, I'm very much getting carried here just because I'm distracted, sorry.
Entering contaminated area.
Oh yeah, the mods in there, of course.
Agents, we need to get the ventilation system back online. I don't know how much longer.
Actually, I go to the build station. Worked, yeah.
Looks like Isaac's picking up an exhaust fan. You'll need to switch it on to get rid of the smoke.
Keep away from the smoke.
Power online.
Weapons online.
Ventilation system
Reactor.
activated.
Oh, actually, the reactor would be first.
Take out those cleaners before they get to Dan.
Partially, one of the things is just to make that as a joke. I do want him to mess up. And if I do take a hiatus, the video is definitely going to be titled "Goodbye and thanks for all the fish." We're definitely doing that. Oh yeah, hopefully that doesn't need to happen.
The gas came from a Sarah supply crate.
Yeah, and then the other one's stability. Here as well, optimal range not mattering much. You can, actually, you know what? I've trust. Just give me a hand. Oh, muzzle. So compensator is stability. Suppressor, so compensator and omega, or the stability ones. But yeah, we don't have any of the suppressors yet. So if that's accuracy, then that's stability.
I'll tell the cleanup crew to bring Dan back to Haven. For now, get to the courtyard and find that crate.
Unknown biological compound
Oh, this gun can't take that.
Stay focused, Agent. The crate
You
should
guys
be
will
close.
all catch up. You guys steamrolling this anyway. HCR. Oh, this is also accuracy. Okay, so yay. Oh, sorry for being that weight.
I've got the crate's location pinned down.
Oh,
Cleanup crew is ready to
not where I
move.
thought it was. Need to be over there.
Contaminated area.
Isaac's pulling data from the security systems. We might be able to construct an echo and find out what happened here. This may take a while. You've got
I'm gonna
cleaner
get dragged. Yeah,
reinforcements
just stay in the
incoming.
timer.
Find a good spot and finish them off.
That's right. Sorry.
Exiting contaminated area.
Oh no, actually that's not a gather, is it? I need to run. Run!
Eclipse virus detected.
Eclipse gear set rejected.
Echo reconstructed.
It worked. That echo should
Wait, so is this a reconstructed cache then?
Hey, leave some for the rest of us.
All right. Jesus. That smoke.
Oh, this one actually also doesn't have any rewards.
City Hall is just the beginning.
But yeah, we need it for Keener. Yeah, let's go do pathway then. Let's go do pathway and Kajika's line. I don't know if maybe. Oh, let's see what time it is then. But then maybe if everybody's up for it,
Nearby.
maybe we do
Contaminated area.
thingy as well. Although actually you can unlock that one for us. Well, the thing is, I'm not sure if this side mission. I'm gonna guess it doesn't have any rewards, right? Although as well, I don't care. But oh yeah, let's jump there later. Oh yeah. It's like touching of stats on Proto because you don't need too much of Excel spreadsheets, or no, it would be even more like from a like you know, doing numbers on it and stuff, like the variety here would like be so much more to do. It's the rest of the brain that has issues with it. It's also just the extra step of augments on top and like making that I would be totally up for, and I am totally up for, you know, adding that into a build discussion and stuff like that. But yeah, my brain really can't do like just quick hits anymore. Like that's, I've played enough of those games, and once we are here and we've tasted the division,
Unknown network detected.
we've tasted the rainbow, it's
Isaac's
kind of
picking
hard to
up
go
a signal
back.
in the underground. It could be Kajika.
So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Gonna make a video tomorrow as well. I already started making some notes, just to kind of, because it's still apparently it's unclear for some, which I can get because I didn't think this would be a point of contention, but it is. Of like what actually the change is and why it's actually an issue.
Power disrupted.
That crazy son of a bitch is
So
messing with you.
we'll have that. I don't know, for those that maybe missed it earlier, because yeah, the big issue between like the two camps. When it comes to grinding in looter shooters, because also when people like go like, oh, but we'll have drop that's loot and stuff. Like, yeah, yes. But when we're talking looter shooter, like Division is a looter shooter, but well, it isn't here. But this wasn't ever like that much about the singular drops. That was a part.
Agent, you're gonna need to get the power back up and running. There should be a maintenance room near your location.
But it's much more about building up resources. The grind is the resources, not just drops.
Power online.
Now, and that made it a resource-based grind. And now they're moving it, or well, they're trying to move it back, which what Tier 1 was as well, onto an RNG-based grind. And those are fundamentally different styles of game. And honestly, Division is one of the few that is actually a resource-based grind in the style of game that it is. Because usually resource-based grinds are, you know, Minecraft and Rust and like games like that. But then those don't have the overarching like good shooter, or they're also server-based and not like... And then they always want to do crafting and stuff, like building houses and stuff. Yeah. Division doesn't try to do that, so it's kind of unique in what it's actually doing.
Kajika's still running.
Make no mistake. We may have
As we all know, like,
but we sure as
you
hell
know,
have his attention now.
there is no game that scratches the Division itch.
Agent, run a scan of the site.
Like, the only one that scratches Division 2's itch is like Division 1. Which is also called The Division. Like, and that is a choice you can totally make. But when for the last 5 years it's been a resource-based looter, mostly. Like both of them, like even in the resource one, you have resources. In the resource one, you have. But now they're trying to shift it from heavily from a resource-based one to a RNG-based one. And there's a bunch of issues with the RNG-based side that like Division accidentally solved, apparently. According to a lot of people that feel that like optimization and stuff was like an bad idea. But even if it was, that's what we've had for the last 5 years. That's the game. So trying to change that now. I think you need to do one step back, Scoops. This one is like to the edge, but not. Okay. So news like LMG on target loot? No. You can get some from for this season, for the next weekend a bit, from anniversary caches, so most people will end up with a few, but you also then, the blueprint is only from the reward track. The LMG itself is not in targeted loot, but next season already we know it's going to go into retaliation as a blueprint, and then very likely as well it'll be... Oh yeah, Kajika here is completely also kind of broken. Just one shot on him because he's already at health. Like it doesn't matter, but it still feels weird. Like one shot towards him and makes him run away already. Because he's at health. That's usually when he runs, like by that point he always runs away. Like half armor, he already runs away.
An agent needs assistance.
Kajika retreated to the tunnel.
Keep the heat on him, Agent. He'll run out of road soon enough.
And that transition is at the core of it. And then also a lot of people that are vocally for prototype gear, they want that. And that's okay. It's okay to want some stuff, but especially when it comes at the cost of, you know, what some other people want. Now you have to, you know, make choices.
I lost contact with the supply team. Division must have made it through.
For me, I would strongly go with the 5 years of build-up of player base that they've done. That was more likely interested, because if you were interested in RNG style, like
but I didn't expect this.
honestly, it's like this immersive mode. Like if this is what you want, why are you playing this game? Like, why aren't you playing Tarkov? Why aren't you playing Ready or Not? Why aren't you playing, hell, even like Wildlands or Ghost Recon when like not gear mode? Those games exist. They're not. They're not.
Find a way to
Division
destroy that
is
drill. We can't let the
uniquely
cleaners
placed
reach
in
haven.
like not RNG. There is RNG, but not like to a degree. There is with certain BFE and stuff like that. But it's never a big difference, and then also like that's not the core of it. Most of it is more around resources, and when you make it about resources as well, you can be much more respectful of the player's time, because as long as the grind is like doable, you can project it. You can go like, okay, I need 90 exotic components, right? Like I need 90 exotic components. It's not like I need one random drop and it might take me, you know, 2 drops. It might take me 200,000 drops. It's like, okay, I need that. Okay, I'll start doing priority objectives. I'll do like, I don't know, I'll get 5 exotic components an hour. I'll go farm DZ. I'll get 20 exotic components an hour or something. But you can kind of project it and kind of have an idea of how long it's going to take you. And also when you get it, that's the one you'll need. Like you don't need to like keep farming the same thing over and over just to get better stats. And the reason then also that it works for Division is that game around it is good enough to even carry it without loot. At least for a few hours. Like this mode, I wouldn't want to play this mode infinitely. But I'm okay playing it for like 10 hours. And then it's even, as well, it's not even like new shit to me, because I've done WONI hundreds of them? No, not hundreds, likely like 150 times. Maybe or something. Like, into the 100, into triple digits. Low triple digits, most likely, right? Because also, yeah, if this was like completely a new thing or like new areas, then you would be just interested in, you know, playing it for that. Yeah. Oh, there you got 2 tiers on that one.
Are we done here? Almost. Agent, make sure that drill is out of commission.
Good job taking out that drill. The last thing we need is a bunch of cleaners salvaging this stuff when you're done.
We've already lost too many people. If they
Because also, yeah, that argument like doesn't like hold much water. Like, yeah, they did add it in both games when it was end of life. But then we've had a longer time of Division 2, especially, and Division 1 as well. You know, there being optimization instead of not. Even if it is an accident, it's like a happy little accident, right? Like it's, this is the game we have, and
no pressure,
the status quo is this. And for most people, if they are severely discontent with the status quo, at some point, like, I mean, very strongly like it, and likely to
Guess the cleaners have more control over this city than we thought.
there is a little bit of,
with that drill out of action, we made a serious dent in their operation.
I hope you're right.
Part of it feels like in the same way of like saying, because there's more to it than that, but like saying the same shit that is like, you know, if you don't like it, don't play it kind of thing. But to me, it's like, although I can see why the counterpoint, but there is a part of me, let me say it like that, that's why I'm prefacing it so much, that goes like, if you want the RNG loot kind of game, why did you stick with the... Because also even here, like, the people that want that, they'll have that now again for what, a year? Because I don't believe for a second it's not gonna come back, that it's not gonna bring back recalibration, crafting, optimization. All of those things are gonna come back, and then what, we cycle again and again and again, and then it just turns into, you know, expansion style of like some of the MMOs, like, hey, we're doing a reset again. It's just like,
was never with the division.
I would be honestly, I would be more okay with the current systems that we have and a reset, and not having the RNG. Because the RNG as well breaks everything else that I kind of brought up in there, like the meritocracy that we have now. Of, you know, to a degree, but also to those people that like a lot of them are also into the challenge of escalation and stuff. Like, that doesn't feel earned when it's with random loot. Like, one of the reasons I like Division is there is no, I mean, there's random loot, but the end result of it is very similar between two people. And because of that, you know, same even here, like, you know, there's no end screen here, but also he's gonna go instantly into next phase. Stuck doing his thing.
This is the end for you, Agent.
Yeah, he got stuck into, I need to change phase and I'm in action, so he just does the action over and over.
Water valve detected.
Agent, try to lower the water.
Oh no, I'll get it done. Thanks for offering, but yeah. Yeah, better shit to do, right? Also, if I don't get it, that's fine. I wanted to make it like their backpack trophy, but thing is, it doesn't have a difficulty to it, so I'll just actually, there's a special in that account as well. I'm not geared at all and stuff, so. I'll just do it on. Does it have a requirement? So otherwise it's normal. Might even do it after the stream, just
He's trying to trap you.
while I'm
Get away from that
uploading the
steam and
VOD.
finish him off.
Get away of this from the Steam, but the game's on Steam.
Lure him down there. Beat him at his own game.
It's funny that the fire... Oh, there's a heavy somewhere behind us. Oh, we've left a lot actually alive back there. What's your back here? Oh, your sides.
Looks like I'm gonna have to finish you off myself.
Well, mostly out of ammo. Oh yeah. Well, luckily we're not on hardcore.
Time to end that bastard.
Just keep him busy for a sec. Don't do it, Kajiga. Don't do it. Don't do it, Kiki-jiki.
Got you now.
I have no ammo.
Rhodes, are you getting a signal?
Not a damn thing.
Shit. He must have been holed up in here for a while. Find where he was hiding and search for clues.
Rogue agent deceased.
Yeah, I might do that just after stream even. Also, actually, I might still, because we still have Parnell, but we can. So did those early missions give any pickups? Because yeah, we could skip to the safe house, but actually I want to see, because we can run from here.
Parnell was an PA pilot
Oh,
before he went
just to
rogue.
see, because I
So he
haven't paid
knows
attention to
drones
the other ones.
inside
If
and out.
there's
We think he's been using heavily customized drones to spy for Keener.
A peacekeeper managed to shoot one down, and we'd like you to check out the crash.
You're heading into the Civic Center, former headquarters for government and
because then
law
also from
enforcement
there, then we can
Rogue agent
travel.
agencies. And I really do mean former. There were widespread protests and riots here in the early days of the outbreak. Now, it's more like a memorial to the society we lost.
Agent, we've cracked it. We know where
I
Keener's
would
located.
think
Liberty Island.
that with my
right in the neighborhood
current
this whole
antics.
time.
Turns out Parnell
Oh,
has
they got
secret
summary,
backdoor
wait,
to the
right?
comms channels, allowing us to weed out the spoofs. And thanks to the data from all of Keener's agents, we could identify a pattern and isolate a source.
So in groups we do
Drone
get.
surveillance also confirms it. He's definitely on the island.
We'll need to
Oh,
move
to go back to
fast.
Meritocracy point, like yeah, when those people get like better
I'll
drops,
join you
and
on this
then
one, Agent.
that's
Meet
why
me at
you
the ferry
completed tier
terminal.
10. Also,
It's time to finish this.
just the annoyance of like all of those people that are gonna make like, you know, I completed tier 10. And just, I'm gonna tell you already, 40% of the comments are gonna be, oh, but you have better gear than me.
Well, at least we know we're not chasing a ghost.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind it. At least then the bastards
Oh, but
already
you have better
dead.
drops than me. Like, is also setting up for that. Like, I don't care about that. Like, it's not gonna. But it's when you fuck with the meritocracy. You fuck with a lot. Wait, black desk here? What? Actually, yeah, this could always spawn, right? Just random. Random. There's a random encounter.
Nearby
Actually,
signal
you're likely to
detected.
already
You're coming up on the drone.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like we get anything about. Let's always get it.
I had an agent drop off their latest surveillance report at a community nearby. There should be some relevant data in there.
You should be able to cross-reference the two, then isolate patterns that will
Because yeah,
point us
once
in
you
the
get
right
close
direction.
enough, it becomes kind of like a side mission thing, and then it lists the rewards. Oh no, we do get rewards. Okay, so good thing we didn't skip it.
Recovering that
Although,
transceiver is a
well,
good start.
doesn't matter too
But we
much.
need more data if we're going to locate Parnell.
I had an agent drop off their latest surveillance report at a community nearby.
I wonder how that exactly works
There should be
actually
some
if you just skip
You should
it,
be able to
basically.
cross-reference the two, then isolate patterns that will point us in the right direction.
Not useful, but just have a scope. Reload. Accuracy. Accuracy. And yeah, fin rage if you can fast travel for us. Yeah, just. Oh wait, can't we? Wait, earlier I could. Why can't I now? Oh, maybe that was just somebody not loaded in yet. Yeah, no, they do. I thought I remembered getting something from that other one because I remember like actually yeah, not now that I say it actually yeah, I remember like after this one well, that's when I like grabbed the weapon for. Not that it matters too much because it's not.
Data analyzed.
It's not like we
Signal
keep
source
these characters, but
identified with 91%
I was just also kind of curious there.
The drone signal to the antennas on the roof of the
You
tube.
can't fast travel to the mission start, right? Doesn't allow that.
Scouts have spotted Rikers in the area and coming
No,
out
that
of the
won't.
building.
I'll help out on this.
We'll just have a nice jog. It's a nice day.
Makes him out to be. You're gonna need a bigger genius to crack his shit.
We're so privileged to have you on board, Rhodes.
Oh, that could be it too. Actually, yeah. No, it should go off my world state. I think that encounter can spawn already. Because there's already some references, although well, now there's a lot of like this. So. Oh, no, that wasn't. What was it? Oh no, that was black. Yeah. I should go that way around. Yeah. Although hopefully IK doesn't have to say that. We'll see. Yeah, it was nice. It was just like, you know, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you get the revive up. Oh yeah, going back to that. Like, I think I don't think there's really a chance of collab event, including me. Most likely.
Hostile striker drone detected.
We've tracked the signal from Parnell's
Partially
drone,
knowing
and
that
it looks like it's coming
they
from the
do
tombs.
watch my
Hopefully he'll still be
shits
there.
here and there, and the
At very
tones
least,
that I've
we'll
taken.
be able to find some of his equipment.
If I was them,
Stay
I
down
wouldn't
on
do it.
this one, in case you need some
Still
support.
not.
Me? I just want to see what weird shit this kid's been up to.
Yeah, we do. I'm gonna take Jaron Pulse for later.
I'll make you sorry!
Hostile radio intercepted.
Agent, thank God you're here. Listen, I know you won't believe me, but I'm on your side. I've been undermining
Yeah,
this
could be.
operation for months.
Usually goes off the host
I don't think the writers
session.
suspect it yet, but I fucked up. I think he's on to me.
Oh no, actually,
I'll meet you in the cafeteria.
yeah.
I can smell his bullshit from Haven. Be careful, Agent.
Although, yeah, we don't run into it too often, so. Yeah, Liberty's already on the map, so that would definitely start spawning.
Human remains detected. Analyzing data. Positive identification. Theo Parnell. Rogue agent deceased.
Wave, then go to
This doesn't make any sense.
like crashes, like doing around, the total shrink it will. Yeah. Although, like, yeah, I mean, I've posited my what I would want. Keep dogmans. That way, at least, like, you can keep your prototype, because that's also the thing. I'm not suggesting that because I feel I would keep the status quo as is, but I don't think they would be willing to do that, like with just the invested time, like the new item IDs, everything being set up stuff. You might as well use it. But yeah, keep dogmans, lose the stats. Just don't do a stat based reset, and then also, yeah, don't, because of that, go back into being an RNG game for the next few years, or, you know, year, and then expect the people that are here now and want this game to be around.
This kid changed his facial recognition record on the Shade database. I fixed the exploit. Shouldn't be a problem anymore.
It's good.
Oh yeah, I need I have a realization that I need stability here. Where are those going? What? Never seen enemies go. Where? There's a heavy somewhere as well.
You like a challenge, right? See that button? If you push it, I'll give you a present.
Oh, sure.
You're no fun.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Jammer for days, man. I'll use it on the second wave. Goddamn second wave always. Although no, I won't, because I'm 29 seconds away, so. So hard to hit these little fuckers. Oh, that was forgotten I had this pulse. That's why I was trying to pulse earlier. Let's see what I was. This is a classified, yeah.
Unknown network detected.
It's interesting how
Getting a ping next door in the infirmary.
having a system to
Parnell
target
must
the
be
loot,
there.
even though it's not actually targeted loot, but just having a way to target what you want, and then having 2 recalibrations even, and then an optimization. What that all can lead to.
Detected.
Parnell can create holograms of himself?
One of those fuckers is more than enough.
All of these enemies being either red or purples. Well, actually, no. So that does confirm she was elite. Actually, the Russia was elite. Because there's still rarity underneath all of this, even though it doesn't show it, of course. Just using the spawns as they always were. But yeah, reds and purples get staggered.
Hey, Agent. There's something you need to know. I've been digging through some classified division records and there's
Scooby has a 20%.
institutional corruption
Oh,
that
well,
goes all the
actually
way to the
10%.
top. You really think the division
I have only 5%.
Washington and its political bullshit? We should be working together.
Parnell's signal's getting stronger.
Wait, their
Looks
signal's
like
good
he's in the
here?
security room at the top of the building.
I know, I need to. There's nothing to loot, so.
This must be where he keeps his research. Try to access it.
Yeah, you would think actually better gear would mean more Although, well, the thing is, in Division 2, 2 recalibrations, like, the reason you can't do it in, some pieces have up to 5 recalibratable things. In Division is always 3.
All right, Rhodes. Show us what you got.
I'm on it, Kelso.
Actually, is there item more than 3?
Thanks to Isaac.
I mean, the new mask, but that's not real. That's reconfigured. But yeah, you would think prototype gear would be better in that way. Because honestly, I would be okay, yeah, with... Like, I wouldn't be okay with it, but... Like, a classified gear reset, then... But that would also be bullshit, but... Actually, I wouldn't be okay with that. At least the end result of that would be that, you still get you still keep the build uniformity and stuff. Surprise, actually, like, although, I mean, I should ask around, but I haven't seen much of
Files found. 1.
what speedrunners
Playing audio file.
think too much about it. Because I would think this for like speedrunning is just completely. I feel one of the reasons there is a decent speedrunning community for Division is the
Hostile radio
meritocracy part. Like,
Judge, please tell me you left your radio on.
someone doesn't get, a world record because they got lucky with a drop.
This under control, right? Of course. I'm on my way to you now. The division won't be far behind. Get ready.
Yeah, but it's not a tree. It's still on them. The tree is recalibrated. Like, you can't recalibrate the. You can't recalibrate the special stuff. But yeah, basically, yeah.
I admit it. Your cardio is better than mine. I'm still gonna get away, though. You know you're not the good guy, right? You're the one wading through blood while I'm trying to get to the truth.
Oh well, for those items, I would still like. Oh no, actually no, they always more something. No aim.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Keener, it's me. I need an evac. Send a helo to my location.
Sorry, Theo. I can't do that. I can't keep cleaning up your mess.
Keener, are
But
you
actually,
serious?
there's a roll chance thing for more than.
Answer me. Keener!
You've got him cornered.
This fucker's getting on my nerves. Hey, how did you get over here? That was easy.
DZ turrets compromised.
Apparently, he's still got a few tricks up his sleeve. We tracked his watch to the park nearby.
Oh, we get the wall. That's one group. Solo, of course, I got one, so it's just like still with that in my head. Hey, this is so much easier in group. If nothing else, because we can beat each other's revive high. I feel if anybody ever like does a division, you know, like some people do, like, you know, Disney themed weddings or
Identification confirmed. Agent Theo Cornell. Error.
addressing
Multiple
some of
signatures
these.
detected.
Oh no, okay.
What the hell?
You know,
How many of those
it's gonna
does
be
he
in C,
have?
by the way.
When you can't trust
Charlie
anything,
always.
shoot everything.
The
Right in your wheelhouse, Agent.
there we go. Next phase. Wait, which shirt? Oh, in the back. Decoys. Decoys actually work when there's no like health bars and stuff. Where's oh, it didn't come out. The door was open.
Rogue agent detected.
No. He was in alpha. Alpha again.
Motherfucker! Come on! Get game time!
You. Come behind us. I'm liking this MDR. Just making it all about the headshots. Seekers, go seek. Not very helpful.
I got a link to his watch, but he's running some kind of wipe protocol, and it's gone. Managed to get some data off it, though. Looks like system files, mostly. But I'm pretty sure he tried to access a remote backup server.
Oh, we got the 1886 now. Well, actually, because of mods and stuff, I actually kind of like them here a little bit
A lot
better.
of processing power to find the server, crack it, and extract the files. I've got a few ideas, but his watch is definitely gonna help as well.
Is that UIC?
That's the game 1A is very solid.
Don't have that one yet, though. Yeah, I remember that one being good too. Yeah, we should have access to. We should have access to. Oh, actually, yeah, police. That's what we have access to. We need to still do police and then Keener. That's not too good. Underbarrel wise, like this one, the angled is stability. This is reload, and vertical is accuracy. So either vertical grip or angled grip. I don't know if you want. And yeah, compensator was accuracy. We don't have the other. We don't have the suppressors yet. I'm actually here. Yeah, I'm gonna do the reflex side, which is weapon handling. Also, actually, I'm gonna equip some gear. I keep forgetting. Use swap speed as my dump stat. I need Emmeline. Not if it don't increase core value. I don't know. I think it's about skill power. It's more the randomness, like what they actually become is it's irrelevant because of yeah, why can I fast travel to some people but not others? That's so odd. Oh, is it if you're in combat? Oh yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. Is it the normal thing that the normal game also normally does?
The building's dark. We're gonna need to reconnect the power to track down Parnell's server. Hopefully, you just need to
Turns out
reset a
the answer
breaker
is
box or generator.
Also, I'm zooming. Zoom, zoom. 15% movement speed. And I'm squishy as hell.
Well, that's the perimeter taken care of. Time to find a way into the building.
Found the way into the building.
We're not going to be able to do anything here until we have power in the building.
Floor plans say there's
Yeah,
an
that
electrical
right?
room on the second floor. Get in there and...
Yeah, I can just grenade that.
I'm just sitting here with my thumb up my ass until you get the lights back on. No rush.
I know you got this whole grumpy old man thing, and it's worked for you in the past. But it's not working for me. Knock it off and stay off my comms.
You think you can track his server without me? Go ahead. Face it, kiddo. You need me.
It's even like, to me, it's just like, just don't unbalance your whole game. There's just, you know, so many issues with it. Because I would still need rebalancing and everything for everything else.
Getting Isaac plugged into the satellite dish so we can track down Parnell's server.
A bunch of steps. Check for heavy.
Shit, you're gonna need a key to get to the roof. Try the chief's office. Should be close.
Wait, where's the... Quite certain they spawned there, usually, so they went the wrong way. And then skill power can be just skill efficiency. Just put, like, skill tier and then plus 10 skill efficiency per piece, or some... Well, you would need more to catch up, 20. And then you need prototype skills, and then eventually you need prototype...
Once you hook Isaac into the dish,
specialization.
It shouldn't take too long to find the server and empty it out.
Or, hear me out, you keep the augments and you lose the stats. And then you put a hashtag on it. As Beyonce once said, if you like it, you should put a hashtag on it. So I did.
Access granted.
Okay, I'm in. Just need you to buy me a little time so I can track down Parnell's server. And no, I don't know how much time. Exercise a little patience, Agent.
Kind of hard to see in the haze. Also, it's just not my habit to go for headshots the whole time.
Havana, Cairo, Tokyo. Ah, shit. I lost it. You have to realign the dish.
Don't mind if I do. Do you mind if I don't?
What it's like to be us. Damn it!
Yeah.
Shield's busted.
I've nearly got it. Realign the dish one more time.
Let's keep scanning it. Let's see how effective this is against these guys. Spear isn't bad, actually.
Connection established.
I haven't used it before in this mode, but it's having something that just goes out and, you know, seeks.
Encryption disabled. Downloading.
We've got a solid connection and have almost finished downloading the data.
Let's not celebrate just yet. Parnell encrypted the data on his server. So we
Nope, I disagree with this guy. Let's celebrate.
I'll take a look.
Celebration
I think I can use
time.
Parnell's watch to crack the encryption. Remember, Keener's still out there and every second counts. Thank you, Agent. This means a lot.
Just because he said don't celebrate, I'm gonna celebrate. Can't tell me what to do. Yeah. Yeah. And next up we have that thing. Oh, yeah. Let's go to the control point there. And let's go deal with Keener. Oh yeah, suppress. Oh yeah, M1A and stuff is all from projects and such. I'm like, wait, why haven't we seen like suppressors and stuff like that? Those are all from here.
force made up of former JTF and civilian volunteers. The peacekeepers try
explains
to
why
keep
I've got
this
'em.
area in check.
Yeah,
Even
yeah,
though
classic
they might not have
1A
the training and tech, they've
Civic
proven
Center.
they can handle themselves. Make sure to stay on their
But
good
yeah,
side.
we'll just leave those. But yeah, let's go say hi to Kino. And let's hope he doesn't bug out. And leave us stranded. Skills of tiers. Because their system is all set up for tiers now. That's what they used to use, but then in conjunction with mods that were tied to that. You could work it into that, but I think the full on, because also for instance Division 1 is skill power. Div 2 was also skill power, but then, or originally, but then it was with the skill power basically unlocked mods. You had to farm mods, they had requirements. You would only be able to put in the skill mod if you met the skill power requirement. Then that wasn't a great system. And the only real bonuses was just the mods as well. Just like, your turret did nothing unless, like, even if you had a ton of skill power, if you didn't put the mod in for it for damage, if you had a mod for damage, unless you had that, it did nothing.
Agent, Black Tusk just arrived.
I know you
at
could
Scuttle
make it
I'm
because you could make it
hiding
15 skill
They haven't
power
spotted me yet,
or
but
something,
there's
and
no
then
way I
just
can take these guys alone. We need to get to Liberty Island
and then
to
give
take
up
out
on the
Keenan.
tiering and then
First,
skill
you'll need to
power,
clear out the
basically,
Black Tusk by
you
the
know,
terminal and secure a vessel.
skills in the same way.
Ideally, the
Because though they do sometimes weirder things with some of the skill tiers, and then also, well, the overcharge you could still have. Overcharge would still be just mechanically a system on top. Oh, this is a ceiling box.
In step.
System curtailed. Intercepting enemy comms.
Explosive set. Detonating in 3, 2.
It's kind of easy to forget that the yellow filter isn't here.
System reactivated.
Like, yeah, the game looks so
Still
good.
here, Agent,
Yeah.
but we're running out of time. I'm on the remaining ferry, but we need to secure it and get it up and running.
Like in the realism mode, they don't have those filters turned up to the same degree.
Airburst on the way.
Get those explosives ready and move it. We're not leaving a single vessel behind.
Agent, you have to disable those explosives.
Explosives.
Actually, yeah, that's totally what we should yell at him, right, when we get there. Fuck you, Kina!
System disrupted.
Shut up and take it.
System restored. Explosives detected.
Well, actually, most of the everything except the cleaner heavies kind of
Explosives disarmed.
melts, unless it's a named. No. It's just the cleaner heavies that Oh. Because the cleaner heavies, then they have that weak point that you can destroy, so they want you to do that.
Shit. Black Tusk are closing in on me on the upper deck.
Oh, there's actually no around the screen red or bleed. Because that's more realistic, of course.
Engaging hostiles.
All right, let's get this ferry on a course to Liberty Island. Gotta admit, I can't wait.
Unknown network detected.
Yeah, I'm not too
Signals coming
familiar
from below the
with
statue. It's gotta be him.
that
Welcome
happened.
to Liberty Island, agents. I see the division really went out of their way to get
The secret room.
Keener. He's tapped into our comms. Agent, ignore him. You know what your objective is.
I have no idea what my objective. Do you guys know what?
Keener is fucked, sir. All right, prepare for a full assault. All units, move in.
I mean, we have an objective there.
Black
Neutralize
Tusk
the Black
haven't
Dust
arrived in
assault.
New York by coincidence. They're here to get Keener. But why?
Also, didn't she just say that she's not going to show up on comms?
God damn you, Keener. Agent, I'm going radio silent for now. We don't want to telegraph our intentions to this fucking eavesdropper. Just don't listen to what he says. He will try to manipulate you. Kelso out.
What's your status? We've spotted division on the island, but we're all set over here to receive the package.
Deploy the
He'll
Razorback.
try to prototype you.
System malfunctioning. System.
I do remember the very first time, like, solo going through this mission. You know, getting to the end of the campaign. Although somebody had already said, like, yeah, there's something big in the last mission or something to that effect. So I was already looking for something, but then yeah, I'm going like, what do you mean Razorback? We're usually fighting with 8. I mean, of course, it was instantly obvious of like, you know, it's not that Razorback, but
Do not allow the Razorback to be compromised. We can use its
just
drones
them
to
bringing
locate
up a Razorback here was definitely like, whoa.
Razorback detected.
Like having done Dark Hours a lot back then.
Reinforcements are on their way.
Weak points detected.
We should do go here for is to get the weak points as quickly as you can do.
Razorback terminal detected.
So I should have totally taken the jammer pulse. Man, the slight haze is making it so hard to see anything. Right, that's different kind of
Immediate
drones.
medical assistance needed.
Yeah.
Weak points detected. Agent incapacitated.
And I just destroy Razorback, so I don't have to deal with more drones.
Weak points detected.
This one's easy. Once
Razorback
Razorback's dead,
disabled.
it's just adds.
Sir, the Razorback is offline.
That's just fucking great.
Impressive work, Agent. I can see why they trusted you to carry out this op. You should come by the plinth so we can have a more personal conversation. The front entrance is inaccessible at the moment, but there's a service entrance around the back.
Okay.
Let's initiate a final assault.
I mean, yeah,
Deploy
it's
everything
not
we have
uncommon
southwest
for,
of the monument. Understand?
you know,
Copy that, sir.
Deploy the Marauder.
It's our last one, sir.
it's not an uncommon thing for a lot of companies
Marauder
to
class quadcopter detected.
go the route of like, oh, we're not catering to these kind of people, let's go cater to them in some form, not realizing that in doing so, you know, you're
Sir, we've lost control of the
giving
Marauder.
up the people that are already there. Because the people that are content are, you know, have a tendency to stay quiet.
Sir, the Warhounds. They've been hacked.
Do something about it then.
We've tried, sir. Signal's jammed. There's no way to retrieve them.
God damn it.
I think it's a little undertuned.
System reactivated.
It's also always the same, like, you know, the most obvious examples, like people that play FIFA or play F1 or something like that. And then, you know, people come in and go like, oh, but no, this game could be so much better if they did this, and this, and like FIFA every time, although it's now called FC or something, right? It's always the same with just like minor changes and just new rosters and stuff like that. It's just like, yeah, that's not story. We can just skip this.
Go on. Just a little further.
We're on. Let's actually grab a jammer pulse. Be more useful than pulse. Let's all bunch up together back here. Just so everything lands way here. Like if we're all together here, we'll mostly be over here. Because normally here we'll just put out turrets, but these turrets have like 10-second durations.
If you never take control, you'll never have control. That's the difference between you and me. That's why you're still an agent of the division.
Rogue incinerator turret detected. Rogue assault turret detected. Rogue airburst seeker mine detected. Rogue stinger hive detected. Rogue striker drone detected. Rogue explosive seeker mine detected.
We can help the...
Vital signs
Get
critical.
out of it. Some of the stuff out of here. At least these guys drop a lot of med packs and stuff, so we'll refill.
What's your objective, Agent? What are you doing here?
Do
you really trust the
people? To perk the skill tiers.
Do you even trust yourself?
I just not raise them. You know, just keep the system as is now.
Serious trauma detected.
First of all, but if you're gonna have a skill efficiency, likely to make up to the other stats, you would likely need like 20 or something. The second White House. But can you even get a single god roll, do you think, from oh, yeah. But how many common components do you have here?
Systems rebooted. Initiate final sequence.
Actually, these guys didn't drop that many. Does Keener do his hack, actually?
Malfunctioning.
Because I don't even know.
System
He does.
restored.
He didn't do it to me last time. Or maybe just to be safe, it's kind of handy
You gotta
maybe
do
to
whatever
not
you
have
can to prevent the launch of that missile.
deadly
agent.
skills.
And once
Yeah.
you've done that, Do me a favor and kick Keener's
Just
ass.
take things like jammer pulse and like decoy and stuff like
Initial
that.
launch sequence activated.
Unknown biological compound detected.
You guessed it. There's an Eclipse payload on that missile. Imagine that.
Rogue striker drone detected. Rogue assault turret detected. Rogue sniper turret detected.
And that's actually when Keener's gonna spawn. Let's maybe take the high ground, because actually if we wipe here,
You're such a
like I've seen that quite often bug out.
You could have done
It seems
wonders,
to be the
Agent.
common thing.
It's
So let's
tragic.
maybe just go for safety.
I don't think you understand.
Let's fall
I'm
back
not
to the
doing
high
this
ground,
for
and
me.
then
I'm
we'll
doing
just
it
take
for
him at a
everyone.
little bit of range.
All I ask is for you to open your
That's
mind.
like the safest. Because he is kind of
Rogue
tanky.
stinger hive detected. Rogue incinerator turret detected.
I don't need the thinking. Oh, you're in Thailand, nice. Going down. God damn it. Well, you're getting kicked out of that country.
Payload will push the reset
Evicted
button on the
right away.
entire city.
Gonna
A
report
fresh
you.
start. We share that common goal. I'm just expediting the process.
But yeah, a resident punner.
Turret detected.
Although, well, currently not in his residence. He's in a different residence. I'll go set up for the other side.
Missile target locked.
That's how long it's been. I didn't remember if it was that part or that part. Let's just take the high ground here.
You useless brainwashed puppet. You have no idea what you have just done.
Just watch out about bunging up too much. I'm gonna take some
Rogue
distance.
entering contaminated
Because yeah,
area.
he has some like explosive drones and stuff. Bomber drone.
System curtailed.
Oh, it does the killer hack. I'll go with you. Yeah, watch out.
Assault
Anything.
turret detected.
Yeah. Okay, so now we know.
Rogue bombardier drone detected.
So. Likely won't have a chance here to take those off, but they do come off of cooldown. Although we'll kill them fast enough. Yeah, he has the drone.
But I guess we all make
Once our skills are back, we can kind of push him maybe.
Mistake, Agent.
I have no shot.
Reloading. Make your move, Agent.
That's also the annoying thing. We have no that indicator for.
System.
Oh, no, no. Also, it's interesting that doesn't do the other cutscenes and stuff.
Schaefer, do you read?
Let's get these. Just...
Fall back.
Keener's dead. Hopefully we can convince him indeed. Let's see. Or at least to consider the rest of the opinions. Yeah, we got a KSG and we got an M4 skin. Still just saying a skin for the weapon M4. Actually, we don't have the police M4 in here. It's one of the project ones, but it's also weird that this is like what? This is just a universal weapon skin. Then in that, using that, and yeah, we didn't need. I'll get her just rewards for. Well, honestly, in a group setting like that, Although the thing is, like, anything's fun in groups, right? Like, just sitting there playing cards is fun in group. But yeah, that was actually a lot more pleasant than solo, actually. But mostly just because it was easier. It's actually way too easy in a group setting there. And then doing it. Yeah, I got through it, but mostly as well, that was like, I hadn't played WoW in a while, so I enjoyed going through there. But yeah, GG's all around. I'm gonna free you all up. You guys are key with that, but yeah, thanks again for all the help there. Drop group here. I'm gonna quickly jump on 4th account, and we'll do a quick manning there. To run that, but I'm gonna jump off the voice here as well. But thanks again, guys. And above there, and you're very appreciated. And
let me know if you need it.
yeah, we're gonna get end screens and yeah, nice spread between us. And now that we are done with Woni, let's bet this little fur ball. Maybe yeah, quickly. Oh, actually, it's. Although they do carry over. Do we know? Do they carry over between? They carry over between like the salt and thingy, right? Oh, there's no. Let's go back to. I'm just gonna spend my stars, just to be safe. So last time through, yeah, they did seem to carry over and stuff. They have implemented that for this definitely. Here it definitely works. I think it went, yeah, from assault to ambush. That carried over, so. But just in case, I'm just gonna go spend my stars while we're here. Oh, and thank you so much there for the donation there. Much appreciated there, Kane. It's on yellow background and that's like hard for me to read, but no, 7%. Yeah. Well, maybe we'll entice them with like, you know, I'll leave and I won't buy any more apparel. But yeah, thank you so much for the kindness there. I know, I do hope we'll see. I've seen them like, yeah, some people go like, they'll never listen and stuff. No, I've seen them listen on some stuff here and there. Like we've had stuff, Gearlock comes to mind, Ouroboros in PTS comes to mind, where it got severely like toned down before it came to the main game. Luckily, because it was still super OP. But yeah, for instance, the Gearlock and stuff, that didn't happen. Yeah. Seasonal characters, but that one I would have liked to have seen actually what it meant, if nothing else. Oh yeah, let me catch up here because I was in that fight. Although while I do that, let's spend our stars. Although I just have 33 here. You know what? I'll leave those 13 there. And one more thing to put on the pile of this deconstruction. If nothing else, yeah, definitely now start saving exotics for next weekend. Right, that's next weekend basically, right? Yeah. The expertise surge, whenever if you deconstruct them, then you get 2 exotic components, so might as well hang on to anything you get now. 2 exotics then. Just before I go, I did want to, because how much does this account have? Okay, so 1600 and even 5.8k there. I might burn everything down of that. But I feel my focus is going to go to main account for a little bit. Although saying that, we're going to jump on the 4th account real quick. Okay. My brain went there like, what was the password for it? Hopefully they'll come around again. Oh, the anime ones, or what are those, the anime ones, or was it? Right. I did really think about what the password there was. Well, it's very much here. You can always partake. Very glad you like the title. Sorry for being behind a little bit. I was trying to keep my attention to that fight because that one, especially so if you wipe on the Kino one, I think it's actually if you just die on it, like you always get sent to like it being bugged, right? So and then you have to redo the whole mission because there's no fail state there. Yeah, the thing is though, they likely didn't want to give it too much because then you do get the thing of like, you know, if you don't like it, don't play it kind of thing. Here, the don't play it means you lose out on to mediocre weapon skins. If it's more than that, people might take a little more of an offense to it. I'll check that actually out soon. And I realize like if you don't claim the reward track, it will go to your thing. But actually, I'm not sure if second account if I even did 20 stars. Well, we'll check. Although I did a weekly and stuff, like how would I know?
Back in New York. Cleaners in Brooklyn. We need reinforcements.
Shut up, lady.
Safe area detected.
And you have some G's there. Because yeah, we're on the baby. The babiest of babies. Oink oink. And yeah, I'm kind of okay. This again, not getting the mask, but that's fine. I don't care about this mask here. Really wanted to pick one, and we did get that. So, well, let's activate ambush still though, just so I can abuse it. Yeah, they are weapon specific, yeah. Which just feels weird for them. Oh, we still haven't. Oh yeah, we haven't done. Yeah, I've kind of forgotten about this account just for the time being because because reasons. Because reasons. I feel like it's like impact I set them. Yeah. So the first thing is the pistol is completely like. From that, you should have realized the pistol isn't worth using, and now the pistol is nerfed to a severe degree just because it has infinite ammo. So, it is tipping scales. Fine. This is not very well geared.
But you'll need to get control of the monorail system.
Shouldn't be unheroic.
The main entrance will be well guarded, but it's the easiest way in, and they
We're
won't be expecting company.
gonna be his ambush. Well, yeah, people have played it. Some people even enjoy it. I'm not on that board, but not for its gameplay. Like, yeah, gameplay is fine. I was still still in realism mode there. Mostly. Because yeah, not having like builds and stuff. It's still hampering, but
Intercepting enemy communications.
it's just the idea of like
We're under attack. It's the division.
that's completely not what
This is it.
I play this game
You know
for.
what you need to do.
I'm much more interested in the builds, in mechanics, creating mechanics and dealing with mechanics. Like that's what, you know, all talents are. Like it's just
Serious trauma
you
detected.
deal with this mechanic, you do this thing, and you get this thing. Exactly what it is. Oh. It's like, where is this last guy? Oh, also, yeah. I realize that in all the shit, kind of forgot to. Although yeah, we'll wait for response and then deal with it. We didn't end up like this thing. The gear shift. You're around. Such a red material. Well, there's always like some of the modes, for instance. Stuff like that. Like only tips. I feel fits purple gang. Although that was also a thing. Like, yeah, purple gang is also now tainted because different purple. Well, no, generally not by these hours indeed. But yeah, we have a lot of new faces. And yeah, everybody's enjoying the stream so far. And yeah, mostly from the recent videos and such. Of course. Fire, yeah. I mean, yeah, fire sticky even. You do have that in there. Oh, I guess if I was the slogan thing, yeah. Or just like spreadsheeting or something like that. But I we'll see, but I don't think I'm in the good graces anymore. At least likely not for a while. Which I'm also okay with, like that. It's not like it didn't cross my mind or that it would be surprising. Wait, where's it? What? Even with double damage, just feels so weak. Even with ambush game. It's gonna be tedious.
The main control
I don't know if
room for the
anybody out there
monorail
is
system
like
further into the
interested
park.
in
Looks like the quickest
or
route is
needs
through
that
the
panda
deep sea
thing
exhibit.
still. Otherwise, I'm gonna matchmake here as well, but just in case. Gonna have to like get back into the mindset of, oh yeah, we're actually looting with a purpose. I think that one actually is one of the lesser reductions. I was messing around a little bit with the pistols, but yeah, pistols in general in realism are just set up to be like horrible because they have infinite ammo, just to not. Because otherwise that would be all you would use. Like if just if you had the normal pistols in there, that would be all you would use with one headshot kills anyway. Glad you liked it. Is blue screen best with OD? Overall, with OD, I like having sadist weapons, and basically only that. The world is set to normal, like white, purple.
Intercepting enemy communications.
And a blue screen, while good on a lot of builds, especially against a sadist weapon, doesn't hold up. So you can kind of use it as a secondary to, for instance, get ongoing directive bullets going, but Iron Lung does that more easily. Scorpio does that more easily. So on OD, I wouldn't per se, because yeah, for instance, tipping skills is a much better place for if you want to use the blue screen. Negotiator is also a good place for it. I mean, strikers, of course, just it's strikers. but Negotiator, for instance, actually has kind of overlapping mechanics. Negotiator likes you to shoot multiple targets, and so does blue screen for its talent. So.
What's your status? Rainer, come in! Shit!
They want to make a tipping set. So we'll keep some of these pieces. Travel on location. Yeah. We'll see how that goes, yeah. Thank you. Sorry for the first time. Yeah. Yeah, not expecting it. No one expects the Dutch Inquisition.
Low-level radio repeater detected. Pinpointing location.
But yeah, I felt it was a. That was also. I'll let you in on a behind the scenes. That was my second take, because I literally went like. I started like to say it, and I just went like. I messed it up like fully. I think I said I didn't even say like vertrouwen. I just said trust, and I think I said it comes by horse or komt te paard. So I just like messed it up in multiple ways. I was just like, fuck. And then take two. So that one was definitely at least take two. I remember that. Before yeah. You can't prototype me. I am the prototype. Even wait, you can climb there? Never knew that. Wait. Even with the double damage, this character feels so weak. Those uninitiated, this is my 4th account. We kind of started it recently. I was kind of excited to, in the next season, maybe, go and farm them up to expertise 30. That was going to become the goal for it, for this account. And also, yeah, have a fresh start. But threw a little bit of poop into that idea. Just butt into that idea. For now, at least. Like I'm kind of demotivated, and at least for now, let's see what they do. Indeed. Back in my day, we had classified gear and we liked it then. Sure, Grandpa. Isn't it? Yeah. Just lame to it, yeah. Big one is about it, yeah? No. Oh, to be a chess striker. I will go the other route, because if you're stacking up on the if you're going like go obliterate or glass on the chest, and then overdogs. Thing is, vigilance, especially, well, you would be 200 stacks unless you're pre-stacking ACS or something, which you can. But if you're just wanting to use the bighorn, like that would be just way too low RPM. But then dropping it down to having either glass or, because it can also go glass vigilance, and then for instance for some of the parts where OD doesn't work out too well, it's okay and has more upfront damage. This thing really does eat ammo, especially when you don't have the ammo extension from the watch. Grinded uphill both ways indeed. Ooh. Hey, see, dopamine hits, right? Like, hey, I got this. Although I might actually use it. Although, well, not with that, but I'm gonna use it for library. But hey, I got a maxed out piece of tipping skills. The thing is though that, yeah, this is more for, you know, new players, not for veterans. But I'll definitely need that. Right, this game does do that, but then yeah, it isn't just about that, because the actual grind will now be to get the library stat, get the resources to upgrade it, and all that. All that. That's actually what this is so far, at least for now. Don't be on target. It's on target. I just don't be on target, don't be on target, don't be on target. Switching to your sidearm is quicker than reloading your weapon. Really having to just abuse ambush here.
Keep going. You should be coming up on a monorail station soon. The control room will be overlooking it.
There's a human. Remember when Bullet King just referred to a named boss, not an exotic weapon? Not even Pepper Ridge Farm remembers. Not braining. I'm just... My loot strat always is, with all new accounts and stuff, always. Everything I want to add to the library, I loot as normal. Everything I want to actually use, favorite. Purple stuff doesn't even get looted. You just deconstruct. And everything else is marked as junk and donate it first and then deconstruct it. for trouble. Sorry. Yeah, I would go the other way around with it, but yeah, not to worry. Although, so that's for instance, the thing you can do as well is, for instance, with the headshot one, you can also go Dutch City in there. That's, for instance, what Toasty runs in those runs that we run. Oh, that's a very specialized build for a very specialized reason. But you all go all headshots, and then you stack up with ACS to 200, and then you swap to pistol, and you have like a very, like, you have a 400 million shot and stuff as well. But that would be, yeah, that would be more like harvest related and such, man. But you could lean that way, but then, especially with overdogs, I'd go chest. I'd go high-end chest. More so, because yeah, especially if you're just maining the bighorn, you're not likely to see above 150 things with it quickly. It just also hits way too hard. Especially if you are headshotting. 12 PFE. Funny would it be if I get a 13 PFE here.
We're in position.
So that's for, if I want to burst off one which is striker, which is says for those pieces, we have 4 strikers.
Anybody copy?
If it's a no chest, it's equalizer. We go for all the extra loot now. Let's just get to the boss. I'm gonna skip the extra boss here. But there's extra boss here you can get. You can look it up. You just search Roosevelt extra boss. Has to do with those things. The beehives. You shoot 5 of them,
right
you interact there.
station. The control room is just on the other side of the aviary.
Just right. Yeah. But yeah, kind of depends. Overdogs is still going to be, like, for general play, one of the go-tos. By the second piece unit, as, like, especially with the AR, with the extra stats. Thing is, though, depends on what extra stats you get, how much of extra stats you get. Also, just from a cost perspective, just keeping overdogs is going to be cheaper. That saves you, like, overdogs is strong enough that actually, yeah, gear going into prototype, like, it is still for a lot of general play good.
Vital signs critical.
I've gated there. Actually, yeah, I keep moving. I have to play this as if I'm in escalation.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I was kind of playing slow to get my health gates back, but then oops, I lost it again. That's flame rounds. Or maybe even worse, shock rounds. Could you all not just go grab special ammo, please?
Serious trauma detected.
Actually, yeah, I have no comeback here. Yeah. I'll do this on normal after the stream. This build is just way too weak to be on heroic with me being half asleep.
The priority is to neutralize Emmeline Shaw, but you'll...
Oh, I'll do that. Just on normal. I just burn through it. Yeah. Although, well, not, not.
Agent, we need you back in New
He'll
York.
live
Clear
pretty
out
short, but then
Brooklyn.
he has a 4-hour
We need
respawn.
reinforcements.
So. Long respawn the king. I need to share. That's going overconfident there with too little here. But actually, yeah, we got some tipping scale species. Also not too bad. Looking forward to that, although, well, am I? Will I be looking forward to it? To that feature with the thing, the thing, what you can see what you have in your stash and what you have in your inventory. Just compare directly the item to like a lot of stuff. I wonder if it also works on mods and stuff. That would be cool.
Agent, we got a distress call from an Agent Hoskins. Bell is ready to take you to Brooklyn.
No, there's a thing there. Let's actually maybe go around to rounding out. Although 20 minutes. I'm kind of curious. Although, yeah, no, maybe it's because I look over and I saw that one. I'm like, do I want to watch it live? Because if comments are turned off, I can give my comment. Kind of considering it. Let me catch up here for a second first. Would Coco be better? I mean, Coco would work in a group setting. But especially if you're going like high strikers and stuff. Depends on, for instance, if you're stacking up on that striker with like ACS, then that would outdo a chest striker will outdo Coco. Yeah, they should totally change one of the names just to live it. I feel just in honor of. Old Frey. Well, it could be indeed. Yeah, I think one of the named enemies is called like FREY. Or well, has like a last name like that, like he has a first name, last name. As a yeah. Either side would work. Coco would be more like group setting, but yeah, if you're just headshotting with the thing itself, I would just go obliterate. Stash 11 as well. I'm not sure. I didn't stick around the PTS enough. I don't know if others did, but no, I think you can just compare, because if you could pull it out of your stash, that would mean it's loading your entire stash, which would be maybe a bit much network wise. This one, do you guys do raids? I generally don't, but yeah, there's a bunch of communities that do. I'm not per se too up to date on like which communities are currently active. If you go to the official Discord, if you just search Division 2 Discord, you'll find the official Discord. If you ask there isn't the voice channels there anymore, but there's the Reddit Discord where there are still voice channels and people do, like, especially on Tuesdays, it's pretty busy with like people doing raids after the weekly reset. But likely if you ask on the official Discord, you'll like 7 people will give you 7 answers to follow up. Yeah, gains, yeah. Is there anything like horrendous in here? Like horrendously bad? Because I'll be up for like, I'm gonna watch it after the stream otherwise anyway, but I mean at this point, like, might as well, right? Watch it together. I'm gonna do it on like, let's see, 1.5 times speed, so apologies for that, but
So here we go. My PTS feedback, guys. I'm going to do this video. Quick disclaimer, I'm turning comments off because I quite frankly can't be bothered with them. Not as a whole, but the minority. And you know what I'm talking about if you're watching the streams. If any of you want to discuss this with me at all, you know where I am in my DMs. And any adults that can have adult conversations are welcome. However...
that's not...
With that said, I do
It's
have
not a
some
great
thoughts
take.
and some opinions of where we're at currently with Escalation and the prototype gear that I want to discuss with you today in this
Actually,
PTS
I want to
feedback.
get to two.
And I haven't had chance to really try the other stuff. I normally try, like the gear sets and the new exotics and things like that. So unfortunately, I haven't got a lot to say about that. We'll quickly nip that in the bud. Now, the gear set looks like something that's quite exciting. Looks like it could be, at first, I thought like a new birth of hybrid builds. But as for the exotics, I really haven't taken a look at them, used them or anything. So I'm sorry if you're looking for that sort of info. I haven't got it. I have played with the new retaliation features though, and we have sunk a ton of time into Escalation and prototype gear. So I'm going to start with prototype gear. This is where the biggest complaints are coming from. And I just need to remind people that the purpose of Escalation and the prototype gear was for the people that are at the end game. This is who it was aimed for. A lot of confusion in chat about that and in people's opinions. It's as if everybody wants it now. So we need to get out of the way. This is for the end game. And yes, it's added another layer on. Yes, it's a long enough journey as it is to then add that layer on. But a lot of these sort of complaints have been answered in the way that expertise is having a look at. So expertise sort of journey is going to become shorter with all the quality of life changes in recent years, with how quick you can get your proficiency up now, the proficiency events, the expertise events, stuff like that. On top of an expertise adjustment, hopefully the old true end game, which was expertise, becomes a lot shorter now to fit in this additional sort of add-on to the new end game, if that makes any sense whatsoever. But that's what's in my mind. That's how we're judging this. And with that said, I feel like they're not actually too far away from getting this right. And another point we need to remember that this is just an idea. This is a big thing for a game like this. There's no way they're going to get it right first time. So they kind of done what they've done to get the feedback to get it this far. And the private test server, sorry, the public test server over the weekend has given them a lot more food for thought. And when it's released in next season, they're going to get even more feedback. This is going to be something that is going to obviously adapt over time and get balanced and things like that. So I'd like to think that in the end, it's not going to actually increase your grind time to get to this end game. However, it does slightly. What it's aiming to do is just to give you a bit more of a challenge and more to do when you get there. So that is what Escalation and prototype is. It's not level 50 hidden, how I see it. A lot of people are saying it's level 50, like a hidden level 50. I can't get on board with that, just because if it was like a level 50 bump, then it'd make everything now redundant. And this doesn't do that. I've played games that do that. I've played Destiny. I've seen how they make you start from scratch and regrind. This isn't doing that. Like if you actually think about it and look at it, when next season starts, you're going to be able to play the game exactly the same how you have been with all your builds. So I don't see how it's like a hidden level 50. This is literally the add-on at the end with Escalation for the extra challenge and more power. What it does do, and there has been some feedback about this, and I kind of do agree with it, is that it kind of does break your game in a way, because you're going to be in a position now where you can become very powerful for what's currently in the game. Now, power is something that people have been asking for. People like power, but apparently over the weekend people don't like the sounds of that for some reason. But yeah, things like
people have asked for power. People don't want unbalanced. These are not the same two groups. Right? Like, yeah, there are people that like being powerful, and there's people that like balance. You can't conflate those two. That statement was horrendous. I'm just watching at 2 times speed. And I generally watch videos on 2 times speed, actually. That's why I don't have music in my videos. Music sucks at 2 times speed. So yeah, if we're gonna have thoughts, like also like YouTube moderation does plenty enough. Like all of those, well, not all of those, most of those nasty comments on like, you know, the ones especially that I put in the screenshots in Discord, none of those were allowed through the system, like with how I have it set, basically. So all of those were flagged as need to be approved. Like all of the other comments went through, but then like with the saying, like all of these got flagged as like need to be looked at before you approve it. So you just have your 2 comments turned on and just let that system take care of it. That system takes all the way care of it. Like there's no reason to like. And also like, yeah. Zero. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Once you get into this and you get into the grind, things like legendary missions are going to start becoming a breeze. Open world's going to be a breeze. There will be some balancing on it as well. So you're not going to be able to take this into raids or anything like that, or PvP to take advantage. But I've tested the things like legendaries with the prototype gear, and yeah. So let's go further into it. So what, for people wondering what the hell is prototype gear, the PTS is over now. I have to go out after stream today, come back, can't get in to show you. But prototype gear is basically an upgrade to your current gear. You can either max expertise your gear and then upgrade it for free into prototype, or you can grind for it using escalation. Now the big problem right now for grinding for escalation.
Why does everybody keep saying free? It costs 1 item. Like it costs one token, right? Like, or am I dreaming of that part? Like even 1 token over like a build is like, you know, 9 tokens max. Like, well, it's not free.
Is that there's so many items in the game that to actually find something that you want is going to be very, very difficult. Very difficult. No, not impossible. Definitely 100%. However, we have discussed this with the developers, and I've been speaking to Verzi in chat, and targeted loot is something that they're looking at. And I think, although that probably won't be here at launch, that is something that they're going to focus on. Because I think with targeted loot, at least it can take out a lot of that basic impossibility, right? Because think about how many items in the game. I completely agree with that. I think if they can get it on daily targeted loot, So if you think you're taking on Escalation, you're taking on a mission, and on that mission, the Striker, and you're going to get pieces of prototype drop for Striker, at least then you've got a good chance of getting something that you want. And you're definitely going to start getting things that you want with targeted loot. So that's one thing they can do that will fix that, and obviously increase the drop rate as well. Is potentially something else that it could look like, because right now when I was playing it across the weekend, for me personally, the drop rate of prototype gear in Escalation was very, very low. However, Stacey, who I was playing with, and Rick, they were getting a lot of it. It's RNG based, right? So an increase in drop rate, targeted loot, personally, I think that will fix it how it stands. Secondly, the increase in it from level 30 expertise gear, that is a huge grind to get all of your stuff to level 30 currently, 100%. But I don't think we can truly judge that until we've seen the changes to the expertise system. They've spoken about changing the system for a while now, so with launch, I believe there is some changes coming. Don't quote me on that, but I think I've seen there is changes coming from the launch of this new Escalation and prototype gear. So if we do have some expertise change, hopefully even more in time, then that won't be so much of a grind. And for people that are at the end, and how I see it is people that are at the end game will be aiming to upgrade the current builds, and then the people that are newer to the game will only really have RNG, but then that RNG can be very favorable.
There is that whole structure is not there yet. It is only for people that are at expertise 30. Like there is no, like, even with targeted loot, with how the drop rates are, without recalibration, there is no way. Like,
especially with like targeted loot and stuff. And it'll be at the end game, you get there, that you'll kind of upgrade your builds and get them all mid-max and everything. And that's the other complaint. People want max rolls, and how it currently works, it's quite, I'm not saying impossible to get a max roll prototype build. I watched a feedback video from IKEA. He did a very good one on some of the points that he touched on. And one of the points that I liked was the Division 2 right now is great in a way that everybody can have the same build quite easily. And with prototype gear as it currently stands, that's not the case. And I agree with that. And there's got to be some way to make that a thing with prototype gear. So as it currently stands, if you were to upgrade one of your pieces to prototype,
then why have prototype gear at all? Have stat. Like, if that's the eventual, you agree with the eventuality of that
gear, then you're guaranteed one max roll and the other rolls stay the same. Still going to be better than what you had. Every time you roll, it's going to be better than.
And it can be worse than what somebody else has. That's the point. Yes, it is better than what you had. You are not living in a vacuum. If I give you $10 and I give another person $1 million, you are still worse off than that other person. Like,
what you had in some way, but people want the weapon damage and then they get the weapon handling say. They're not going to be happy with that, and they're going to re-roll again. And the odds of actually getting a god roll are very.
Re-roll again, like as if it's like just, you know, farting. Let me get you up here for a second. So it's just, I re-rolled again. Like, no. This kind of thing has happened before. It has happened before. Going from Div 1 to Div 2. And then kind of year 2 was a reset, but then at least they had the courtesy to give us a complete gear rework and stuff with it. It was like Gear 2.0 was going to be a gear reset anyway, but then like they put the gear reset on top of it of like 0 to, or from 30 to 40. But it's like not, yeah, because also it is relative to whatever the fuck we're fighting. We could be on level 1 gear, and as if the rest of the game is balanced around that, that's but also, yeah, no, the sentiment of like, oh, you'll always be better, but yeah, that doesn't live in a vacuum. That is not it's not better, yeah. I mean, it's still better actually, but yeah, not versus somebody else that did get the weapon the weapon damage instead of a weapon. Hey, glad you like the title. I feel like for the coming week, I'm just gonna try to find funny ways to make fun of the situation with the title. So let me look at what brand it is. Thing is, I get the feeling this almost feels unlikely. It is, you know, they've internally, you know, they've talked as ETF with the devs and such, and there's of course like a way that it's sold, right? Like everything that you interact with, it's, you know, if I want you to do a certain thing, or if I want you to like kind of think a certain way about something, I'm gonna always project, you know, what I want to project. So if this is to them like, oh, it's always going to be better, you know, from the side of the devs, which is also, for instance, the sentiment that Piercy kind of laid forward. Like, it's always going to be better. But the thing is, you can miss the mark. You can miss the mark really hard. And for instance, that sentiment, because that I've heard everybody say that. It's gonna, you know, you always get better gear. Yes, factually true, but that would only be true if you're living in a vacuum. Like if exactly what like Doc says. If we two re-roll an Lexington and I get weapon damage and the other person gets the detox, or God forbid the other person gets 2 stats, they're just better off. In relation, where this is a group game. Like I don't know why suddenly everybody's solo suddenly. Like yes, we are a PvE game, but there is competition still. There is competition interplayer. Like, that's why we have a stat screen at the end. That's also just by feel, like it just feels worse when you're performing worse because you have worse gear. Like I just did. Like here, I actually performed way worse because my gear is way worse on this SHD9 account. I'm still the same player, but I performed worse. This is effectively like they didn't roll well or they don't have prototype gear. And also it's basically asking for self-exclusion from the endgame. You can't ask that from players. You can't ask like, oh, just don't partake like that. Yeah. Because at that point you're not playing the game anymore anyway. Like if you're not playing the end game, if you are end game player already and you're not playing the end game, what are you playing then? And then also nothing else changes. Yeah, but that's the plan. In the future, open world is gonna get escalation. That's the plan. So it's just, okay, don't care about it now, but we can see the fucking freight train coming our way. Right? Like it's obvious where this is ending. I don't know. Yeah. No, but it picks at random what gets upgraded. So if your weapon handling goes up on let's say Habsburg piece, well done. You got the worst deal out of that. Put it in the stash. We'll wait for optimization to come in like a year and a half. No, but drop gear. No, an upgraded gear. There. Because there is no, like that at the current stage there is no drop gear. Like they got instead of prototype gear dropping, they should just make it like the resource that it deconstructs into. Like nobody would see a difference. That would be like literally the same, actually. The new heroic, and that's the plan. Like that's not even like a fear or like a phobia, a irrational fear of like, oh, maybe if I don't partake now, but then eventually this is the actual endgame. No, that's the plan. That is the worded plan from the gods. So don't partake means don't play this game anymore. Go back to go linger at level 30. Just go play level 30. Stay at World Tier 5. That doesn't exist anymore, man. Right? You can start with press, like that's all that drops is at the moment. I get your one nation. It's a never-ending game in its current incarnation, because also again, like even the people that want the RNG loot side of things instead of the resource loot side of things, we'll be back to resource side of things in a year again, and then what? We keep just cycling like this, like 5-year cycle, and then Division 3 comes out, and then that de facto does it anyway. But at least that's a new game. Like at least if there's a new game, like sure, fine, whatever. Okay. Anything in mind that would replace Div 2? Not really. I've been mostly playing Div 2. That's the game I've enjoyed so far. For now, I want to see what the devs respond with. I want to see what actually happens, and we go from there. Like there's no like, the fight isn't over yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings. And Kelso had to go. She said she wasn't fat enough. Indeed, level 60 gear when indeed. Yeah, they're making the reference of just it's going to be another step 5 years down the lane. Very petty. I mean, yeah, that kind of stuff is also going to happen, but that's like, to me, like problem 6, 7, 8 down the road.
Very small. Now, one thing I've suggested, I'm not saying this is going to be the case at all, but maybe add a system once you've upgraded your prototype gear that you can either re-roll it with another guaranteed improvement, and once you've re-rolled it a couple of times, it's going to be god roll and add a resource, or just make it so you can optimize it, I guess. I don't see that being a problem. Just make it once you've upgraded prototype gear, it can be optimized. There's loads of things they can do to fix that, is what I'm saying. I wouldn't get too hung up on this. I can't get god rolls easily because the PTS, it wasn't easy. This is sort of feedback they're getting that they're going to use to make adjustments. And for me, all of that is going to get fixed one way or another. I doubt you'll be waiting too long for it. I'm not a developer, but I can't see how something like that is going to take months or seasons to do. That's something that they could probably fix relatively quickly. Probably not on launch, though, as this is coming out in a few weeks. But
that all felt like... So let me be clear. These are all systems that already exist and could be literally pulled into. Hooks are likely already in there for proto gear. Like, yeah, no, it doesn't take it, but it's that the choice isn't made right here already. That's the issue. I realize I should have the chat over his face, but I hope I was okay with that. Indeed. Actually, now as you say that, do I actually even have stars on this account? Don't think I do. But yeah, indeed. Make sure to spend your stars. And don't forget to also partake in the optimization surge and especially grab some SHD calibrations and stuff like that. Actually, well, this is happening as well. Yeah. Indeed. Just back to gear score, why not? Let me catch up fully. I'm also just logging back into main account just to make sure I claimed everything there. That's one theory. One can have a more powerful build than me. Not to feel about that fact. Yeah, that's what we're kind of been talking about. I'm gonna make that video tomorrow as well. I feel that's the part that... Thing is, like, to me, it feels obvious, and that's also what I've been explaining in those videos. And GC says that he watched the video, but like, let's watch it till the end actually here, and then we discuss. It might still hit on it, because to me, the biggest issue is giving up the build meritocracy, the build uniformity, going back from there is an end to there is no end. You know, again. That's the yeah. But I might as well fill up all the way with this, and then you can always use them later. Yeah, exactly. Like, why are we breaking a system to fix it again later? Like, and also to remake basically the exact same system, because he's going like, oh, you re-roll it and you get an extra stats and stuff on top. Like, that's optimization with extra steps. Like, that's all that is in effect. So why not just... We're, tearing down the house to build up the exact same house again. Last time, at least, we got the courtesy of like Gear 2.0. Like, they lubed this up a little before, just shoving it in there. Wait. Layout. And in fact, that's what we're doing. Oh, about what they're more. I mean, we should do a poll at some time. Or, although, but like my community is gonna lean a certain way. I feel. I for once have done my influencer job. Whatever. I should probably do the level playing field with 12K. How many $1,000 should a player have to be able to access gear that lets me know? Yeah. And also the thing is, you don't as well. Like the thing is, like this is actually was Eve had this structure very much, but then they pushed up higher and higher into like Titans and everything. But Eve had this very much like you had a skill system that actually took time. It was like a weird system. But at the time to just level up, you didn't like anything that you did wasn't actually feeding into like the XP of your character. Actually, let's go here. I'll be bigger. Wasn't feeding into the XP of your character. But then the thing was only like if you went into a frigate, only stats relating to frigates basically were there. So you had like light machine gun and not medium and heavy, for instance, or not machine gun, but like artillery and stuff. So one of the things was you could match up to a player that was thousands of hours in, and you would have, you know, light frigates or frigate at max. You would have like artillery at max. You would have like some of the systems like armor, shield and stuff maybe at max. You could get those in like maybe 20 days. And then you could have like one setup that was the same as like a player that has played thousands of hours. Because there was a limit to it. There was a max to it. But that other player has the option to go, okay, I'll go cruiser. I'll go cruiser, medium guns, medium shields. I have all of those max, and now I can, right? Like there is the thing that the other player gets is just a larger part of the game to play around in. But that single player on that axis, they can catch up with just a slice, but then there's just a lot of slices. And that's actually how Division is also set up, and that's what I used to love about Eve until they fucked it up with monetization and everything. And yeah, this is not even because here even they're not going like off that path. It's just a reset. It's just, hey, we decided we want to reset here just to bring back the loot chasers and they did dirt. And thank you so much for the raid there. As always, much appreciated. Hope you had a great stream. Oh, I see, and double rated there. But yeah, thank you so much. Exactly. Oh well, especially the content in the game of the last that has been the game for the last 5 years. Because year one, yeah, it was similar to this. Everybody was just sitting there going, because we had seen optimization already from Div 1. So everybody, I remember in year one, because we got it at the end of year 2 or towards the end of year 2, the last season of year 2. Everybody was always like, when are we getting, because for instance, also originally we didn't have like a library and stuff. So it was different recalibration, but everybody was always just like, man, I hope we get optimization soon. Man, I hope we get optimization soon. Now, I likely was in a bubble, definitely, because I was then already mingling with people that were very much about builds. And yeah, will care more about that, or, you know, having multiple builds and trying to max those out. But I remember that vividly, like, and then it came and we went, yay. And now they're going, nope, yoink. And then not even just taking optimization, taking recalibration as well, which is just your system is not built to not have recalibration. Together with not having target loot. Like you're pushing too far. And thanks again there, Dirt, for the raid. They can take them to the grinding worth it. I mean, the grinding is already worth it. It's just we want to grind the way we've been grinding. Like, the game is enjoyable. That's the core thing here. Like, the game is a lot of, like, I enjoy playing the game. Well, mostly it needs to have somewhat of the mechanics, because, for instance, realism kind of betrays that, or, you know, kind of shows that off extra, where too many mechanics have been taken away, and then, like, it's at the edge of enjoyable. But I'm kind of on the wrong side of the edge as well. To be free on raids. I mean, into everything. Like, that's the point. Like, eventually it needs to become the actual end game. Like, if it's the end game. Like, now they're just kind of protecting some places, but I'm just loading up just loading up second count here. I don't want to actually, well, let's quickly watch the rest of this, because I see a big block of text as well. Like, catching. Do you think I agree with Rogel? Do you want sprints on something long-term to chase again? No idea. Keep in mind, there is like thousands of players that, like, they just log in, they do their thing, and then they get out, like, never being vocal, never per se giving opinions or stuff like that. The thing is, though, that to me, I would, and that's also what I'm basing everything on, and that's why I'm also, you know, confidently being, or I don't feel like I'm missing the point or something, is that the people that want that RNG heavy loot side instead of the resource heavy loot side, why would you keep playing this game if you know Diablo exists, if you know WoW exists, if you know, like, if you wanted to have that gambling kind of feel, because that's actually what it is. Like, and that's fine. If you want to be into gambling, like, sure, go ahead, as long as you do it in a legal way. But those games exist. Like, go play those. It's the same as with people that go, like, I want the immersive version of Division. It's just like, go play Ready or Not. Go play Tarkov. Go play, like, any game that's kind of Arma. if you really want the third person side of things, Arma. But also, like, what's immersive about the third person mode? Like, you are being catered to. Other games are trying to cater to you, or even like Ark, if you want to go to the loot heavy side, like Ark. Why do you want this game to be something that it hasn't been for 5 years? All this 30% dots. I think pulling numbers out of it an ass is not per se useful. It'll be tainted by shit. Because I get a very different feeling from, like, people that, like, not even like people comments and stuff, but seeing people talk on Discord and stuff. Especially that is also then more the active, like, endgame community that's likely gonna drive sales and such. Like, just from a practical side of things here. Yeah, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised at a pushback. I'm kind of just waiting to see if they say anything first, and then we can from there we can move onwards. It's basically the ball is kind of in their court. Tomorrow I'm still gonna make a video about, because yeah, it's still weird to me that, like, the core idea, I didn't do a great job in my last two videos or in my Reddit post to kind of explain it, but I did, because the first kind of line is, like, they're trying to move it from a build-based game, from a resource-based game, to an RNG-based game, an RNG loot-based game. Because there's always, like, you know, yes, and in the resource side that we kind of are now, there is some RNG. As I said earlier, go ask any person that has been recently joining the game and farming overdogs. But going over to, like, heavy RNG and just a little bit about resource is You're shifting your entire, like, the direction of the boat. And everybody, I feel, on this boat is kind of expecting a certain destination that they're now veering off of. And then also not doing it in a good way, because there's an iceberg in the way, which is just the implementation of the PTS version of Prototype with loot side of things. And then also, even for those players that want that RNG loot heavy side of things, it's not going to stay like that. Like, they're just basically doing a reset onto that side and then coming back over likely slowly to, we'll have target loot, we'll have recalibration, we'll have optimization, and we'll have crafting, and we're back to where we were. Except that everybody that feels betrayed has been betrayed. So, I think, do you mean like once Prototype? I think that is shifting heavily towards being above the 50% not wanting. And I think actually, especially if you don't include in most of the players that are vocal, then it's even the level 40 gap or 30 gap would be just a tiny bit more powerful. Wait, what? Do you mean expertise? I mean, expertise was a failing in the soul system as well. Go the way of descent? What do you mean? Like, descent is a lot of things. But also in the game. This big side, it's done, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's just like there's more side effects than the actual effects of this system. Running builds, yeah. From the pieces, yeah. So that was also always a thing. Like, yeah, it was about experimenting and stuff. Yeah, if you haven't caught up, yeah, we're kind of discussing Prototype and stuff. So this is a whole ongoing discussion. If you want kind of my takes on it, you can go to my YouTube side and have multiple videos on it at this point. I don't know if without it, yeah, because especially the RNG loot heavy side is like, I could list like a dozen games right now. So there's likely, like, you know, just go to Diablo and look at like on Steam and just similar games. Like, the whole list will be there. The same type of game. Shaggers and thing, yeah. Prototype gear isn't real, it can't hurt you. Escalation, yeah, was a steady descent, like power increase, where set a current power lower. No, I mean, they could have just, yeah, had the Prototype be more just it's not very much by the community, but yeah, I think then you mean Escalation, because that's the game mode. Prototype is the gear. And yeah, Descent isn't very popular, but there is a loyal player base to it, and even everybody else kind of partakes. Well, not everybody, but but also, yeah, that will be more like no, Escalation will see a lot of play. Escalation is fine. Like, Escalation, well, it needs some, like, the core of Escalation is fine. The core of Prototype, no. At least not to me. The core idea behind it. The implementation is could see some use, some work, and Yeah, they're basically trying to do a reset just to have like the shinies again, but it's not PvP. It'll be there eventually, and also in PvP it doesn't matter if everybody like has access to it and stuff, and it'll be self-balancing basically. Eventually. First, one more time. Something new. Good person, most of you. Oh, I'm perfectly content doing some descents here or there. It wouldn't be the only game mode I want to play, but that goes for every game mode. Like I don't want to do 100 countdowns. I don't want to do 100 hours of descent. I don't want to do 100 hours of summit in a row or something like that. Goes for everything, but just as a different game mode. I mean, I basically every week do at least like a weekly run in descent, and I've gotten the tier 1s on every recent seasons and stuff, so it's a decent game mode indeed. Yeah. Yeah, let's...
We just gotta wait. That's definitely something that they need to fix with it. We want to have god rolls. We want to all be able to farm for the same builds. That is a good thing about the Division 2. But at the same time, we do also want to grind, and this should be kept for the end game. So people that are feeding back and they just want it all now, I don't think that should be the case, because this is made for people that are at the end game. And if you just let everybody have it now, then in effect, you've just turned it into something for casuals and everybody.
So eventually everybody will have it. So it's just for a little bit. So we're just completely neutering what a lot of people care about this game, just to like give other people just a little taste, and then we go back to what they didn't like.
Again, which is basically 90% of the content they give us. This is one bit of content for the people at the end of the game to challenge you and give you more of a grind. So
This content has nothing to do with prototype. It is a source of it. There it's given as the reason of it. There's absolutely no reason that tier 10 could not be that it's balanced around just our current gear. They could have implemented this without prototype. Like, I don't understand the need to kind of mesh these two. And it feels almost disingenuous because, yeah, escalation overall, the core idea is fine. And actually, I can totally get that. It's not for me per se. I don't want to redo the same mission 10 times in a row. Like, that's not the game I'm interested in. But I'll play it if there wasn't prototype. Just because also so much comments of just like, but we need the harder gear for the harder content. The harder content can be balanced around whatever the fuck you want to balance it. It's like, it's now just balanced around the new high that prototype brings. That doesn't need to be the case. We don't need augments. We don't need the extra stats. The extra stats just means we hit harder. Like, there is no extra mechanics there. It's not like we have new talents that, make it possible or something. It's not like going into Descent and it's greed and you can't do shit because you don't, or gluttony and you can't do shit because, you don't have trauma, you don't have stuff on the end game. No, it's... yeah, I'm gonna guess. Wait, whose message was that? Yeah, if somebody tries to post a link or something, quite often, or well, links are not allowed basically outside of Sam. Just another level of art. Watch it. I'm thinking, yeah, because also, yeah, that like I'm sure, I'm perfectly sure somebody is gonna beat, like a 3-man team is gonna beat like a mission with current gear as a challenge run. Yeah, you don't want that to be your actual balancing, but those numbers are literally like, this isn't nature. This isn't like, oh, we need, you need this much force to get through this much flesh of an enemy or something like that. This is all numbers just that they can fiddle with and just play with. I'm sure to pull over. Yeah. Yeah. Does that mean it's basically normalizes down? So if you've ever, or normally now our normalization is up. If you're, for instance, below max level, you go into the DZ, you get effectively your gear is as if it's at level 40. Your stats increase. Basically, if you have that much of a bar and you were at like level 3 and it's like 3.9 weapon damage, it jumps up to like 12 point something weapon damage or something, stuff like that. Here, it goes down. There is an issue there as well, where now you need a different set for, like, if prototype gear is like your striker and you want to run strikers in the raid, now you have to swap pieces out because your crit isn't correct. And yeah, the augments also will be, it acts basically as if it was just normal gear without the extra stats. Right, just for this game mode, but then this game mode will be expanded to, this difficulty level will be expanded into the rest of the game. That's the plan in the long run. There's one only, yeah. It'll be interesting to see, like,
there's a balancing act that they need to find, and that's my views on it. And the reason my comments are off, people, for whatever reason, don't like me having my views, but my views is definitely work needed. I don't think.
Not a valid comment to turn off comments. I'll keep it civil. I've nothing against GC. Like, we've interacted a few times, but
it's as bad as some people are thinking it is, though. There's just some adjustment, there's some balancing to do. There's timing.
No, there's not just some. Like, even if you agree with this, with how it is now, there isn't some. Like, even if you want that loot heavy, RNG heavy side, I don't even loot that, because the loot is also heavy on the resource side. There isn't a little to do. That's not giving a real account of the shit show, because that's like the major issue there as well.
Safe area detected.
Yeah. And I imagine, yeah, not having the consistency of missions and a random patrol comes in. There's a reason why, like, I don't think ever legendary open world would work, but even this system is at least more like, yeah, it's not the drone spam, but Yudliak. Told you so that was just was for us. That's casual. Yeah, that's a fucking stupid take. We're all endgame players. Like, if you're at endgame, if you're at level 40, it was endgame players. Like, this idea of, like, there is tiers of endgame players is just like just gatekeeping with extra steps. Like, and then what about me? Am I not an endgame player? Like, by their metrics, if they wanna go that route. Like, they keep talking as if, like, oh, there is something now for us. Yeah, no, there is something for the people that want RNG heavy loot, but it's coming at the cost of everybody else. And if anybody thought this was going to happen without a fight, without backlash, I feel like if there wasn't, because that's also what I said in my video, like, if the ETF, like, pushed back against parts of this, if, like, that's how I brought it, then they were already under the bus. Like, so they just pushed through it then and just didn't even, and then brought it in this way, because if you're expecting a little bit of backlash, like, you bring things differently. When you're like tentatively trying out the waters, you're not gonna do it the way that Yannick did on the live stream, right? Like, so it feels so, like, disconnected from at least what I enjoy about this game. And I know, like, especially now, having kind of reaffirmation about it through so much people saying like that they agree, that I'm like, how wasn't this obvious? Which just feels like so disconnected, just like it's hard to explain. Yeah. As though I'm like not interested in those games. Like the Division players that are now here and doing that, like maybe Resurgence is interesting, but I from what I saw as well, that was at the moment still pretty RNG loot driven, but they could reform that one to have the refugees from here. And then we'll all be on mobile. On this stuff, yeah. At least then the systems were the same, and like the expectations would be, yeah. Because I don't know, or just didn't come up to them, like that's that. Because I don't feel like I went through stages of like denial and stuff like that. I went directly to anger at the live stream, and like to me it was obvious what the implications were, and I feel kind of weird that like for a little bit there, because especially seeing some of the other creators talk about it, it's just like I can't find myself in what you're saying, and actually, like, no, I'm vocally going to be against this. Not just to be a contrarian, but just like, this is not the game that I've enjoyed for the last 5 years. And if you want to make it for other people, sure, but then at least be honest about it and be open about it. And then also, like, be honest to those people that this is like likely just going to be for a year again, and then it's back to business as usual, except like, do you really think people will come back again? Like, there's only so many times you can fuck up before people just move on.
Investment is making sure you're not investing too much more time. But again, this is the end game. This is for people that are at the end of the game. They've got max expertise. This was kind of thought with them in mind. So we do need to bear that.
Hi, I'm max expertise. I do all the end game stuff. I don't think they considered my take on this. And thousands of others with us don't speak for us.
Mind. As a whole, though, prototype gear seemed quite good. The final thing that I think really needs adjusting, this is the thing that I had the biggest issue with personally. We played about, I would say 30 plus hours of Escalation, and it's challenging. They nailed it. Now, Escalation in itself, you could maybe tweak it, of course, but honestly, if Escalation came out the way that I played it on the PTS, I'd be very happy with it. It is very challenging. If there's any tweaks whatsoever, we still need to keep the challenge. We don't want to make this easy. The whole point of this content was it would challenge the most hardcore of players, and it certainly did that, ticked all the boxes. It was hard, very hard. We ran out of time because how I was
Stop fucking going hardcore of players. Like, hardcore is a mode within the Division. It has already a fixed meaning. There is then also a fucking modifier called hardcore, which is then as well confused with this. Stop fucking calling things DZ exclusive, raid exclusive, and stop calling fucking endgame players and just, you know, the raiders and the grinders and the speedrunners hardcore. Because it also, that one like feels like it's the same as like terminal stats. Like, no, we have a fucking name already for a max stat, which is a max stat. And then a god roll is if the whole item is max stats and a usable talent if there's a talent. Like, these terms have already been set in fucking stone for quite a while. Why the fuck are we reinventing the fucking wheel? Except that's what all of this is, right? This is literally just going back on, like, the wheel just was like all the way turned around, and now it's come back to start, and we're just going around in year one again. Literally reinventing the wheel. For sure, yes. I'm level 14 experience. I'm going to take a while. Yeah. Although the thing is, like, you know, it's fine to have a end game that is for like end game players, but then because some stuff can be aspirational, right? Like that's always what the raid exclusive worked out it to be. I didn't think I ever really agree with that, but it is somewhat. You know, people go like, ooh, I want that one at the end of the road, but yeah. It's gonna change things. Yep. This seems off. Hey, seems like One Piece. Okay, seems it almost 16 bells, yeah. Yep. Well, to a degree, yeah. Let's where to look. I don't think I can stomach Tuck's talking.
I want to see how far could we get without prototype gear. We got to about tier 5 without prototype gear. Then I want to see how far we could get with prototype gear, but not
maybe.
max level augments. If you know what the augments are, I'll talk about them in a minute. And we got to about 8, 9. At that point, we were struggling. So we started to upgrade our augments, but ran out of time. But in that process of upgrading the augments, I found my biggest issue with them. So when you're taking on challenging content, you like to make adaptations to try and overcome, and you're relearning it as well.
Okay.
So once you've done the grind, because it's going to be a grind to be able to take on like, the high tiers of escalation. Once you've done that grind to be in a position to take on those tiers, how it stands now is if you want to make slight adjustments, you've got to regrind again. It's like a grind on top of the grind, and that bit there I think is a big issue. I think once you've got to the point where you've got the prototype gear, you've got your prototype build, and
the level should be on the item, and then the augment should just adapt to that, and the augment should not be a random single like double choice reroll kind of system. It should be just pick up from the list. Like it already costs something in the form of a resource. You already have mitigation there. And then it should not be a rising cost. It should be a fixed cost, so you can do it as many fucking times as you want, because otherwise as well, eventually that prototype gear will be too expensive to reroll the augment on. And now you're stuck with a piece of prototype gear that is stuck with that augment, and then if you want a different augment, expertise 30 on that next thing. I feel all of this stuff is so obvious, and I feel like almost gaslit, as in like, really? Like, it feels so obvious what the solutions are. Why didn't they go that long? I would hope not. If it's maybe a short one, but also, yeah, if you can tell me what the main takeaway from, like, I don't know how Tux is feeling about this, but also I'm not per se that interested, but I'll likely watch it. I've been watching a few people's thing just to see if any points get made that I think are valuable to even discuss, but I find it interesting that there isn't. So 500 hours in a game makes you like in any other game you would be like, yeah. Right, like in any MMO, like anything above like 200 300 hours is like, if you can't call that a veteran, yeah. No weapons anyway. No, up till now. There's also why I've literally weapons that can go into prototype right away on any of my accounts. I don't have a single build. Those games hate it. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, not even so many other games. Literally Division 1 and Phoenix credit rerolling of weapon talents. Even there, like, it was random, but you would get a list of it. So you had like several talents to pick from, or you could keep the one that you have. And the rising cost was expensive, but not this level of expensive. Like, you can't have this much shit on top of each other. Like, it's just. Basically, you basically have to spend the whole time. That's 1% earlier. Yeah, I at that point, they just don't make the video. Like, if you're gonna have thoughts, if you're gonna have honest thoughts, expect some honest thoughts back, right? Like, if you want to be in the open marketplace of ideas, it needs to be open. You can't put it in a gated community. Season jobs earlier, but no, I've already decided for myself, like, if this implementation as stands goes in, I'm at the very least walking away for a season. Like, exactly the implementation we have in the PTS, if that becomes a live game, I'm out for at least the season, and then I'll reassess. We'll see. Recalibration or targeted loot would, like, make me consider a little less leaving. And really, honestly, the only way I feel I would be content in staying is, yeah, keep the augments, lose the stats. Like, and that's what I've said for myself. There's no, like, you know, threat to that or anything. Like, that's the, for myself, to protect myself and not to, like, go, will I, won't I? That's my rule set. Like, if it goes in like this, I'm walking away for a season at the very least. And then I don't think if I'm walking away for a season, that I'll be back. I don't see that happening. Yeah, at least this one's not AI related or something. Or maybe it is. Maybe this was like ChatGPT's idea of, like, humans like to chase loot. Make a gambling system for them. Yeah. Stream other games. I mean, I'll continue streaming, even if I step away. But we'll see where we go. I've often streamed other games and stuff. We'll see. We'll see if that happens. If nothing else, actually, like, the few days before, like, the patch hits, although we'll likely know before that, they're gonna have to put out a response in some form. Like, they need to put out developer notes at some point. Nothing else. 31st of April, or no, 31st of March, the Resurgence comes out. I'm definitely gonna just play that and stream that for, like, the last few days of the season, and yeah, maybe we stay there for a while or something. The part of the ETF? No, but keep in mind that also, like, actually, tentatively through other people, they've asked me, like, hey, like, or people have offered of, like, hey, I could try to get you in or something, but I don't want to be part of the ETF. Like, I don't think there is too much value in that, and also I don't want to be under NDA. Not even, like, as a like, ooh, I want to tell the truth, or I don't want to fucking deal with it for a video game. Also, I don't want to be actually on the cooking side of things. Like, I like eating, basically. Like, this is, you know, it's the fallacy of, like, oh, this person likes eating, so they must like cooking. No, I like the eating part. And then, you know, I'll analyze it and I'll be a food critic, basically, right, of the game. I don't want to be on the cooking side of things. Not per se, not unless you pay me really well. Like, if you make it my job, sure, I'll do my job. But yeah, and also ETF will always, like, even now, right? Like, were they listened to? Weren't they listened to? Even like some of the egregious stuff here, like, were they listened to? Weren't they? Did they bring it up? It's all under NDAs and stuff, so nobody can talk about anything, which exactly, kind of the reason I wouldn't want that. And it's kind of a shit show because, yeah, people will point fingers, like, as I have as well, of like, hey, you're part of that side. Why didn't you say shit? No, at least for instance with seasonals, I would have at least liked to have seen what the idea actually was, instead of just seasonal characters and the gut reaction of people to just that turn. I should have also just called it something else, like just to kind of obfuscate it maybe, because also the way that they kind of talked about it, they did talk about it a little bit, and then they got completely pulled. It wasn't like the other, like some of the other games, like it wasn't like Diablo's one. Thumbnails. It's, I mean, everybody's using AI thumbnails, which is also for me, like, I have two rules for YouTube videos and like people, unless I'm watching them for like a specific purpose or something. If you have an AI thumbnail or you have like AI voice or something, I'm out, like, instantly. The other one is if someone is holding a mic that is not a handheld mic, like I can't. If you're holding like a fucking lav mic or something, like, yeah, I understand it's hard to do things with your hands, but then do this, just cut off, just be a talking head, and then your hands don't have to be there, and then you can still do things with your fucking hands. But yeah, my two pet peeves with videos, that and stock footage, like too much stock footage in MI. Just like, I always love that in some videos of like they're just like, and then money exchanged hands between this part, and then there's like some stock footage with two people in a suit putting money into each other's hands and stuff. It's just like, oh, thank you for showing me what the oh, people, oh, those are people, oh, money being put into each other. It's just I can't. Too much stock footage and I'm out. It's just, especially those kind of things of like, they're talking about a boat and then it shows a boat. It's just like, what did you just cut to a boat? And then especially as well, if there's underneath it, not the actual boat. It's like, fuck is wrong with you people? Just gotta have images, right? And just ignore predator if you don't want to grind for it. That's asking to not play the end game. Like, if this is the new end game, this is the planned future of the game. Saying don't partake in the planned future of the game is just, okay, sure. But then what does that even mean? What does that even mean at that point? Because that means leaving. That means, why are you here if you're not playing? Right? The tippity top of the play is always the goal, right? Like, everybody's always chasing, the highest gear, the highest weapons, stuff like that. That's the point of the game. When you say, hey, don't care about this because it won't affect you, it will. Because even if I don't have it, if I join a countdown and 7 other people have it, oh, just get carried? Like, really? That's right? Like, when we group, I have a standing rule of against, like, the tournament. Like, generally, if someone is running the tournament, I'll ask them, hey, could you not, unless, like, we need it for something, or we're doing just super hard grind, and it's just, like, easier that way. But most of the time, we're just doing missions and stuff, just, hey, don't run the tournament, then that makes it less fun for the rest. Then most people are like, oh, yeah, for sure. And most of the time as well, it's just, like, they haven't heard that before. What, I'm going to go ask them, don't play, because the tournament is one talent and one style of build. Oh, don't run your prototype OD gear? because also like when you don't have the tournament, even if you want to still keep sniping, you swap to one exotic or something. What? Okay, but all my gear is prototype because I played the shit ton of this game mode. Well, not this game mode because you wouldn't get it there, but I grinded out my heart for right. Like the disconnect there of like the implications of actually saying that, not just saying it, because what that is all lives matter as a response to Black Lives Matter. Like it's that level of a thing, right? Like it's just like a response of like bred into people of just like, oh, I've heard this said, it makes some sense, I can repeat it. But the implications of it are way more than just that simple sentence. Because when people, when people say all lives matter, it's not as a response of like, hey, no, I believe that all lives matter, including black. No, they mean I'm a racist piece of shit, and I don't want to admit it, but I'm gonna dog whistle my point across. So that's all that means. I hope maybe we shouldn't have brought that up. We'll see if I'm about to. We have someone that is on that part, but I would think most of my community would not be on on that side of the fence. One piece of bread, no, it's a full set, and yeah, once you have one, that's also the thing. Like, just once you have it, like, why would you self nerf, right? Like, why would you self nerf? Because I self nerf sometimes. Like, literally, I have a self nerf here. 11. I can self nerf the fuck out of myself, and on main account I have purple gear. Who the fuck wants to play with me? If this is what I'm running though? Right? Like that's part of the point. Like, yeah, I want to still be part of the community. I want to continue doing challenge runs or the community runs with like Toasty and Prime, and where we like go and help people get the gear. We're all going to be running prototype gear because why the fuck not, right? Unless we want to self nerf. But if I'm self nerfing all the time, like that's not the point. Like the self nerf only also works if that's like a level below stuff. When that's just the level that you're expecting, that doesn't work. So, yeah, it's just misguided in all ways. Yeah, let me catch up. We need to finish this video. It's also getting like 4 o'clock at night here. Because self-exclusion is not an acceptable answer here. Like, that's self-exclusion from the game. I can get the rules, but myself will do whatever they want. Yeah. But then, now let your voices be heard. Like, now that's out. Because it's also like the part where I threw the ETF under the bus, that was only about the super broken loot system that this is, and the ideas of no recalibration and no target loot. Like, I can't imagine, like, not even like the full idea of it. Okay, just like, yeah. And if the numbers don't increase, they'll stop borrowing money. And the thing is, you're much more likely to see a decrease in money. Shifts in MMOs have mostly failed. Shifts in like a game that is already kind of out, and especially if it's already appreciated in some ways. The only one that comes to mind in like the last 15 years that I've kind of heard about is Final Fantasy 14. 15? 14. Whichever one is the MMO. 14. But that one was universally hated until it got fixed up. Like, I remember Cataclysm in WoW, the expansion, and like how many people got mad and jumped out, especially as well Pandaria even before that even. Hell, I remember back to Star Wars Galaxies and combat upgrade and new game experience. Two big, humongous, like, oh, we're gonna now cater to somebody else kind of deals. The thing is, at the end of the day, there's a 5-year buildup of people here. You're throwing that away to chase new people. New people and entering into the fold where you're not, you know, where it isn't your niche. It's like a heavily catered area of it. Division being on this side of the choice of, do we go for resources or do we go for heavy RNG? Division going into heavy resources is rare. Like, this is that's what we talk about when we talk about the itch that Division scratches, and no other game does it. It's half is the shooting, the other half is that it's more resource based than loot RNG based. It's fake news indeed. It's actually a buff. Actually, that's a real prototype gear. The real prototype gear was the 511 we made along the way. Was there a desire to it's not squirrel. Yeah. Taking a bash, yeah. Yeah, Star Wars Galaxies was a. I mean, you still can. There's actually emulation servers and stuff. Hell, we might even at some point visit it. But either way, I've been meaning to at some point figure one of those out and kind of mess around with it and maybe make a video on it. I feel it was a game that was likely 20 years ahead of its time. And had some ideas that would be quite interesting to see how they would work out now. Thing is, though, I'm willing to bet the likelihood of, you know, the people that are into the shinies, they're into the shinies. They're usually, well, I mean, I shouldn't, you know what I mean. I shouldn't talk about all the people as if they're the same person, but likely is younger, has less disposable income, has less money to spend and waste on video games. I feel likely one of the main reasons the Division is doing well, and I'm gonna guess like the apparels and stuff like sell very well and such, is a much older player base that is content in just supporting something that they enjoy. For large part. Yeah. All depends, like, I don't know. Like, it depends on, yeah, if you're on the loot RNG side or on the, because I could see it going either way, for instance. Thing is, if it kind of stays as is, I'm already kind of, yeah, we'll see what 1st April. I've actually recorded like 2 segments already for it, man. Because affecting build diversity, I feel. Yeah, there's also like inherently build diversity is getting hit here. Like who's upgrading something except strikers, except for if it's for me, like just for like posting it on. Like I might do that 511 set just to post it on like Reddit or something for some karma, just for some laughs. But I wouldn't because it's too expensive. But. From start, the game and keep playing the game. Exactly. It's kind of betraying the people it already has just to chase new people, which historically has never worked out for any video game. But yeah, usually that doesn't happen except if it's like a games as a service kind of thing, MMOs or ARPGs or this, for instance. Oh yeah, the game's been out for a while. 100K is though well doable. Like there are, but yeah, it depends. One of the things you can always do is inspect them and see how many hours they've played. Like honestly, 100K with like 14K hours, that's doable. Gonna have stash space. We'll have to see. I know exactly. A game trying to be for everyone usually ends up being for no one.
In mind the augments you want to try and things like that, you've got them leveled up. The grind kind of needs to stop there. We should be in a position where we can switch and change augments without having to regrind it. How augments work right now is once you put an augment on a prototype piece, you're going to level it up to level 10 to get the full benefit. And if I want to change that augment, because I might get it wrong, I might think I want to take this on with 3 of this augment and 3 of that augment, but then when I test it, it's not working. So what I actually want to do is change some of the augments. How it stands now is when I change it, I've got to level it all back up again, and that's pretty much a grind to get it all the way back to 10. Rather than what I think it should be is I should be able to at that point just change the augment and go at it again, because that's part of the challenging content. You want to adapt, you want to overcome it, right? And it kind of prevents you from doing that with the current system. So that's my biggest issue with the prototype gear, and I'd like to see changes there around the augments and the leveling system on it. I don't know how they do that. A few suggestions for me would be, do you need to level it all at that point? You've grinded for the prototype gear. Do you have to level it up? Can you just have access to augments, have a cost to reroll, and once you've rerolled them, you just get the max value? But I do see what they're doing with it. Once you've got the prototype, you've got to use it to improve it. And if you're going to do that, then well, let us improve it. But once we've improved it, make it so it's like you're leveling up the prototype piece. If you get the prototype piece to level 10, it doesn't matter what augment you put on there, you're going to be max level all the time. That would be something else that they can do. That's my biggest problem with it was. Other than that, though, again, that's surely something that they can tweak. That might not be something they could do for launch, though. That's probably something they could tweak down the line for sure. I think that does need tweaking. But that's pretty much it for me for the prototype gear and Escalation.
80 hours. Yeah. The thing generally to like see if people are, legit or not. But even then, like, they could have just left their PC running. But yeah, dividing XP that they have, or SHD level by hours played. That puts that guy at like 6. Like if we round up 5 something, right? 5 and a bit. 5 SHD per level on average. That's that guy's just played a lot, most likely. Maybe done some stuff, but we're talking about the videos people playing reasons. Some other people have nothing to do with the core. Them just jumping into they just see people playing their game, and for instance, Bearsy especially, it jumps into everybody's stream. I've seen him be on people's stream that are likely blocked by every other streamer on the division because they are view botting. Like there's a lot of people view botting, and I saw because generally as well they're not getting gift subs and stuff like that. I've seen Bearsy show up on like 6 people as having gifted some subs to someone that is very much on my block list and everybody else's block list because they are view botting. And some of them blatantly, to a degree that you're like, Because sometimes it's just a view count that's not like clear that they're view botting, but sometimes they have like just a random ramble of chat going on, like just every 1 minute there is just one bot going like, oh, that was cool. Oh, hope you're doing okay. Hey, how are you doing? Just completely non sequitur stuff to what the stream is. Yeah. That's also what they should be doing. Like they should just go check everybody out. I'm just always used to it, and yeah, otherwise we'll be here all day. I mostly watch videos on 2 times. Improvise here. Jeez, below 0. Oh yeah, it's also just end of a season stuff anyway, and it's another global event we've had before. Just 4 apart, wait for what the devs are gonna say, and just maybe take a break. I'm gonna spend some time this week in Div 1 for myself as well. No one ever chatting. Exactly. The most beautiful one is like there's a guy like with 100, and then his chat is set to subscriber only mode. A setting that, you know, is only used for a very obvious reason. Oh yeah, Merc, yeah, is one of those. That other dude that was in here, I don't know who was around then that saw it, but the other dude that was like, hey, you have me blocked. Why do you have me blocked? And I was going like, you know why I have you blocked. Yeah. And our guy has actually had that random chat, which is just like, even if you're gonna buy views, just don't do that one. Don't buy the option with like fake chat because it's so fake. Stuff, yeah. Hi, I'm Akia, and I'm here to show you how to. And for today's video, we're gonna bake cookies. Start with some flour. For no particular reason, indeed. Olivia. They just want, you know, they just want it, like, they think, well, I can't speak for all of them, but I can totally see, like, going like, oh, I'll use this as, like, some of the bigger streamers have had that. Like, they'll use it, oh, like, oh, I'll do this, and then I'll get popular by other stuff, but the thing is, you won't, because it's people aren't stupid. People will figure it out. The word will spread. Once you like completely break trust, there's no like easy way of coming back. Cooking, indeed. We're just everybody grab your spatulas. Let's go to the kitchen. Let's cook this undercooked steak. It's mooing at me. It's going moo. Just off screen. I've been told it's steak though. Pretty sure it's steak. My decision for myself is just if that's what you mean. If the game, if BTS is implemented as is into the main game, I'm taking at least the season sabbatical. I like that word, actually. Somebody used it earlier. I'm stealing it for this, indeed. And then we decide after that, and then. But any like recalibration, targeted loot, any of those kind of things could entice me to at least partake. The more chances, and you know what? If it goes in, we'll load into the game. I'll grab my Lexington. If it rolls DTOC, we'll stay. If it doesn't roll DTOC, you know, if they, for instance, put recalibration and stuff like that in, like something to at least like show that they care, or target loot. But the thing that would actually appease me, and I hope a lot of other people, or because that would be just keeping the same system, is just keep the augments, lose the stats. That's why that's the hashtag. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, if they put for each thing that they put in, like targeted or recalibration, I'll re-roll, or we'll take a Lexington at 30. I'll roll it. Depending on how many things they add, we'll pick a number. If we get like 1 or 2 out of like, you know, if it's like 6 things they did talk on, you know, 2 out of 6. If 2 out of 6 are then DTOC, I'll stay. We'll make it full RNG for ourselves. And otherwise, really, it'll be an interesting stream. Or we just reroll 1 Lexington and just, hey, if it's DTOC, sure. If it isn't, then insta leave. There. We put it in the hands of the same RNG that is deciding everything else. Right, yeah. Agreed at the release. Although for me, the only thing that actually will make me like happy to stay is just don't do the gear reset. Basically, just lose the whole stats and locks and everything. Just throw that out. Just put an augment on it. Balance the thingy around this gear. Don't do level 50 gear. Yeah. So yeah, you get to take a sabbatical to become a prof at the campus. Yeah, just well, I would go more to Castle, just hang with Wally, hang with Birdie. Punch Vikram in his face. That's fun. Exactly. But yeah, not everybody is yeah of the same mind. Some people are just want to be perceived in a certain way, not actually do the work for it. Like, but yeah, it's always gonna be whatever system you have. Some people will try to cheat it, but when they do it as blatantly as a few people in the Div 2 category, yeah, it's instead of this, yeah. Although they have kind of hinted at that they're kind of working on that kind of stuff maybe in the future, but yeah. I mean, the issue is as well, now they're creating even more problems for themselves because they're breaking the interbalance of things as well. Because now, actually, one of the things, like, we haven't even discussed much here, like, I did my Reddit thing, like, yeah, Strikers OD Heartbreaker, separate multipliers. They become a little bit better than builds feeding in the stats, but also everybody's going like, oh, I'm going to take my Lexington with Killer and upgrade it. Is Killer still going to be actually the better choice? Or Crit is going up a lot. Is Ranger maybe not better here? Because also, yeah, Streamline is going to have the same because effectively we're getting, 3 extra rolls of Crit if one's maxed out and stuff. Like, like what Andrew. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the point. We'll just use it as an excuse. Star Citizen. I've never been too interested in it. It just doesn't seem to be enough of a game. Like, it seems to go for a world, and those kind of games I'm never too interested in. I'm not social enough for those kind of games. Those games rely way too much on kind of that kind of stuff. And also, I don't feel like, for me, that they've broken even more trust than any other dev. I do own Star Citizen already. I've dabbled in it here and there. But not for long, usually. There's usually a thing that pisses me off to a degree that I just leave. I just uninstall and yeah. GTA 6 coming out. Although, well, that's not the same. Like, GTA 6 will come and go. For the coverage, the basic customer, yeah. But then also, like, if there is recalibration and optimization in a year, like, the people they're now wanting to cater to, you're betraying them. Like in the future, it's just like, what are we? Just dance with the one that brought you, okay? Just would you like to know more? Scam PvP. Yeah, especially with this as well, like saying you don't need it for the rest of the game. No, but that's the plan. The plan is that you need this for the rest of the game. And also, that's not the issue. It's a fundamental, I don't agree with the direction of the game moving forward. That doesn't stay in that game mode. That doesn't stay just contained. Like, no, people can run that gear, and people can run that gear everywhere. And even as just the direction of going to that RNG loot side instead of the looting resources side is just like a disconnect, you know. Yeah.
This is something I've been craving personally. I've wanted a new challenge. So this is where when we collide as a community and we all want different things. I'm part of the community that really wanted a bigger challenge, and I love the grind. I know I've been grinding
Nobody's against this. Like, nobody gives a shit about escalation to like be like, this shouldn't be the direction. I feel that this is because I've seen multiple people, like I've seen Rogold also do this or included in there. Escalation is a separate thing. Escalation is not part of this discussion at all. You could talk about its merits and its issues and stuff like that, and none of that is tied to prototype. The only thing is like, yeah, how it's balanced now, it requires prototype. That's a balancing. Like, that's literally fiddling with numbers, because it doesn't change anything about the modifiers and stuff either. Like, it only changes about like, hey, how much damage do you do? And then, because it's not like you're going to tank it anyway, so blue core's like, it's really at blacklister level incoming damage. So it's just about like extra damage. Hey, put that number a little lower and we just stay over here. Right? Like the escalation is not part of this issue.
It's a big part of it for me. I like the grind. So the fact that there's a grind coming back to it with more challenging content.
That is the thing though. They're including it like as if the grind part of this is like an argument against escalation. No, escalation could be with or without a grind attached to it. It doesn't need it. Like, the idea that something needs a reward to be played is like so misguided. I feel like the mode itself should have rewards, but you could, if it had just exotic rewards at the end of it, or it gave you, I don't know, at tier 10, if you completed it, you would get 1 expertise level. That way as well, right? Like, it would just give you random stats into like all of the things, because also how you're completing it with at tier 10 or something. But let's say at tier 5, if you complete a run, 1 item becomes proficient randomly, stuff like that. Like, you can have so many different rewards than this. You can separate these things. These aren't. This isn't the Siamese twin. Escalation has no part in this discussion.
It hits the nail on the head for me, and it's just about balancing it more than anything, and I'll be happy. The last thing I'd want them to do is to make this really easy, where they remove the grind and just basically give us all the power right away. And
easy and grind are 2 separate issues. Easy and grind aren't together.
Just got to be going for escalation tier 10 every week at ease, because if they do that, the content's ruined for me, and they might as well have just not even bothered. So it is a balancing act. They've got to take all feedback into consideration, and this is my feedback. And I do think that with some fine adjustments, they probably answer all of the complaints that I'm seeing from the community about it. You do.
Yeah, no.
You need to think about the time invested, because not everybody gets to play the game all day. We get that. People have real jobs, as I keep on getting told. I get that. Honestly, with the real job comment, there's people that work that get to actually play this game more than I do. I'm not even joking. This is my job. I spend more time making videos and working in Discord than I do getting playing the game, doing things I want to do. It sounds.
That was a sentence. I'm sorry, JC, but that was a sentence.
Crazy, but it's true. And yeah, you got to think about things like
that. That was a point in this video.
It's a huge balancing act, and I think after the PTS, once it's launched, once we get everybody on it and all that feedback, that's when we should be making major changes. I don't want this to turn into a thing.
No, once the bag is released and the Pandora's box, you know, once the dog or the cat is out of the bag, once the Pandora's box has been opened, you can't really shift stuff. Once 5 times XP was in the game, I'm not going to make a point of like, hey, this is a really bad idea. Like, that should have been caught before it was added to the game. So, they'll do it. Yeah, exactly. I fucking, 4 of us, not fully, we also wanted to play together, but 4 of us, a few hours ago, did a mode that we don't really enjoy, realism, for 2 fucking weapons. Right? Yeah, you don't need that much there. This is also the weird thing that I still don't understand about the raids and stuff. Here, let me fix the raid issue for you with the Eagle Bear and stuff not being in there. You have these other rare things, resources from recalibration, SHD watches, broken SHD watches. You can have give you 10 levels, and then also 10 exotic components, and 2 reconstructed caches, and 10 broken watches for a weekly raid. And you get to pick whichever one you want to do. So most people will do Dark Hours. Some people will eventually get sick of Dark Hours and go do Iron Horse. These aren't hard things to fix. You just have to, like, again, random asshole on the internet. I mean, yeah. It's not even like Escalation isn't even part of this discussion at all. Like, Escalation has some issues and stuff, but Prototype is the like my video isn't called Prototype and Escalation. It's called Prototype Weapons and Gear, or Gear and Weapons, or whatever the fuck it's called. Or just, again, resources. That's what this fucking game, like, why do we go and do priority objectives? Resources. Why do we go and, you know, even like farming like stars is basically effectively resources, just because it's a trickle in and then we get to spend it as a whole. And, yeah. No, well, in this video he just has comments. Like, he explained at the start that he basically just doesn't want to have a discussion, which but like I so far I've interacted with GC a few times. I've enjoyed my interactions. I'm not fully on board with like the way he puts out content, but overall, like, he's a net gain for the community, definitely. But you can't do this and not expect like what comes with that. Just then, at that point, just don't make the video. You don't need your opinions out there. Like, sometimes it's great to shut the fuck up. Just go like, nope, not touching that one. Don't give a shit. Don't give a fuck. Bye. But that's also the thing, like, it's not even the 1,000 top dogs. Like, I feel at this point it's like 500 of the top dogs and the 500 other of the top dogs are on either side of this. At least the prototype issue. That's also why, like, every video that I've seen has escalation in it as well. Like, don't even. Like, there's no need. Like, just be honest about it and just talk about prototype. What's that? Grinding? That as well, yeah. But yeah, the solution to that one, bunnies, is you won't. Let me tell you now, you won't. So that's fine then. But yeah, they'll make the grind heavy.
Like the old seasonal characters turn into. Again, something that I was interested in seeing, and we never even got to see. I don't think that will happen, but the community right now, the backlash on this is like that. And I don't think there's any real need for it. I think we just need to calm down. We just need to treat this for what it is.
No. This is complete. Yes, the backlash is the same. The issue is not. The backlash against seasonal characters was just basically the term seasonal characters and the idea that people had with that. It's the same idea as like talking about fun. When people just go like something is fun, they want you just to think of what you think is fun and just fill that into that void, right? Without actually explaining what the fuck they're talking about. That's always my issue when people go like, "This is fun." It's like, no, the game's fun. Like builds like matter a little bit, but they don't make or break the fun to have severe degree. Like there's nothing more fun about a ninja bike striker than a non-ninja bike striker. The backlash was against seasonal characters. Here, the backlash is against the system that is already kind of presented in full. We know what it's going to be. We know what the results of it's going to be. And now there's backlashes, especially as it's dropped on us like last minute kind of. You can't compare the two per se. Like, yes, both are backlashes. The cause of them is completely different. By just being lucky indeed. That's my biggest issue with this as well. Like we're going from a meritocracy to just, hey, you have 2 stats on that Lexington, I have 1. That makes you better than me. Or, if we were of the same skill level before the patch, after the patch, we're not. They're not shills. I get the feeling of this just because I keep just seeing the repeated ideas over and over again. That is just a bubble. And let's just pop the bubble. The thing is, we didn't know what like seasonal characters, what they were going to be at all, how much they would have mattered, or like there was no functional thing there. Like because even the parts that they explained, there wasn't like the seasonal characters of Diablo or something. But then they, didn't push it further. I would have been interested to at least see the idea, but we didn't get to that point. That's completely different than seeing the full idea and then having a backlash on the realization part of it, not at just the conceptual part of it. Oh yeah, speedrunners as well. Like this like I'm actually maybe check in with like Toasty and stuff and some of the runners and stuff, what their take is on this, because I sure as shit don't think like meritocracy was not important to them or something. I feel like that's the yeah. Yep. Elitist attitude. Yep. Down with the elitists. Power to the people. Yeah. Oh, didn't get season characters? No, that was an idea that got introduced and kind of shut down really hard. By the community. Break the game. But yeah, now 2 speedrunners can't break the game to the same effect, because one got lucky, one didn't. The lucky one got a world record, the unlucky one didn't, because the times between some of the runs is like in the seconds now. 3,000 hours, yeah. Also, you even that, like you won't like how much time you want to spend grinding for the gear instead of practicing the run, right? Like at that point, like why even bother? Unless you got lucky right away. Yeah.
Entering safe area.
Likely because they weren't too sold on the idea, and it was so far away. Thing is, keep in mind the prototype stuff. Like we've known for 5 days, 6 days, 5 days. When was it? Wednesday. 5 days. right? No, well, now 6. we're way into Wednesday or Tuesday. This hasn't like that even that took like a week of, you know, back and forth, and you know, so we're not that far into this yet. Keep in mind as well, a weekend on top of it as well. Like, I'm curious to see what they will say, like because they haven't pushed this, you know, they haven't gone like, we're doing it, at least not yet. We're doing it no matter what is said and stuff like that. Like, that's not the sentiment here. Wait, let me in the background actually just do the thing that I wanted to do. Okay. Just to make sure I claim the rewards. Just make sure the mask got cut. Although the mask, if you don't claim the reward track, it'll go to your stash on next login. Look like exactly. And even though parts, like for me as well, like the initial reaction was like, I don't want just to deal with a character for a season. But then the way that they were presenting it afterwards, and then kind of later on thinking about those kind of things, is they were talking about like the character, you level them up. It's actually, so the realism screen, by the way, just if you hadn't heard this yet, the realism screen was the original setup for seasonal characters. Like that 2-screen setup, that was actually the setup for seasonal characters. So you would, instead of realism there, you would have seasonal character. So you would have them segregated, separated out. They would have the modifiers and stuff, and everybody would start at the start of the season and then push to, you know, max level, grind all up together. And this would actually, like, from an idea perspective, I can totally get why they're going. And then also, like, once the season would end, it would get folded back into your normal characters. Although it would be just one slot available, which was a bad idea. But on the other hand, like, yeah, they can't keep doing, like, but the character would be folded back into, like, a slot in the rest of the characters. So it would then, after the season, that would become a normal character afterwards. And then the way they were explaining it, modifier, new gear sets, new brand set and stuff would be in that season, would only be for the seasonal character, and then would basically get folded back in. Kind of enticing you to do that. One of the things that would solve is you would have a push-up together. So every start of the season, new players could come in. And that was also the thing, like I later talked to a bunch of people that kind of were interested in that idea of just, you know, when they heard seasonal characters, they were excited for it. It's just that they could join the game. At the start of that one season, everybody's leveling up together, right? Like now you have actually somebody to matchmake with. You don't have to just use call for backup. You can have progression together and then reach an end game together. And then, you know, everybody tries to farm or build together. It's kind of like starting a new account, but everybody starts at the same time. You know, new server start or, you know, new server on WoW kind of effect kind of deal. And I would have been all for that because, yeah, it would have been a great way to get people in because people can then learn together. Plus, veterans are in there in the low levels teaching people, and everybody grows together. Like from an idea perspective, it's a beautiful idea. Implementation, that's where it can fall apart. But at least I would have loved to see an implementation of it before you know, nixing it fully. I don't need it, does he? Oh yeah, I'm like way out of my time, but honestly, I'm in the wrong category at this point as well. We're in just chatting. We're fully in just chatting. Yeah, I haven't done well. I don't know if you want to speak publicly on it, but I haven't heard your takes on prototype. I'm gonna assume actually just I would think the speedrunning community in general will not be in favor of breaking meritocracy, right? Like having the same builds on everybody. So yeah. So I just also yeah, just from a stash perspective and stuff. All of this is also. It's Wild Grave, yeah. No, but more just because yeah, this makes it so like, you know, if somebody gets like lucky and gets like 7 good pieces, and you know somebody else doesn't, because yeah, this is like just the imbalance between players. So PoE the seasons, yeah. Although PoE like has a reset at the end of it, right? Or does it bring them back into the fold? Because actually, the bringing them back into the fold, bringing that character to becoming like a real boy or girl, or anything in between. That for me, kind of, because yeah, I've played a little bit of like seasonal characters in like in Diablo and stuff, but yeah, and also just like why even break it to have to fix it? Like that's kind of my take on this. Like, why are we breaking everything to fix it later? Just don't break it. Just don't make this new system, and then you don't have to fix the issues that this system causes. Because it's also not like going from Gear 1.0 to Gear 2.0. Gear 1.0 was broken as fuck. Like it had, like it made sense to do a reset, and then yeah, but like on top of the reset, we got a double reset basically. So, but yeah, why break it? Like we have a perfectly functional endgame gear system at the current time. There's zero reason to really mess with it unless you really want to improve it in some way.
Safe area detected.
Yeah, at least that's the part that they showed. Because also that there, like I could have completely fallen out of it with like implementation issues. But yeah, for instance, for me, I was mildly interested in seasonal characters. And generally as well, like I'm kind of the target demographic for it anyway. Like I make new accounts to go and play the game, and you like I'm most, unless it's like poorly implemented, I'm definitely like partially in that demographic of like that they want to grab. But especially just having it as like a feeder system into the main game and having people kind of flow together, and especially having veterans and new people kind of, you know, mesh together and being pushed together. Yeah. Yeah, the thing was though, like, so the way that they explained that was one of my issues with it, but that could have always been resolved in some way. But then the character that gets brought into the fold, there's only one slot. So at the end of like the next season, you have to decide if you keep the old one from the other old season or the new one. And you only had 5 character slots in total. So actually somebody new starting out would have 5 seasons before they needed to like delete a character. But you had to basically choose of like, do you keep the character that you did in this season at the end of the season by deleting like an old one, or do you let the new one like after the second season, which yeah, definitely wasn't a great idea, but it was an idea. It was better than prototype. Yeah, but discussion that would fizzle itself out. Because that would just fizzle itself out, but then they also like don't get the benefits of it. Also now the one of the issues with that is like you need a different build for escalation now, because that same gear you can't use it outside of escalation because the crit is all wrong. Right, like all of the crit is wrong. So most likely, at least if you got lucky. Maybe if you got super unlucky and none of the crits, like you got all weapon damage, although you would want the course to go up. But yeah, if you had one extra, 9 crit that then becomes a 6 crit when you're not in escalation, that breaks a lot of shit as well. Less, definitely. But yeah, that's why I think like just leave the stats alone. Just don't touch the stats at all. Just don't. Just hashtag leave the stats, or leave the augments, lose the stats. Because I feel at that point they could just make it a descent system of like you upgrades there, but then like that's also not that interesting. Fix it broke, yeah. Don't broke it if it ain't, folks. Oh, and yeah, that's how I know how late I am now. Yeah. How you doing? Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. Oh, and yeah, thanks, Leslie, for the shout out there. Hey, hope you had a great stream. Hope you had some fun. Yeah, we're gonna go directly into ads as well. Perfect timing there. But yeah, welcome in. Yeah, we're discussing, as you might guess, the type prototype. La guerre de prototype. And yeah, the French guerre, not English gear. The war of the prototypes. Prototype never changes. Prototype sure makes me wish for a nuclear winter. Yeah, no, that might be going too far. Yeah. From the free talent thing, like the now replaying Div 1, it's sometimes so random to get the right weapons and stuff. Oh, every once in a while, indeed. Yeah, let me actually get you on everything, because also I missed like what Toasty said earlier. I need to scroll up all the way. I mean, yeah, aesthetics is definitely. Yeah, well. There's 14 to compare. But yeah. I mean, Diablo is also the game that like feeds into that the most, I feel. That's why I brought it up as like the RNG loot based game very much. And thanks again there, a little huge for the raid. Hey, hope you had a great stream actually. And hey, welcome in raiders. We're basically just in chatting mode, so it's very much just us chilling about. We're watching GC Rock's take on prototype stuff. I was gonna just do that. I started 2 hours ago with we still haven't finished it, and I'm on two times speed anyway as well. So as you can guess, we've had just a lot of talking, just a lot of just chatting almost. And indeed, it's normally the other way around, because normally I end way earlier than this, but tonight it'll work out. I'm free tomorrow anyway. And yeah, indeed, very, very late, because it was basically almost 5 o'clock in the morning now, but I'm guessing Vegas. Yeah, I loved. Honestly, one of the things I was thinking is like if we take a break, is just I wouldn't mind going through all of the Elder Scrolls and all of the Fallouts, like all of the Bethesda games, kind of, at least not all of the Fallouts. NG. Indeed. Oh, yeah, let's...
They're testing something new. It's a big change, but it is for the end game, and we need to see it, to test it properly as a whole, not just watching YouTubers like myself and watching streams. You need to try it for yourself. And this is the other thing, when it does come out, it's not something that even I'm going to be able to do right away. I got to go tier 10 on week 1. It's not going to happen. I've got to grind in order to do it, but that's part of the plan. It's giving us people more of a grind. So that's what I'm going to say about Prototype and Escalation. Big thumbs up from me. Balancing needed for sure. Let's get it right, and this is going to be something that hits the spot for sure. I do think that. Apart from that, the only really thing I did was Retaliation.
So
we got retaliation changes coming in the next season, and you can't really go wrong with the changes that they've done, because all they've practically done is add Black Tusk to it, and they've made quality of life changes. So if you like retaliation now, you're going to like retaliation then. You can now charge up to 3 retaliations. You can do 3 back to back, which I think is pretty good. Black Tusk is fun to go against in retaliation, and they've added loads of new blueprints to Black Tusk. You can now get like the Eagle Bearer blueprint, you can get the Ravenous blueprint, you can get the Master Mission blueprint. So basically giving them out now.
Just bringing that as if it's not also somewhat controversial. It's like kind of completely like snowed under the rest, but yeah, that even that is a little. And honestly, I would say more that like I've seen a lot of chatter about the season items, like the master items, being in there, being something at least worth discussing. Kind of, a lot of people are just kind of fine with it. The only thing I also kind of feel is like, yeah, just keep maybe be a month, be a season behind maybe with. But even then, that doesn't matter too much. When Whiplash gets given out with the climax, wait like maybe two patches, like that. It's in the halfway through the season, because otherwise, like, why do the master mission if in 2 weeks it's available for free kind of deal idea? But honestly, the thing to me is as well, like, I'll do the master mission without reward. Like that's not needed for that. Yeah. Additional downs. I mean, that's my take on it. Is yeah, keep the augments, lose the stats. That's the hashtag.
You don't need to do that content. There's obviously some opinions about that. I have an opinion about that. I've always been for not giving away the raid exotics and things like that. But at the end of the day, how long we are into the game now, I think this is a very good move. Let people have the weapons and replace the raids with something else. And it has been confirmed they are going to replace the exclusive raid content with something else. So I'm all happy with that. No problem from me whatsoever. The raids are going to eventually get some new exclusive stuff that's permanent, is what I read from Bersey.
No, it's gonna get new exclusive stuff that is then over time then. Unless it's just, rewards that already exist in other places. But yeah, my take on this would be just put reconstructed caches there, put SHD watches there, put 10 exotic components and like 5 levels. Make that a weekly project for one of the raids and just see what happens. People are fucking doing the DZ. Like, I know PvE players that go do the DZ things as long as there's no like kill enemy rogues. If the daily or the weekly doesn't have that, but just has do landmarks and do a few extractions, they'll go and do it. It's not a yeah. Be freed, yeah. Finally, he'll. Although no, you did get it right. It was weird though that they started, because actually somebody pointed that out in that comment section, is that. The Eagle Bearer wasn't in the DZ for 4 years. Hasn't been in the DZ for 4 years, because yeah, that's like 2.5 years. So they started a year and a half early. So they had a head start.
Chat, and it's kind of what Yannick said in the stream as well. So that might not be from next season, might be something we need to wait for, but it is coming. Happy with that. Retaliation change is really good. And if you didn't see my video the other day, we're going to be getting descent comms in Retaliation as well, which was quite a good surprise. A lot of people complain about the descent comms. From speaking to people, they don't like descent, but they want them. They want all the comms, and they can't be playing descent to get them. You can now get them through Retaliation as well. So some huge quality of life changes to Retaliation, and I don't think anybody can really complain about what's coming with that. I think that's just good work. We didn't really get anything else, so like in terms of classified assignments that are coming in the new season or anything like that. We didn't get to test those out at all. The only other thing that I could have tested out was a new gear and things that are coming. But like I said, I was just so focused on Escalation because I was so excited by it. We spent a whole weekend playing it. You might have watched the streams. It was absolutely challenging. It was far more challenging than I expected, and yeah, it was.
I love how like 4 apart, because a few people have actually like gone like, wait, I didn't check the gear because I was expecting you to check. I just like, no, there's no promise in there that I'm going to check the gear. Like if a PTS pisses me off enough, I'm out. But yeah, so at this point, I feel outside of like a little bit of testing, barely anybody tested by like a lot of stuff that you would normally kind of test with, which is just kind of weird. I mean, I'll take it as like a compliment that they trusted me so much, but then also like don't trust just one person to do it. What if I was just like hit by a truck or something? James Allaire. Oh yeah, they deserved it. And also drives engagement. I've actually been for once, I was like, you know what? Let's actually drive engagement here a little bit and engage with the trolls. That worked out, kind of, actually, because engagement turns out that it drives the algorithm. Who knew? I mean, I knew, but I don't want to be that guy. Yeah. This is bad. I've been grinding in the DZ ever since, like, just ever since it came out in Iron Horse. Yeah. You know what you should have been doing? You should have been grinding EB in Div 1. I mean, basically Liberator, right? I mean, you just get Phoenix credits and get it. But I've been grinding everybody. No, you can just buy it for Phoenix credits.
It's good. It was great fun. I can't wait for the new season. I'm just a little bit nervous about how much dumbed down it's going to be, because everybody that, you know, is still going for the journey wants to be able to do tier 10 from day one. So it depends how it releases. I hope they keep it challenging. I hope they find a very good balance. I am excited.
Again, this idea that prototype and escalation are intertwined is completely misguided. Like, there is nothing, like, you can think that, but they're completely separate things. You can address one without addressing the other.
I think it's going to be great. I just wish that we could just all, like, get along and give feedback in respect of other people's opinions. I like to think I respect yours, but here we are making a video. I've got to turn off comments, because if I don't, you're just going to...
Saying that sentence and then saying this, like, I'm sorry, like, anything except that is unacceptable. You might as well, like, this has a pretty high dislike rate. This button doesn't actually exist here. This button is only here if you have, like, a plugin installed.
Tell me how I can't have an opinion on only your opinion.
Which is like 0.1% maybe of, like, people in thingy. Wait, what happened? Yeah.
So again, if anybody wants to discuss this with me, DMs on Discord. I'm happy to discuss and share more feedback. I have shared every bit of feedback that I've mentioned in this video today to the team. That's what we do. We play the PTS, we play, give feedback. I've done that. I've shared a lot of your feedback as well. We've got some this is only like the minority where I've got to turn off comments. And many of you do just discuss things properly, and we've had some good discussions over the weekend, and I think we came up with a good bit of feedback to give the team. So that was our job this weekend. We got it done. Thank you for those who jumped in and did that with me. It was good fun. I'm a little bit exhausted now because of everything else, so I'm going to take some time off today. I'm just going to chill and play Marathon. I'm going to be back live tomorrow, back on the main game, and we're not going to talk PTS now until the new season. Not at all. We're not going to talk the new season now until it just lands. I'm very excited by it. We're going to have the Division Resurgence first on the 31st, and then we go straight into the new season after that. I believe it shouldn't be too long after. But yeah, I'd normally say at this point, comment down below if you have anything to add, but feel free to reach out to me. I think in our Discord we're having some good adult conversations. Come and have a discussion there. And yeah, thanks for watching. Until the next video, until the next...
Combining, like, just having those things to combine is like, to me, is either misguided or disingenuous. In the case of GC, I think it's misguided, but those two things aren't linked. Like Escalation doesn't need prototype gear. Prototype gear doesn't need Escalation. Like, you could have either of those things separately work out the way that they were. GC is kind of fine. Like, out of the people that make div content, like, because you know, I haven't interacted too much, but at least it's, you know, not it's not a high bar, but you know, at least it's not the Kami or someone like that. I haven't even actually looked at what they have to say, but I don't think they'll have anything intelligent to add to the conversation anyway. Yeah. Yeah, especially like disabling comments is just like, especially as well, like honestly, underneath my video, all of the people that are kind of talking shit, I mean, I can kind of like, I maybe shouldn't, but we'll do this. Actually, let me see if there's anybody in there. like all the people talking shit. So this is the comment backend for like me. So usually I'm going through it like this and reading my newest. That's also why I see everybody's thing. And then when shit talkers come, they go here. And then usually as well, but most of the time, like unless they're really bad, because actually the hidden ones usually go like they need to be really bad. So for instance here, yeah, they used the R word that's inherently like banned in my chat anyway. And yeah, so, but yeah, their comment doesn't go through. Like, you know, like when they talk about this shit, like this comment didn't go through until I confirm it. And most of the shit talkers that are that you have seen, I've let it go through, because usually I don't. I usually just clean this out like once a week, usually, and just don't care. This time I kind of engaged with them just for the engagement, but yeah, you can have your commenter section turned on, and like all the shit talkers are gonna end up in there. Like there is no like I need to protect myself kind of deal. Like no, you can't have a conversation like that. Like and then not expect the backlash to be not even about prototype at that point, but about that. But yeah, the interconnect, like trying to merge prototype and saying prototype is fine and minor adjustments, no. But also it misses the concept idea. Like again, like the lady that in my game, you're giving up build uniformity and you're giving up the basically resource loot grind and going towards an RNG loot grind. Both of these again have systems of the other inside of them. Like even in our resource loot heavy game that we have, we still have, you know, again, like go farm overdogs. It'll take you a bit, especially as a new player. I can go craft it, but that's also the thing. I can just go craft it. That is the resource part of it. You know, we have the blueprint, we have resources. I can just craft it once I'm deep enough into the game. Trying to now shift that back to being a loot game just for appeasing that side of the people that want that, you're not changing anything. It doesn't stay the same for this side of the crowd. You're just going like, okay, no, friendship ended with resource loot people. RNG loot people are my friend now, and then not expect a backlash against that. Like this backlash not being expected is to me like the weirdest thing. Like this is like the most obvious backlash. Like I got to see the seasonal characters because they should have just, for instance, with seasonal characters, they should have just like not called it seasonal characters because that has an inference. Because my first reaction to it was also like, no, I don't. But then when they started explaining of like, okay, the character gets pulled into the, you know, after the season, the character becomes a real character. All of the loot stays, the SSG level gets rolled into the main accounts one, stuff like that. All of that is like, okay, it's not Diablo's seasonal system that I'm not that interested in. You know what? Someone was talking about Ox having a video on this, but is that this? Because this doesn't seem like even aware of there being a controversy, at least on the title. Also, not that I'm that interested in watching anything from Tox, but and also, yeah, this seems to be more again talking about escalation, so zero interest in that. Yeah, let me catch up here. I also, yeah, actually I was gonna spend my stars. Not that you need to, it does carry over, but just to be safe. Like I don't even have that many, but let's take 2 extra caches. Also, just to make sure. This
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Wait. What's wrong with people? Like going from I see people, I shoot people to like I see people, I invite them is and thank you so much there, Wall Street. So gold stake. I did. And yeah, his stake is just from a different perspective. Although again, kind of rolling it into actually, like I was watching a bunch of people's takes. I don't know. But yeah, he wants that RNG loot site. Like, and then to me that's like, okay, but you're asking for change of the game. Do we do the dumb thing and watch that too? And then draw on that? I'm awake now anyway. No, not later. The thing is also like for the people that want that loot RNG site, this isn't for them in the long run either. It's just like, okay, so for the next year, the game is for them. And then optimization or retaliation and blueprints and stuff will be back, and we're back to like time is a flat circle. Like what? Like, so you're gonna now cater to them, now cater to that, loot RNG side, drop the resource loot side, and then slowly go back onto the like. Nobody's gonna be happy. This is the worst of both worlds. I mean, yeah. Although some insults, like, sure. The funnier thing is mostly like people that just like aren't there. I've banned a few people already from the Discord that's like start and it's just my opinion and you can't change my opinion. It's just like if it no. First of all, your opinion needs to be holy hell. Wait. Leave people alone, dude. Fuck. As I was saying, yeah. First of all, your opinion needs to be based upon something tangible, something real, something, you can't just have the opinion that the earth is flat. Like, sure, good opinion. Here's my opinion, you're a fucking idiot. And you can't disprove my opinion because I have something to base it on, and that is that you're flat earth. Your opinion of earth being flat is based on, they throw a shit ton of stuff out there, but none of it ever sticks because the earth isn't flat, like very simply. Your opinion needs to be malleable. Like my opinion is always like, I'm always up if I'm talking with someone, even if I disagree with them, even if it's, the worst kind of worst, I'm okay having them like at least seeing what their ideas are on their merits of that itself. Like even a fucking Matt Walsh, like recently had like, a thing that he said to some other idiot, and it's just like, oh, okay, this idiot is calling this idiot even a bigger idiot, and sure, we'll agree with this fucking like racist piece of shit, but yeah, that's the like you always have to. Your opinion needs to be open, otherwise you're just doing rhetoric. You're in a cult. Nails, yeah, I can't stand the AI slap shit. Although all the other, so I don't know anybody that watches him because I don't want to. He always has those tracks on screen, right? And then he has Artist, Tuxedo Bandito. All of those are like he's not actually in a band or something, right? It's just all AI slop, right? It's just all AI slop music, or because I've been wanting to like do research on it, but or is somebody like does he make music? Because I don't think so, because it's like so many different styles that I'm guessing is all AI slop, but I'm not gonna outright accuse him of it without knowing. Mm. I will say the listen. It's funny here, yeah. Yeah, the thing we took away from you, it's back. Just whatever, isn't it? Yeah, because we already have a few good forever grinds. 13 PFE, you know, Langmo pieces, Habsburg pieces. Just for myself, like there's a reason I have a different mod into each gear spot, into each gear. That's my forever grind. Like I still get a dopamine hit every time we get a max stat mod, because although actually at this point, like most of my gear on my characters, at least our main account, is full. But yeah, this is not even a forever grind, because this is like RNG. This is just full on RNG grind. There is no end to it. Like, I mean, that makes it a forever grind, but like this is flat. Well, hate to tell you so, but no. You're flat, the earth is round. And your mama's fat. Yeah, he did indeed. 10 spots for that MG5. Depends what you're running it with. Killer is a good all-rounder, at least for the time being. Measured is a good one, but actually if you're going measured, I would just go to gear shift. Frenzy with Sleipnir, but that's the named version. Overall, just as my general use, I just use Killer. Oh, see you on both sides. Let me actually as well link you to, because overall, I'll link you just to a resource that can help with all of that for in the future as well. I'll link to a recommended weapons list that has a bunch of talents, but situationally other talents. But yeah, that's the recommended weapons and talents list, and as you can guess from the name, it has some recommended talents. There it isn't flat. Yeah, sorry, we should have brought you up. We taught you wrong on purpose, Dusty. We on purpose taught you just as a joke. Don't worry about it. We taught him wrong on purpose. Yeah. And the thing is also, like, the people that are on the RNG loot side of the fence, like, there is so many games for that. Like, go play Ark. Like, Ark is, I feel like Division 2, but then for the RNG loot side, right? Like, with a little bit of a resource in there, but or go play a full-on, like, go play WoW or any of those. Although I haven't played WoW in forever, I'm not sure, actually, what their systems are now, but that will always cater to, like, the RNG loot side. Yeah, get your hand up. Most people with the gears in this. Thing is, the middle ground is usually, like, it's dangerous of a concept, because some people will, on purpose, you know, take 2 steps back, and now the middle ground is, like, you know, shifted. So the truth being in the middle is only true if both sides are in good faith, and so many times that's not the case. What's a movement on headshot? Just 4 years, yeah, I can imagine. For instance, yeah, that would be, like, that's very much RNG loot grind that we do have in this game. So, yeah. Now, actually, the dark zone is dark. That's where it gets its name from. Because dark matter, it just doesn't actually tangibly exist. Yeah, so need to be changed how it is right now. Yeah. Although the basic of it is, like, it's a choice. They're at the Rubicon. Do you cross it or don't you? That's up to them now. I think you know, yeah. Yeah, let's actually, yeah, fuck it, right? But fuck it. Because I don't actually remember these stakes anymore, like everybody's, well, I already see my decision there. Yeah.
Hey everyone, Rogue Gold here. Welcome back to the
Gonna
Division
do
2.
two times
Now
speedy
that
as well,
the
yes.
public test server for Year 8 Season 1 has been up and running, people have had time to dive into arguably the two biggest additions and features coming with the new season, that being the new Escalation mode and Prototype gear. There is a lot of discourse going around about these two things. If you do not frequent...
No, there isn't a lot of discourse going about these two things. Now I remember this video. This is like also this one again of like merging Escalation and Prototype into a singular thing, because Escalation doesn't have that issue. It's like taking, you know, oh, we'll, you know, hey, we want to have this, you know, this is what they do with when appropriations, especially like when they want to do like budgeting and stuff. Okay, you know, oh, we want to have a war, but also, okay, we'll feed some babies, right? And then we'll put it in the same bar. Oh, you want to be against this? Oh, you're against feeding babies? You're against feeding babies? No, I'm against the war, right? Like this is that. Like, these two things are not merged. Escalation and Prototype gear are not merged. Prototype gear is the only issue at hand here. Here's an hours left. Yeah, I've been already going for 7, so let's not. Also, I feel we're just turning into every frame a pause kind of deal, which let's not be. Debate. Yeah, that's also what my video tomorrow is going to be. We're gonna my thing is going to be like, I feel I already made the point clear, but I didn't just outright state it. So let's outright state it, and see which way to go.
Reddit or Discord, there are people up in arms right now about what...
Actually, even as well, like from a loot system, the current implementation, Escalation is not the way to get Prototype at all. Like Prototype, you want to use it in there, but that's about it. Like you need the resource by drops and stuff.
Is being added to the game with these, which I think is too bad. And please understand, I'm saying that without the context of what these two things are. We will be diving into and discussing all of the criticism, but purely from a fundamental level, having higher difficulty challenges in the game and having something new and worthwhile to actually chase for once have been two of my biggest wishes as a Division 2 player for a long time. So I think it is unfortunate to see the volatility that these proposals
One
have.
of those is Escalation, one of those is Prototype. The two things that you want, the extra challenge side, nobody has an issue per se with the core of Escalation. Like there is some issues there, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, nothing that I've said is about Escalation. Nothing that most other people have said is about Escalation. The merging of the two is just because the two modes in their minds is intertwined, just because that's likely how it was delivered originally to them. But that weren't delivered directly, right? Like, weren't you in the ATF? I wouldn't want to be. So there's many times like I like eating. I don't want to be a cook. I'm the what's it called, like food critic kind of thing. The cooking, leave that to somebody else. I'm here for the eating. Plus also I don't think ETF and stuff, like I have better stuff to do with my time. Also, I know already, like later on as well, just like my feedback is going to reach them through proxies, right? And I don't want to deal with an NDA at all, like in any form, like not even like, oh, I want to be able to tell the truth and stuff. No, I just don't want to like deal with the NDA at all, like not for something like this. Especially if I don't need to, like there's no need for me to. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. And also, yeah, I don't want to be on the cooking end. I want to be on the eating. Like, that even more. Just because, you know, somebody likes food is not that they want to be a cook. Some do, some will, but some are also just fine getting fat like me, just eating. Just yum, 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 yum. Yeah. At least the comments are on. So, oh, I see literally my name in the first comment here. Yeah. Yeah.
As a community, our collective discussions and ideas can help shape these things to a point where they are going to be more universally accepted. We'll see. Given the nature of all of this, I'm going to give my usual disclaimer that I do whenever we are about to deep dive on some divisive topics. Please keep the comments and discourse down below civil, especially if you're somebody who's wanting to see major change from these systems. I get that name calling and shaming might feel good in the moment, but it gets us no closer to actually proposing ideas and hopefully seeing change enacted to get these things to a better point. So we're going to talk over escalations first, which I think has received much less criticism so far, but we'll cover some of what has been said as well as...
It's funny that like both had to like go into saying this outright. Like I feel even saying it, you kind of prime for an response. Like you're priming people to go be in that fight or flight thing just by just stating this. Like that's why I don't like. I trust that people are smart enough to not be fucking idiots. Like if you're a fucking idiot that is worse than Prototype, like if you're gonna go and like shit talk somebody else and in my name or something, like I already like it will be clear that I despise you more than the thing itself outright, right? So update legendary, making legendary. That's not legendary. Your balance, yeah. I mean, yeah, legendary then needs to get tier system and then eventually, because also when they talk about like, oh, we'll have tier 11 to tier 20 and stuff like that. My dread is so Prototype 2 Electric Boogaloo, like Prototype, you know, an extra, you know, set of stats for that maybe and stuff. Like we're just gonna every year like have a gear reset kind of like, please don't. Like I don't think they like outright do that or something, but there is like that moment of like, oh wait, that system could go this way. Oh. I'll do this one. Yeah, but at least, you know, like priming them in this way is gonna get you that reaction much more likely because sorry, referring to last arc. No, or just arc. What is the full name of arc? Arc survival, yeah. Which is more of a RNG kind of style, looter, shooter kind of thing. Okay, not literally like Diablo. No. Although those three are not, basically that's also the thing. Like, well, no, but it does have the loot RNG, right? Like it does have. It is a different like style of game, but also Diablo, Destiny, and Division, I wouldn't say are all three. Like I would put Diablo and Destiny very much on the RNG loot side of things, and Division very much on the resource side of RNG or resource loot. The territory. Yes, I wish it wasn't, but yeah. Oh, I mean, content is always going to be more limited than just new modes and stuff. Like, just yeah. But that's then also like, yeah, that's the game. Like, there is a point where you've done everything. That's fine. Yeah. I mean, yeah, but that's what I like when tier 11 to 20 kind of was like talked about. I was like, oh wait, but then you kind of, because there is a point where this gear is then also going to be, you know, against the ceiling.
My thoughts. But
Double
now, the time
augments.
we'll dive into all of the discussions surrounding prototype gear. Both of those things will be timestamped down below. But yeah, let's get to it. So Escalations, if you've yet to check out the PTS, is a new system layered atop the game's main missions, which allow you to go up to 10 tiers beyond heroic difficulty, and each tier will increase the enemy's health, armor, and damage. And then as you climb up the tiers, different modifiers get applied to your runs called mutators. There are either global ones that impact the entire mission conditions, or there are specific enemy mutators. I will say, for the most part, I'm really pleased with this new mode. It is exactly the kind of harder challenge that I've wanted from the game for a long time. I know many take issue with the idea that it leans further into the RPG side of things by buffing enemy health and armor. That obviously goes in the complete opposite direction of the recent realism mode that we've had in game. I'm never somebody who's taken issue with the fact that we have human enemies in the division and that does not make sense for, shooting guns into them over and over. But if that's you, this might not gel with you. I totally get that. But the fact that Escalation.
I mean, even like in other games, like I love, yes, maybe just because from a visual realism standpoint, like stabbing a deer 20 times with a sword also was always like, it's just the same, but then with more bullets. It's at its core an RPG as well. This is the vision as though. Diablo, yeah. And then here, especially, yeah, that the discussion is like shifting it from one side to the other to just chase the rainbow. Yeah, I mean, it might work out for them, but it's coming at the cost of, yeah. All over number, yeah.
Does not impact the rest of the game's scaling, for those who are perfectly content with the current difficulty slider.
Oh yeah, this had this in it.
That we have, but it is now there as a separate scaling motor system that allows those of us who have power crept heroic to now finally have an outlet to truly flex our builds. As of the making of this video, I've completed tier 6. I think that is probably about as high as I will be going.
Our builds. Flex our builds. Like I can't even understand saying that sentence. Like, really, your build is doing the run? Most of the time, like, I would consider the skill of the player much more important than the build. Like, just that sentence rubs me really the wrong way.
During the PTS, that's mostly due to the fact that my shade watch is unleveled. I don't have my preferred specialization unlocked. My pieces are not fantastic. So there's a couple of things working against me there. But I'm really looking forward to pushing towards tier 10 on my main account. The nice thing about these, as I think was hinted at on the dev stream, is that this system allows for the addition of further tiers in the future, right? If we continue to power creep and tier 10 becomes too easy, or if it's already too easy for some, there's been discussion of that after the PTS has been played, they could then down the line add tiers 11 to 20, 21 to 30. So it seems very future-proofed in that way, which is great. Upon hearing that though, some people might be gasping right now thinking tier 10 too easy. What I'm watching right now looks incredibly difficult. I'm never making it that high. And look, aside from the health inflation that we mentioned, aside from a few other minor aspects to Escalation, the biggest point of criticism that I've seen for this mode is from people saying, this isn't made for me. And while that might sound harsh to hear, it's correct. The dev said specifically that Escalation is meant for the hardcore audience who has been wanting more difficult challenges within the game for your...
Here again, hardcore. Like, yeah, I get they use it on the stream, but it seems like almost... I get a little bit of dog whistly feel from it, which just... Everybody just keeps using the same terms over. It's just like... Yeah. Well, summer theaters, yeah. And also, the thing is, like, it doesn't need to be impossible. Like, I don't think... See if you disagree, Thursday, but to me, like, tier 10 being, like, hard but doable is actually what I'm after, instead of impossible with, like, current metrics. It needs, because then, like, you just do it, and then next week you come back and you do it again. It's not like a one-time of incursion solo. You just do it one time. Like, you're not going to go repeat it. But the point of this one is to go and repeat it and just be hard enough that you feel that you have to play at your hardest and, like, be sweaty. Right? Like that's what I want out of a challenging system. It doesn't need to be impossible at the highest tier. It just needs to be hard enough that I want to come back for more. And then also, yeah, I don't think more difficulty through modifiers is, yeah, like what you're after, or even me. Like, I'm not per se. Yeah. Okay, already? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, somebody's gonna do tier 10 without proto already. It's almost impossible, and it's just not a... Thing is, your almost impossible is gonna be everybody else's actually impossible for a large part. The thing is, there's just also from a systems perspective, like there is a limit to how far you can push difficulty in Division, because you can't ever have it be beyond the speed that the game already goes at. Like unless you like push up the speed of the game almost, there's just an upper cap to systemically how hard you can make it. Which is already like I've seen some gameplay of you guys on tier 10. It just looks like late game descent and stuff. It's just like well, except everything else is not dying as fast, but so is late game descent. But you know, loop 50 descent and stuff. It's just, you know, whoever gets the shot off first, and it's all about just kind of, because also at that point it becomes just, because that's also the thing to me. I wouldn't have done missions for this. Like I feel something much more random. Like I feel Summit would have been perfect for Escalation. Like maybe that comes in the future, but I feel Summit with more randomness, not predictable outcomes, and where play goes from proactive to reactive. Like I feel that would be much better of a fit for a system like this. But here it's still reactive play, right? Like it's not like they spawn differently. Okay, showing everything. Just want to make sure I read everything. Well, it's more just, you know, they're just using the terminology given to them. It's like also everybody like calling it terminal when it's just prototype max or whatever, you know, max stat. Like we've used that term for always. Like it's only worthwhile when it's a term for a specific thing. Yeah, we call climax missions because the dev called them climax missions, right? But for a thing that we already have a term for, like you don't need terminal. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, what smart person said that? Well, actually, no, I'm suing you for copyright violation. That's what we'll do instead. I want loyalties or royalties on using my lane. That was a bad idea indeed. Oh, the prototype by itself, not per se. Like I'm okay with the augments and stuff. Like I can see wanting that, but yeah, it being a gear reset is to me unacceptable in current states, especially. I mean, there's plenty of people that want this, like Rogue. Actually, he'll explain later. Like there are people that want that, you know, want that RNG loot site more than the resource loot site that we have now. But it's also been this other game for 5 years, and yeah, in year 1 it was that game, but at some point you have to just go like, do I care about myself or do I care about like who's here already? Yeah. Focus on a little bit more rewarding on the way to proto. I mean, they want to make it rare, but there is also a like the current system is just like no other game is this bad. Like you're going from a resource loot site to like the most extreme of RNG loot site if upgrading didn't exist. But then upgrading is the path. Like it'll always be the path of least resistance, right? That we go down. The resistance on on the side of drops is like impossible. Like it's close to impossible. I mean, we've had other gear resets there, but also yeah. Yeah. Some shit we always played, yeah. CBS one, yeah. Oh yeah, their summit is completely different, isn't it? So it's just not mission with that difficulty. No. That's a glamour without. Yeah. But no, that more to say like that term, because otherwise like end of season missions, or we don't have a good term for it, but I feel this terminal thing it just rubs me the wrong way as well. Like it's a max stat for a prototype. It's just like no, it's gear, that's a max stat. If the stat is maxed, I call max stat. That's all. Yeah.
Everyday player who hops on for a few hours per week to play and mess around, many of them will likely never get to the point or feel like they would want to handle anything higher than maybe Escalation Tier 1 or 2. And I think that that's okay. It would be a completely different story if this mode was required for the general game or like seasonal progression, right? If the journey missions were requiring you to climb higher and higher in the tiers, obviously there would then be issues there. But as it stands now, it is there for those who want to seek higher challenges. And this is of course taking aside from the prototype gear aspect of things, but don't worry, we'll cover that next. And so I know that for some it may suck to hear this new major feature and aspect of an update just isn't for you. But hopefully that crowd can recognize that this is not all the Year 8 Season 1 is bringing. We are getting it.
Who has made this point? That's the thing. Like this feels like this just feels like a point, like just arguing against the void or something. Who has made the point that escalation should be for everyone? Like I haven't seen this point at all. Right? Like because if escalation was the only like new mode of the new season, we're also getting retaliation. Everybody's kind of fine with that already. I've not seen one person make this point that is being argued against here. Like it needs to be for everyone. Like sure, somebody likely has, somebody it has, but who actually has with some reach and some shrubbery, yeah. So yeah. I think it's also like the upgrade path being then the only way. Yeah. Wait, has that started already? Or still, yeah. Yes. Yeah, the surge is ending pretty soon. Be sure to spend get some. Actually, have I filled up? I haven't. Because you get double on these. It is truly a double entendre. So just make sure to, if you have it, just hit some of these. As a simple tip on this last one, I've seen people sit here and calculate it for like 2 minutes. Just the split between these two means this is 50% of that. So when I'm here, it's too high. When I'm there, it's too low. Like it needs to be this number, the current value, and the number left needs to like not exceed each other. So that we land on that. And be sure to maybe grab some of that juiciness. Oh, no, this is basically red hair. Well, this is just I'm blanking on the fallacy, the crow thing, the straw man. My mind's just going scarecrow thing. What? Yeah, no, straw man. You're just setting it up just to knock it down. And yeah, yep. Should have leveled to 40. You know what it is? This is the issue. Should have been 37k by now. Yeah. If I was 37k, we wouldn't have gotten prototype. Sorry guys, I messed. I got so hard and got so well. No, what was it? I got so far and got so hard. No, wait, what? I tried so far and got so hard. Yeah, there we go. We get there eventually. It's 5:40. Yeah. The answer is bad, yeah.
Expanded retaliation, content and features, as well as new classified assignments. Those will be playable at whatever lower difficulty you may be accustomed to. Zooming in a bit, though, I just wanted to quickly touch on 2 more specific points of feedback and conversation I've seen around Escalation. The first is regarding the whole token system. Now, if you've not seen or played,
Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, the difficulty nobody gives 2 shits about. Like the token system is. I haven't even. I barely played Escalation, but like the token system has flaws. Basically, I have no idea if that's actually. Yeah. Yeah, no, indeed, it's a park Lincoln. It's actually Central Park. That's actually the Central Park theme song. Shit, I broke NDA. I tried so far and got so hard, but in the end, I got to shoot keener. Kelso had to go because she said it was not safe here. Yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome for that mental thing, yeah. I know, I was expecting da cringe. That's a second point. That's thing is, like, it can be truly hell police. Because I think actually from, like, most of people, like, Rogue wants this side of the fence. And the thing is, though, that I feel like you're not really understanding where the rest of the player base is at that point. Studio, yeah. Record release, yeah. It's out there somewhere over the rainbow.
You must wager a certain number of escalation tokens. You then earn a higher number of tokens back when you complete the mission, letting you then move on to your next run. But if you lose or die, that then causes you to lose whatever you wagered, and you then have to go back to tier 0, which is the current day heroic difficulty, to farm up more. So far, I've seen people making comments like, do we need this? What's the intention? These feel kind of arbitrary or unnecessary. If I had to guess, kind of similar to what we'll touch on next with the timer, I think that these tokens are here more to put intentionality behind your run, right? Escalation is not meant to be something that you log into on day 1, turn it up to tier 10, and then just throw yourself at a wall to see if it breaks. It's designed to be a more natural progression. Have you gauged what tier or challenge your build and player skill can actually handle? The tokens make you take a pause, think before jumping in, and while the added stakes of losing them on each run is kind of fun, I'm pretty indifferent to them. If the devs decided to pull them out entirely, I wouldn't really care. I'm just here for the gameplay of the new mode. On that note, the timer of the mode is then the other aspect that I've seen many people discussing. Currently, every run of Escalation presents you with a 1-hour timer.
You need that
timer.
timer.
That time, then you're good. Yeah. If not, you then fail and lose your tokens. And while I know there are some out there who
the presence
of any timer whatsoever in content causes them too much stress and ruins the experience, I think this is here purely to avoid what we've seen happen in the Division's history before, where given enough time, people will clear content that is far, far above what they can actually handle by cheesing it. Let's say if there was no timer, even if it took somebody like 4 hours, they would sit back as far as they're able to, chuck out max skill tier, max power seeker mines, and slowly but surely clear through tier 10. And so much like the token system, I think the timer is here to enforce intentionality. At 1 hour, you shouldn't have to rush through the mission too hard, but it ensures that at some level you're actually equipped to take on the challenge that you're trying. So personally, I'm fine with it being there. Finally, then there's been much debate on the individual scaling of each tier and the balancing of the different mutators that get applied, especially Hotfoot. I've only reached tier 6, as I said, so I cannot comment on anything beyond that. And so far, I would say things feel okay to me. As with any big new system, the balancing of this will absolutely get tweaked over time. I'm sure by year 8, season 1.1 or 0.2, we'll already probably begin to see some big changes. So just give all the feedback you can about the scaling now and at launch, and I'm sure that things will get dialed into wherever they may be needed as time goes on. All right, with that down.
Yeah, so all of that. So we're 7 minutes into this 28 minutes video. All of that didn't need to be part of like the discussion. There was no discussion on this part. Like this could be a 2-minute like, oh, they need to change the tokens, and yeah, the timer needs to be there. If you didn't know, now you know, because yeah, actually he brought up exactly the point. Like the seeker sit back, seeker spam. Like you can clear legendaries that way. That'll take you forever, but although actually now with ambush, we could likely. Actually, yeah, leveling services and stuff. Well, the eagle got taken away from them, right? So they had to be given something new. Eagle bearers and ravenesses and stuff. Yeah. Now we're gonna take the record and then we're gonna prototype it, and hopefully they'll roll well. You might get like it'll just be the CD, and then it'll be purple, but it's just like 1/3 of the CD because that's the only part that maxed that. It will be like the CD, like the, you know, that circle in the middle, that'll be there all the way around, but then like just 1/3 of the CD. Good luck playing that. I hope your CD player understands what's happening. Yeah, I don't think I'm like, I hate myself enough to check that opinion. Leveling services, yeah. Oh well, not leveling services, but in Division is mostly more for gear and stuff. And the reason everybody likely finds out eventually is that too many creators have sponsorships by them and stuff through the years, and some are unapologetic about it to a degree that is just like, if you ever wondered why Vids was blocked on my channel when he came in and was like, oh, I can't see the streams, like first of all, 2-second Google search just would answer that question, and secondly, you're blocked because you're you.
Let's then move on to the much larger controversy and discussion of prototype gear. Again, if you have not been around on the internet, there is tons of debates going around about this new gear rarity, so this is likely going to take a good minute to get through, so please hang with me. I'm not going to go and recap all of the rules and details involved with prototype and its upgrades, as I'm guessing the majority of you already know that and just want to hear my thoughts on it all, so let's do that. And what I want to first address is that I think there are two glaring issues with this whole discussion, not issues with prototype itself, but with how Division 2 players perceive a change or addition like this. And to be explicitly clear, this is not me defending prototype as it is. What I'm saying is that I don't know if there are any game design changes that Massive or Bucharest could make that would change the way that people approach thinking about these topics. And the first...
Don't do it. You could just not do it. This isn't like, this isn't an force majeure. This isn't a fucking act of God. Like, it's not like just, you know, we need prototype because otherwise, like, you know, climate change is gonna kill us all or something. Like, the fuck is this point? Oh yeah, exactly, which is interesting, but also like I can get like you just you hand that like out like candy, like you should, like that part, like Ubisoft partner means you're a marketing tool, and yes, that's me as a Ubisoft partner saying that. But it's a sacrifice, especially if you want to stream Division, really, because the drops are tight to it. So that's why I didn't have it for the longest of time. I tried to be principled about it, but there was a point of like, there's a reality here. Marketing tool, that as well. Some are even anti-marketing. Oh, and neither Nuber. And yeah, hope you get. No. That's indeed a name I recognize from a while back. What are we watching? Well, the rest of us are packing our bags. Enjoy the empty hall. there is some shum discussion going on around prototype here, and yeah, kind of just watching some other people's take. Tomorrow I'm gonna make another video about it, so we're just gonna, you know, I've seen this one actually already, but I don't remember at all what they said in it. Yeah, it's the juiciest of teas.
Those ideas is that even if it is not required in any way, shape, or form, players will still chase and want to grab all of the best items that are in the game. And what I'm referring to here is that many have brought up that they feel that their progression in the game is being invalidated, and they feel insulted by the introduction of prototype gear when it is going to be immensely hard.
Oh yeah, now I remember. Insulted. There's only one person I've seen so far that has used the term insult, and that's me. So
to chase. However, if you step back and you look at the game as a whole, outside of the new escalation.
Also, I didn't call the reset and anything insulting. Specifically, the insulting part is the implementation of the PTS of the loot drop. That is the insulting part.
In mode, none of the game's scaling or difficulty is changing or being made harder. So, while yes, someone who is currently struggling in challenging difficulty, let's say, could probably suddenly jump up to heroic if they were given a full prototype set. For the endgame audience that already comfortably sits at heroic difficulty, given we realistically power crept past that a long time ago, the builds you use today to easily beat that content will be just as effective once Year 8 Season 1 drops and prototype gear is made available. It will truly only be necessary if you want to push the highest difficulty tiers within Escalation, which as covered earlier in the video is only aimed at the hardcore audience. But that all being said, there are already a number of pushbacks that people have provided about what I just said. The first is, what about PvP, right? If it's active in there, then anybody who wants to
This is not the first point. Because it isn't active in PvP. You don't even need to bring this at this point.
That I really think should have been addressed directly on the PTS dev stream because I think it changes the perspective for many people on prototype gear. So I do think that the ball was majorly dropped on the communication with this. But there is actually a normalization plan in place that will protect, quote unquote, certain areas of content against the power effects of prototype. This is a quote from Alex, the game director, who has shared this statement in a few different places. He says that prototype gear will be brutally normalized in Season 1, whereby the stats are going to be 1x of the prototype range and no augments. The same will be applied to raids and incursions as now to trivialize the content, especially since we want to refresh the rewards for them, and the same for PvP.
This also means still, though, that if you have a prototype gear set and it's your striker, if you want to take that striker into Dark Hours, you now need a different set of striker, or at least a few pieces, because the crit chance is wrong on it. Because if you normalize, the build is not the same anymore. Crit has a cap, crit is a balance, and the balance is shifted, and so there's not even like a full-on solution to anything, but it's at least something. But nobody has brought up PvP in this. Like, it's I hate to break it. I feel bad because I actually know Panda's in the chat there. I see him there. But for the 3 people that play PvP in Division, like, sure, fine. But like, this is not
easy conflict. So, to be clear, as per their words, prototype gear will not work within the Dark Zone, conflict, raids, or incursions. It will have its stats set to the minimum, which is our current maximum, and the new exclusive augments they come with will be completely disabled. Now, to go off on a small tangent, this is one interesting solution to the whole problem, if you will, that people have been raising, and that's to say, why not just extend the normalization of prototype gear to everywhere in the game except for Escalation? You could do it, right? Would it devalue some of...
You know what a better solution is? To normalize it, like, even in Escalation. Just, it doesn't do any sense anywhere. How about we do that?
The allure of this new rarity, sure, but as somebody myself who will be primarily utilizing the new power that prototype offers to push further and further into the Escalation tiers, I'd probably be okay with that. It would just mean that any prototype item you run elsewhere in the game is just a nice shiny min-maxed item. Otherwise, it works exactly the same as an expertise.
Except no, because everywhere else you need a different build. Because the crit is now, again, fucking not the same. Especially, like, if an SMG is running... If you have an SMG... I shouldn't yell. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning. If an SMG is 31 crit chance, or like, how much is it? Whatever it is. Amount crit chance. Why can't my brain do 21 times 1.5? The fuck is wrong with me? 30? Literally 31.5. Instead of 21, you need to change the rest of the build. Your crit is like completely somewhere else now. Like, this is, or you have to run extra builds, meaning that you have to like run a build for Escalation and a build outside of it. And even that is a high, like, that's not even like a clean solution the way that people think it is. Let me go up here actually. What was I saying? So, why don't I think that they will have had a good point to make here? Yeah. At least as well, they've actually said like they want to look at PvP and let's see what they do. There's a lot of like low-hanging fruit there that they could just pluck so easily if they just spend the time there. And it's okay to spend some time there. Everybody will be okay as long as like the season and stuff still has enough shit. Everybody's okay with, you know, a bone being thrown to the PvP side. Actually, even that might bring back some people that are, you know, not per se against it fully. Like I would want to go back into DZ if half the shit is fixed. That is now a major issue. So, yeah. So doesn't these videos, yeah. Just so Nick said, yeah, no, I'm going to bed after this. It's 5:55 in the morning. Since again to configure it, I mean, yes, and dozens of other issues with it. Facts, assuming that's with garbage. Nah, there's a damage increase there. There's a CC there. And there's stuff for skill builds even in there. The augments can actually be pretty strong. The system behind them isn't great, but yeah, the issue for me is much more. It's effectively a shift in the game's direction. We're going, if implemented as is, we're going from, you know, being resource based and resource being the thing that we loot the most of, to trying to go towards being RNG loot. But then even badly, like even for that it's a bad implementation. No resolutions, yeah. Just get somebody else to play it. You know what? Just find somebody else to play it, and they pay you, and then you pay them. You know, find somebody on the other side of the planet while they're playing your account. You know, you pay them, and just share the account, just like timeshare. Chance though to triggers or. Oh, keep in mind that those level. So at max level, like some of those go into like the Echo one. I don't remember, it was like 4% or something, right? Per piece. Keep in mind that they also stack additively. So if you have that, I don't remember if it was 4% for the Echo one, the double damage one. But yeah, have that on 4p on your gun and 6 pieces of gear. And now you have 7 of that. And now you have 28% chance of doing double damage of the last thing. And now suddenly it's a different story. But yeah, all of those level up and such, there's a whole mechanics to them and stuff. Well, the upgrade system is for that. But yeah, I mean, the implementation, like, yeah, the current implementation is horrible, but yeah, augments are still, like, augments by themselves are strong enough. That's also why, yeah, hashtag keep the augments, lose the stats. And thank you so much there, Dag, for gifting some subs there to Testy. Yeah. Now you can watch through the ads. You can mod through the ad. But yeah, thank you so much there. For the others, cousins, so many problems. I mean, yeah, it's just that was the thing. Like Friday, we were sitting here also till way too late, and just slowly realization upon realization of, oh, this messes with all weapon talents. Oh, this messes with the inter-gear balance of like strikers versus Coco, or strikers versus tipping scale, stuff like that. Like it just, because yeah, it's effectively a buff to strikers as well, like making it even more the pick there. Yeah.
These 30 piece that we have now. So that is a big topic to consider, and I would definitely be interested to hear people's thoughts on that. But for argument's sake, let's say that the devs don't go down that route, right? That would be a big change. The other big arguments people have is that even with the current normalization plan in place for those specific content pieces, what about everything else? If I matchmake into Countdown, Legendary Missions, wherever, and I don't have prototype gear on, that makes me much more susceptible to be kicked if people are only wanting the strongest teammates. And while I agree that is true, again, it goes back to the idea that I don't know what the devs could do to fix that problem, right? That is not a game designed.
The answer, like, let them talk, actually.
It is a social engineering issue that dates back to any MMO in history. KWTD, know what to do, or you're kicked. Have your gear score be over X value, or else you're getting kicked. This even happens now in game, right? People see a 200 shade level join their group, and regardless of their build or other factors, they'll just kick them. I think it's a stupid thing that people do, especially in content that is not that difficult and doesn't require the prestige that
this wasn't the point he started with, what?
I know, otherwise it works exactly the same as an expertise 30 piece that we have now. So that is a big topic to consider, and I would definitely be interested to hear people's thoughts on that. But for argument's sake, let's say that the devs don't go down that route, right? That would be a big change. The other big arguments people have is that even with the current normalization plan in place for those specific content pieces, what about everything else? If I matchmake into Countdown, Legendary Missions, wherever, and I don't have prototype gear on, that makes me much more susceptible to be kicked if people are only wanting the strongest.
Wait, no, that's not the. What about the balance?
Again, it goes back to the idea that I don't know what the devs could do to fix that problem, right? That is not a game design flaw that can be solved.
Have you considered keeping status quo? Is that the status quo now? Right, like. No, like it's not like our current system is broken. Like that's not that part. I feel is no debates. I got you everything. There's that caps, yeah. Just
It is a social engineering issue that dates back to any MMO in history. KWTD, know what to do.
also,
Have your score.
nobody's
Value,
advocating
value,
for the
value,
devs
right?
to
People
fix
see a 200
this,
shade level join their
or
group,
that
regardless
this
of
needs a
their ability or
fix.
factors,
This
those take them.
is
I think it's a stupid thing that people do, especially in content that is not that difficult and doesn't require the prestige that people are looking for. But again, that is a problem as old as the genre itself. And to bring it up, there is a keep the augments, lose the stats movement that many in the community have latched onto as for how to reduce the power impact the prototype will have on the game. But even if you did that, right, made it so that the stats stay to our current maximums, but you just give this new shiny augments, do you not think that people won't still check to see if somebody joining the group has prototype gear? If somebody has 3, 4, 5, even 6 pieces of prototype on them, does that not reflect?
That's not a solution to that point. Keep the augments, lose the stats is not like, this is completely disingenuous, because kicking people was not like, ooh, this is the number one issue that needs to be fixed. Like, if you think that, then. But if you present it like that,
compared to somebody that has 0, or even if you're just talking about the augments, some of those are still pretty powerful and would be weaponized as a reason to kick people who don't have them. So again, I don't disagree that this is an issue, but it's much more of a social issue than anything that the devs can solve in relation to prototype itself, other than not releasing it at all. Okay, I know we've gone on several tangents here. The original topic was that people are going to
not going to talk about the pros of not releasing it at all. Other than not doing this thing, if they do this thing, this could cause these issues. But yeah, I don't know how to fix these issues other than not doing it. But yeah, that can't happen because I'm already invested. I want it. So that one can't be. The fuck?
Prototype is a must-have, regardless of how true or untrue that statement may be. I've seen a lot of people equate this to a level 50 increase in the game. I personally disagree with that completely. The idea of level 50 implies that players are forced to grind to the new power cap in order to play and complete the game's content. In the Division 2's case, that would of course require refarming every build and loot piece just to stay relevant, but that's just not the case with Prototype, again, because none of our current scaling or content is being changed. But once again, I just...
And what's the plan for the future?
Just don't know if there's anything that the devs could change that would alter how people view that. So there simply isn't, right? People are going to change.
There is no viewing that. It is that. This is the future of the game. This is at least for a year, 2 years, how long ever till they bring back recalibration, optimization, and trickle feed those mechanics back in. This is the future of the game. This was great. This was indeed. And also, yeah, quite often, like, it's easy to not know anything and not know how little you know, so it's easy to speak. Generally, if you know what you're talking about, you know that you don't know everything, so you doubt yourself and you don't speak. It's easy. It's a conundrum. So I'm gonna versus yeah.
It's the shiniest, most elusive thing. Okay, but then the other big ideological split that the community has identified is the way that people view the Division 2 at a holistic level. As it stands right now, in many ways, you can beat progression and gear grind in the game, right? You can completely fill out your library, optimize all of your pieces, get expertise 30, and be done. Now, there are some interesting events that have happened over the course of the game's life that have sort of inadvertently caused that, in my opinion, which we'll touch on in a few minutes.
But also, like, no, you don't beat. Because there is still, like, yes, can happen, but there's always, like, the next thing to chase because that's, you know, the next season comes out and suddenly Overdogs is here. Suddenly Equalizer is here. Like, that's how the shakeup currently goes. It isn't based on just random RNG. I get your amp in there.
With topics like optimization, but it is true, right? That is how the game has been. However, that goes counter to what the core of a looter shooter, at least in my eye, historically is. That being...
But that's not what the Division has been for the last 5 years. Like, whatever he says after this, like, the Division for the last 5 years has been this game. You can choose to change it, sure. They changed it into this, but...
You're never done, right? There's always something to chase, some elusive item or upgrade out there to hunt down. Prototype brings that idea back in the sense that due to their rarity and the variability on the items, you will essentially always have an upgrade.
Except this is, like, not what the Division is about. Like, Division, for a part, is very much also just because it's systemically, it is different than, for instance, an ARPG. Diablo isn't fun to play. Like, Diablo isn't fun to play if you're just playing it without stat progression, without loot without anything like that, like actually if you just cheat max gear onto your character, you'll very quickly like run out of interest of that game. Don't worry, I know for a fact. Right? Like if you cheat in that game hard, that basically cheats the game, the fun out of the game, basically. Because the game to play is not fun. Like it's okay. It's like, you know, go watch any Diablo streamer. Look at how like invested into the game they have to be to pay attention and stuff, and then go watch any like person on like heroic even or something, not even legendary, just playing Division. Usually our attention goes there, and then we check the chat again a little bit, and then we go ahead. Like it needs your full attention. Like it is a game that requires actually your interaction to a degree that isn't the same in Diablo, where you're just clicking over there and just pressing, you know, a rotation button. Just, oh, I'm doing this one, 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 and just, you know, 3 2 3 2 5 3 2 3 2 5 3 2. Like yeah, we've all been there with that kind of games. Yeah, Division is much more engaging than that. It can actually partially, like the thing is, like realism isn't a good example because it breaks a lot of other systems of its game. Like yeah, you don't have talents and stuff. But with talents and stuff on top, builds, gear, and such, you need minimal things to kind of keep Division actually entertaining. That the same isn't true for like actual looter shooters, or you know, like not actual looter, but RNG shooters, for instance. They or Diablos especially.
To chase. The game is not
like there. The RNG loot is the game. Division like can stand most of the way just on, like if you just run Striker always, you can still have fun.
Necessitating that you chase them, as we previously covered, but it does imply that you can no longer beat the gear grind. So speaking 100% from personal perspective, Gear 2.0 and the level of completeness that you can reach with builds is one of my least favorite aspects of the Division 2. Obviously, I play the game because I love it, and I think it's more fun than any other game out there, but it has saddened me for years.
So there is a system that you hate, but you're just taking for the rest of it. But can you not realize that maybe when the game has been like that for 5 years, it will attract the people that don't hate that. That it will mostly attract people that don't hate that, right? Like the disconnect there is for me just the biggest issue.
That I truly have nothing that I'm chasing in a looter shooter. That all being said, some people feel the way that I do. Others love the game for how it is, that it is completable, that there is an end to things. And I think that that is an...
No, it's not about the end of things. It is about still chasing, but chasing in a different way. Chasing not the shiny, but chasing resources. And the thing with resources is over time you build up, there is still the drive to kind of move forward, because you always have that. Next season comes, and with new brands and with new gears, that's the drive. Like there's a complete disconnect in what, yeah, that's the kind of the thing. That's why I want to make tomorrow's video and explain, like, hey, there is a, yeah, Division is a looter shooter. The term loot, it doesn't just mean RNG loot. Like that's, if you think that, then like multiplicative to you, motherfucker. But that can, you know, there's multiple ways of making a looter. And Division actually found, interestingly, almost accidentally, and very interesting way to do looting, where it isn't based on a single hit. It is about just building up resources and just making something eventually. And then that is the satisfaction of the game, as I kind of dubbed it in that video.
Theological divide the massive in Bucharest simply are not going to be able to solve or convince people of one way or the other. Again, I feel that this implementation of prototype, notwithstanding the drop rates and rules to it, which we're going to touch on next, but the idea of there being a new gear chase without upping the game's level or difficulty, I think that that is the fairest.
But it might as well just be upping the level. Like what's different between this and level 50 gear? Except that there is an upgrade path. Like even to level 50 gear, there might have been an upgrade. Oh, and Ada Dean. And hope you had some fun. Hope you had some loot. I'm guessing. Oh yeah, I don't know if you were in. So you've been in the new Resident Evil quite a bit, or were you running around Divland? But yeah, I hope you had a great stream, and yeah, welcome in. Over here, we're kind of watching some people's takes on the expertise. Nothing. Because also to me, like, this is the part of it is like, if I was even on that side of the fence, like, okay, going back to that for a bit, like it's just going to be for a bit. Like, do they really believe recalibration and optimization isn't coming back in a while, right? Like so you just get it for a bit again, and that comes at the cost of everybody else. Like, you're okay with that? I want this, and yeah. I'm way out of my time slot indeed. Oh, we've been going for 8 hours even as well. Yeah, doing good. Thanks for asking. Yeah, hope you're doing great too, indeed. Yeah. Although, well, this cloud hanging over us. I don't think we're gonna end. I don't think we're gonna end this like time period without taking damage. I don't think I'm doing a no damage. I think we'll take some damage. Oh well, that's 1-7, but the concept has At least that's what it's became. Like, yeah, year one was the game that Rogue wanted. But even in year one, because that was the thing, Division 1 already existed and had optimization. I remember back in year one, everybody just going like, man, I hope optimization comes here soon, because everybody that knew Division 1 was like, oh yeah, eventually we'll get, because recalibration was there from the start. And, targeted loot came in the first year, halfway through. But everybody was always like, man, I hope optimization gets here soon. Like, because that was the game as well that Division 1 was setting up, because Division 1 also, like, its last 2 years had optimization, and that was the game people were accustomed to. Crank angry. I'm fine. We'll watch this to the end, and then we'll jump ahead. Thing is, last night I made it also way too late, so I'm gonna. Although the thing was, especially a Saturday, I was working Saturday, so I came home at like 3 at night and didn't really catch sleep till like 6 or 7. So my sleep schedule was kind of fucked anyway. This one as well. Just make sure I catched everything. Yeah. Although likely a year before they announce Div 3. Prototype. Oh yeah. Yeah, don't prototype your cock. You might end up with 1 ball and no cock and no other ball. Like, God rolling that is gonna be, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, but also like the loot chase was definitely more in year 1, but also it was much more limited than again 16 brands, which even didn't have all slots for all brands, and 5 gear sets, 6 with hardware where hardware was crafted. So it was just 5. That was all there was. And yeah, within that loot pool you could, and a lot less weapons and names and exotics and everything. I need to corrupt. Where are we gonna? I prototype geared my my sleeping schedule, but it min rolled. Actually, yeah, that's what happened. I had recorded my sleeping schedule, so when I prototyped it, it went to 0 weapon damage. So hope they fix that bug. Over under on that bug being who wants to do some betting on, who wants to try out some RNG rolls on if they fix that bug before it actually reaches you know, live game. Yeah. And then yeah, likely then like what do we get in 5 years, or or well, because that's also then the thing with this, like, yeah, are we just gonna play the roulette again of like, okay, and then 5 months later we get recal, a year later we get like blueprints and optimization, and then we're back, and then what, a new rarity to surpass prototype gear. They play this like a damn fiddle. I feel this is like also, you know how we go like, this build will save your marriage or something. This new meta build will mend your relationship with your kids, stuff like that. Like, I feel like that's like prototype gear, yeah, caused my divorce to the division. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what that's. Yeah. Yeah. Erectile dysfunction, yeah.
Best middle ground approach that they could take to please both sides. But while I think that, I know that some of you watching view it as a betrayal.
Why please both sides?
As a complete flip on what the game has been. At the end of the day, neither party is wrong. That is simply an impasse of perspective. So, when did we spend like 10 minutes covering that?
So, yeah, it is an impasse of perspective, but then, like...
Those are the two fundamental issues with the introduction of prototype that I think no matter what they do, the team will not be able to solve those with game design decisions alone. However...
Have you considered not doing it? Like, the simple concept of, like, this thing is causing issues, let's maybe not do it. Like, even if you're, like, completely for it, just having that in the back of your head of, like, as an option, just, hey, we just cancel the show. Like, sometimes you just have to. Sometimes you just, there's too much going on and, like, everything's going wrong and you just cancel the show. But did that not have even as an option kind of brought up is, yeah. Yeah.
What has become clear from this PTS weekend is that there are a number of improvements that can and most likely should be made in order to make the system fairer and simply better. So let's cover some of those now. The main topic that I've seen most people take issue with is the convergence of 4 main factors, that being the lack of recalibration on prototype gear, the lack of optimization on prototype gear, the lack of targeted loot within the escalation mode where these items can be farmed, and then the current drop rates within escalation that we've seen in the PTS. In combination, all of those things are contributing to a scenario where the only true viable path to obtain a well-rolled prototype item that is of the correct brand and gear set to fit your build is the upgrade path. The amount of RNG that is required to get a prototype drop to begin with, right? You hope it's the right set, the right stats that you want, hope that they're well-rolled, that is inconceivably low. So in its current form, escalation would just be farmed to deconstruct whatever drops you do get, right? You net the protocores from those, then people would just grind the ever-loving you-know-what out of material farms in order to continually upgrade pieces to expertise 30 and hope for the best when they upgrade to prototype. That is unideal, I think most of us would agree, so how can they go about improving it? The first and easiest one to tackle is the drop rates. We have no official numbers for now. All we know is that the drop rates are meant to increase the higher escalation tier you're playing on, with the highest tier being 10. From what I've heard, and keep in mind that these are anecdotal examples as we don't have the official numbers, I've heard from more than one source that in a roughly 4-hour session of back-to-back tier 10 escalation runs, people got somewhere between 3 and 6 prototype drop.
The drop rates have been, like, out there for, like, anybody that wants to know them. Any person will, yeah. Grass, yeah. Yeah. Prototype gear touched my grass. Yeah. It was underage grass, so now it's gone to jail. Prototype had to go. It said it wasn't safe here. It's bad games. Yeah, exactly. Like, have you considered not shooting yourself in the foot? Like I have this gun and I have my foot. How? Like, yeah, it can't not shoot me in the foot. Like, I have this gun. I have to shoot my foot. Like, there is no other way out. Like, right? This is just bang. Like, what is the stake? Like, just don't shoot yourself in the foot. Like, this isn't an act of God. This isn't a force majeure. There is no this. If we don't do this, climate change will kill us all. Like, the fuck is the stake? You can't build, yeah. Too big to fail, yeah. Too prototype to fail. Yeah, I put them in there. Like, it's not just like I put these bullets in here.
So
Might as well
extrapolate down to the even lower chances if you're farming anything below tier 5, let's say, it's going to be a tough time. Again, especially considering that farming these was meant to be the alternative acquisition path to upgrading if a player doesn't have expertise 30.
Like, this would be fine as a discussion point if we didn't have already like a very solid loot system in place. Like, oh, how could they fix this? Yeah, prototype gear in like that. Have you considered how gear works in the literal rest of the game? Right? Like, it's...
And because of the insanely low chances that those drops will be anything close to what you're actually looking for or need. So, bottom line is the drop rates need to increase. I still believe that seeing a prototype drop should be rare and exciting, but it has to be higher than it is right now. That said, we can still further improve the RNG.
Rare, sure. Exciting, why? It's a resource drop.
The experience by tugging on some of the other levers that we mentioned. So let's speak on the topic of targeted loot. There are many out there who wish to see the self-selected targeted loot feature of counting.
And then, oh yeah, he brought this up. Like, no, nobody's like, even the people bringing up target loot want like not per se selectable, because actually selectable would be worse than having it be open world loot, because then at least you have, you know, people kind of getting together on a mission when it's like strikers or unit alloys. Like, it'll
some
all
retaliation
coalesce.
to escalations. Personally, and this will likely be one of my more controversial takes of the video, I think that is a step too far. Targeted loot is a great quality of life feature that helps you cut down on excessive grind, and it helps you cut through the ever-increasing loot pool that we have, right, with new items and sets releasing each season. However, what we've seen with those aforementioned modes that let you select your own is that the grind gets cut down by such a dramatic
Targeted
degree that, in
loot
my
does
opinion,
not
it begins
mean
to distract from the
selectable.
looter shooter chase and the fun of finally getting a drop that you've been looking for. So the easiest compromise, in my opinion, would simply be to allow the targeted loot rotation that we see in the open world and missions to be applied to escalation as well. Currently, it is not. Or
Why
it does
even
not
bring
apply
up
to your prototype
selectable
drops.
targets?
But doing this would obviously let people
Nobody-
farm what they want once the proper target comes into rotation, but at the same time, it wouldn't expedite the grind so much that it kills the chase. Since the daily rotation is daily, it can only be utilized for 24 hours at a time. That said, I also think that implementing the daily selector would offer two other distinct benefits. For one, it brings back the excitement factor. We have very few examples of this in current day Division 2, but one is when the Dark Zone has targeted ARs or rifles on any given day, regardless.
I didn't even catch this.
If you buy into the idea that it helps your odds to get the Eagle Bear and Ravenous and Bighorn or not, I know some people think that that is a myth. It does not change the fact that you can see the excitement tick up.
Doing the game's like, fuck this, I'm out. Slug me out. I didn't catch this the first MG. Wait, finish your fucking sentence.
Those DZ servers are usually packed. On those days, I'll get texts from my friends being like, it's ARs in West today, we're playing tonight. I think it would be cool to see that same.
Your friends are idiots. You are an idiot. If you believe this and fucking put it in a video where it's going to do more harm than good. Yeah, if you have no understanding of the game, like if this is your level of understanding, then yeah, you might be a fucking idiot and think that swapping over to RNG loot and having something to chase and gamble for is a good idea. The rest of us are on a different boat. Or well, we're all on the same boat, but you're trying to like hijack it and go like, look at me, I am the captain now. But then if you can't fucking like...
points. For one, it brings back the excitement factor. We have very few examples of this in current day Division 2, but one is when the Dark Zone has targeted...
We have very few examples of this in Division 2. Like, first of all, no, you dumbass. Like, if you want to give an example of this, gear mods on strongholds. Why are you even going to, like, a worse example? Because who the fuck is chasing the fucking Eagle Bearer in the fucking DC? Really? Why are you wasting your time? And then target loot, for those that don't know this.
ARs or rifles on any given day, regardless of if you buy into the idea that it helps your odds to get the Eagle Bearer and Ravenous and Bighorn or not. I know some people think that that is a myth. It does not.
It is known from the game files and from testing that there is no source from targeted loot for Eagle Bearer or Ravenous. Going there into those days is a fucking dumb thing to do, except that a lot of people are farming it because they are misguided by these kind of idiots. And because of that, they're full of PvE teams. There is that, but you're wasting your time. You could have created an MTDZ, gone and farmed it with any target loot, gotten other things that you might have needed, and had the same exact chance. It does not come from targeted source. It comes from normal source, triggering into an exotic. This is not a myth. This is not something debatable. This is objective fact. The world is not flat, and target loot does not matter for Bighorn, for Eagle Bearer, for Regulus, or Boros, any of those items in the DZ or in Summit. You guys doing something incredibly dumb as an exciting thing is kind of a fucking, like, prime example of the issue at hand here. I didn't even catch that the first time too, but yeah. So, yeah. Is that supposed to mean something, Darguchi? Or like, yeah, they will drop in the DZ, but you have to spend an inordinate time there. Like, don't send people to the DZ for Eagle Bear. Like, send them to raid groups where they will have a much easier time finding an item. Because if you're into self-flagellation and wanting to, like, chase the RNG loot, sure, go do that. But you're doing something dumb. If you even have a good reason for doing something dumb, it is still dumb. But also target loot doesn't matter there anyway, so. Because the counter to that would also be, like, I've deconstructed 70 to 80 Eagle Bearers throughout my life from Dark Hours. Like, well done on the two. But yeah, this just, like, I missed that the first time through, apparently, because, like, that's I don't know. That's a weird living there, yeah. But also, like, target loot doesn't matter for it. Like, yeah, you'll have an easier time maybe with it being a PvE DZ, basically, more likely. But also, more griefers go into that DZ as well, so your mileage will vary. Because, you know, they also know to chase those people. For 5 years, yeah. You went in 3 years too early. But yeah. I mean, I was grinding for the DZ or for the EB in the DZ in Div 1. Man, that was a bad drop rate. Hmm. Yeah, it's direct line. Like he could ask. But also, like, even why go for that example? Like, there is so much more better known examples that at least to somebody who isn't a fucking idiot about these kinds of things. Fuck. Is it sponsored actually? Or no? Okay, no. I like it. Is it actually? Mm. Yeah. Right. But also, it's just nonchalantly. Some people, like, he knows that there is counter voices to that, but I actually I now realize it's perfectly in line with, there are counter voices to it, but I want it my way, so it's which is fine. Like, yeah, I'm also advocating for I want it my way, but my way is at least like the current way instead of change. And especially change into a horrendous, like, even if you want that side of the fence, there is nothing built there yet. No, but there would be a sponsor block segment in here. If you had the sponsor read in here, sponsor blocks. There would have been a green segment on the bar there somewhere. And also they still were listed there. This record be better than chess cookie. Sorry, what? Oh, just make up for the loss in the other stats. Oh yeah, with the augments, yeah. I was just thinking in stats, but with the augments, yeah. By a lot, even. Because it's still a chest striker. You're just giving up, the crit from the coyote and like but yeah, you have double damage at a percentage chance from Echo. So at least if once it's leveled up a little bit in the Echo. Wait, somewhere. Wasn't jest. That was like, wait, what happened? What's the oh no's?
Change the back, you can see the excitement tick up. Those DZ servers are usually packed. On those days, I'll get texts from my friend.
Yeah, so like people that want to chase loot again, like
being like, it's AR.
Is that everybody?
I think it would be cool to see that same effect apply to Escalation, right? It is targeted ARs and Striker today in Escalation. We're hunting for that prototype drop. Hop on. The other issue that implementing this alleviates, though, and this is something that would be an issue if you could manually select.
You still won't get any, like with the current system. You still wouldn't get any. Like it could be targeted at strikers, and you still wouldn't likely get a usable piece to a good degree. You'll get a striker with reload speed or not really, healing repair stuff. Brain gone.
Targeted loots. We get a selection of 5 missions that can be played on escalation difficulty each rotation, right? But
I was gonna say weapon first with like reload speed, then I changed it to gear piece and just to give it better chances. Even like you're never gonna get a gun with detox and usable talent, and that is a usable gun as well because good luck with that T82. I mean, there's a lot of fun parts to Division. Definitely build making and stuff is just a big part of it. But, and this as well doesn't per se like throw away the build making and stuff, but it does take away one of the coolest things about it, which was just having uniformity between builds and not having, oh, your build is better than my build just because you got lucky. No, if your build is better than my build, it's just because I haven't upgraded yet and spent the time there to, you know, maybe get expertise and like get the resources to proficiency yet. It wasn't just, oh, you got lucky. Like that's the biggest issue here. Like once it becomes RNG loot based, that's the core of it. You give up meritocracy, you give up the build uniformity that we have now, just to have shinies, and then shinies. I can totally get it for somebody who likes gambling, but that's not why I'm here. That's not why I think most of the player base
Lincoln
is
Memorial is on there, along with DARPA Research Labs. Do you think anyone is going to go and play DARPA? Hell no. But if the daily targeted rotation was applied, and Lincoln had targeted Virtuoso, I don't know, whereas DARPA had targeted Striker, then hell yeah, you'd see people in DARPA, and the matchmaking lobbies would go crazy. So just for the added bonus of there being greater variety in what escalation missions people choose to play, I think that adding in the daily targeted rotation would be great. That said, I know many of you will hate that.
who even brought up selectable target loot for this? Because yeah, it would be an interesting option, but like honestly, everybody kind of coagulated onto like, yeah, it should be just world loot, just to get people kind of gathered together.
Then you will want the full selection all the time. I accept my fate on that. So just those two things alone, right, upping the prototype drop rates in escalation, as well as adding some form of targeted loot, would already help a lot with the drastically low RNG that people are fearing. But
Fearing? No, it is what, because even if you have these two things, you're still not getting prototype gear from loot.
the conversation extends to what one can do with a prototype item once they have it, and currently, that's nothing. You are able to reroll the augment that you get, which costs protocores with each roll, but you cannot currently recalibrate or optimize the stats that you receive on a piece. Many feel that this is bad, because again, it goes...
Or talent. Like...
head-to-head and conflicts with the rules that we've had for gear for the past many years. Once again, though, like we discussed, prototype gear is set up to be a non-beatable grind, if you will. If people could just recalibrate or optimize as easily as we can now, then you play for a couple of weeks, you get the drops you want, and then you can menuize them to max and be done. But I do think that...
Okay, and the loot chasers will play this game then for, like, what, a year, and then recalibration is going to come back in and optimization is going to come back in, and nobody won. Everybody lost. Everybody lost along the way. Like...
There's some middle ground and compromise that could be achieved here to where we can make it so that received prototype items aren't as restrictive as they are now, but then also not entirely opening the floodgates in terms of min-maxing. So as far as recalibration, I'd be in favor of seeing that present here to some degree, probably much like we see for the augments, having to farm a few protocores, but then being able to select a stat and reroll it would be nice. They would have to design a separate recal system compared to what we use on normal gear within the library, since we can't save prototype range stats. But at the same time, I think that is good to preserve the grinds. Right, recalibration should be more oriented for allowing people to get the correct stats that they want over being an outlet to min-max those stats, because at the end of the day, prototype is still an upgrade numbers-wise over anything that we currently have, and again, without the requirement to have it for the vast majority of the game's content, I think it is
without the requirement yet. Like, this is the stated goal for in the future. Like, yeah, it doesn't require to actually run a good build. Like, yeah.
Okay to have to chase for a god roll again, but that's just me. So
Still most people
prototype might
will
look something similar to what we had
chase
for
a
the
good
system back in
build.
Division 1, where you select a stat, you pay, and then you get maybe 3 to 5 replacement choices at random values. So, you know, you could get super lucky and it offers you a god roll stat, then congrats.
The worst thing about Division 1 is the thing that he wants.
You win, but the recalibration cost would likely increase the more times that you do it, so that the focus again is on getting the correct stat over maximizing what you already have. On the topic of optimization, then this is likely going to be my other super hot take of the video. I don't think that they should introduce optimization for prototype items. Again, I know the main pushback will be that Division 2 has had it for, what, 5 years now? And I can see to that point, I have no rebuttal. But what is kind of fascinating about optimization is that at least going by the trends that the franchise has followed until now, we were not supposed to have optimization in this timeline.
We weren't supposed to have, like, a dozen things that we have. Do you know how unintended parts of the game are, actually, if you kind of understand build making?
In the Division 1, optimization was first added in 1.8, as that was the final major update the game was ever going to receive, and so they said, hey, the game's going to be online for years to come, let's add a way for players to perfect their builds as a send-off. That's fine. Then in Division 2, it got added at the end of year 2 with TU12. You know what else was significant about that update? Confirmed by the devs themselves, TU12 was said to be the final update that Division 2 ever got. The plans had been laid to sunset the game. It was only after it released that corporate took a second look at the game, decided it should keep going, and the rest is history. But given that track record, optimization was always intended as an end-of-life feature for the Division.
Counterpoint. Why? Why did it keep people? So, like, the disconnect here of, like, okay, but corporate saw that it was doing well, so it kept it alive. Why was it doing well? Right? Like, because Yeah, you weren't catered to anymore. Yeah, but others were, and the game did well. Like the bleeding obvious is staring you in the face. Yeah, I'm not. Although unless Yellow Jacket is on that other side of the fence, but I wouldn't expect him to be. Where is it? Yeah. Headshot outward. You can get it from a lockdown. Keep in mind though that that attribute and that thing, like in the PTS, they were gone, right? Yeah. So even if you get one, like you can get it through a lockdown. You can get the headshot and the damage to armor for shotguns, but I'll be removed next season. Get the full set striker. How many years? Yeah. The thing is, like, it's only going to be like that's also my biggest issue, like with how the system is set up now. Even if you want that RNG loot side of things, this isn't the system for it because the upgrade path is clear. It's you grind exotic components, you get gear to 30, and you upgrade it. Yeah, that's gonna be like we're and you know that's so different from the game we're already playing, right? Like, and then also escalation is like not great for like I would have made escalation then like super good for exotic components, but that's also not there. Those are the novels. Well, no, the thing is, like, of the takes, like, this is a take. Like, this is more like, yeah, RNG loot is a system. We could have that here. I like that, so let's have it back in here. But then it's kind of disingenuous going like, oh, but it doesn't change anything for anybody else. No, it does. This is the future of the game, and if we're gonna go that direction, that's that direction then. But then don't be surprised when everybody that wanted to go the different direction just jumps off the ships and starts swimming to where they want to go instead of where suddenly we're going. Because this like, oh, optimization was introduced for sunsetting and such. Yeah, same for Div 1. And then actually Div 1 really had a resurgence actually because it became clear of like, oh, here's a game that respects the player's time. Like, it isn't about, you know, just getting lucky and such. No, you can, as a person, chip away at something, get slowly upgraded, and eventually, yeah, it will reach a max because there's a max to it. But it wasn't about reaching the max, it was about that you could, instead of farming and like getting like little dopamine hits of better loot, no, you could actually strive to get to the max. And that then also fed into that eventually most people would be at that max and we were at an even playing level. Something that, you know, still to this day, like in a lot of other games, I just like can't go back to WoW because beyond just player skill and stuff like that, and also how it plays and such, gear being such a big part of it, like, yeah, you're just a better raider just because you raided more and get more raid gear. You didn't get better, your gear did. In the Division, currently, it is like once you're at that peak, especially, you know, once you invest more time and you're at expertise 30 as well, we're at the same peak. Everything above that is now a meritocracy. It's you and I have the same tool. Can we? Who's better? Right? Like, not even for as a competition thing, but I can look at Toasty and go like, man, I could strive to try to hit that same goal. I can't. You know, age and reaction speeds and like willingness to and hand-eye coordination. will not let me reach that amount, but that's fine, right? Like, it's still, you know, when we're doing, it's like doing Olympics, but somebody has to, you know, somebody got at the start of it, they go like, okay, you know, it's the pole vaulting thing. Okay, we have 10 poles here, 10 different lengths. Everybody draw a straw, and some person will get a longer one, some person will get a shorter one, right? Like, just random. No. Right? Like, and that wasn't, yeah, intended part of the game, but that became like such a core thing for this game. Yeah, if it was an accident, like, doesn't matter. Like, that point doesn't, like, yeah, it did happen with the sunsetting of the game. But also, no, because everybody, since year one, everybody was on, like, man, I hope optimization comes soon. Like, everybody, like, no, not Rogue, but everybody else. Not everybody, but it was a common, hey, please, could we have some optimization, sir? We so hungry. So, so properly. The thing is, just new content is also not per se the answer. Like, they did that. Like, how many people could still go back to Brooklyn? Like, I force myself to sometimes go back to Brooklyn, but others don't. Like, for a large part, like, people will do the same thing over and over again. The idea that, like, more area, more play space and stuff like that is also a solution. Like, partially, it helps a little bit for a little while, but it's also not. Honestly, I think they have the right idea, just introducing new brands, new gears, new weapons, just mixing it up slightly here and there, giving you more and more options to play the content that always is there. Because whatever they add, like, even if Brooklyn was 50 hours, we would do those 50 hours and then what, right? Like, and then go do them again, right? Like, but in the end as well, like, it takes them a year or two to do like 3 hours. Right, like, it's not a tenable goal. I should build it. There's one, yeah. Oh yeah, although I think also a lot of these people that kind of rely on gameplay based videos, I don't think they understand how it's gonna, the comment section is just going to become, oh, you have better gear than me, so that's why you're doing better. You know, in the same way that, like, people now go like, oh, you're cheating, so that's why you sped run, you know, sped run better than me. Like, or, well, not sped, because if they're actually speed running, they would know what's going on, but, you know, calling speedrunners cheaters of, like, whenever there's some part that they don't understand. Or not even a part of it, just in general. Part they got confused about. Buy me dinner first. Yeah. I mean, it never forces you to go in there. You can always skip and pick a different one. Yeah. And there is still RNG grinds in this game, like 13 PFEs and stuff like that. But they've always been a side piece. And especially more so starting out. You know, when you're starting out, it is very much about the RNG loot. Like, when you're going in, you know, any new player in the chat will likely either recently or is looking in the future at, like, farming overdags. And yeah, the ones that have done it will definitely tell you RNG is part of the game. But even then, it's not actually, because you have a finality to it, because you know that if you do enough hyena retaliations, you'll eventually have all the blueprints. Like, even there, it's a resource. It's just the blueprint as a resource. Like, you can just you are guaranteed a light at the end of the tunnel. But that didn't exist, for instance, a few years ago. I think makes a lot. Yeah, I mean, Kenley's been dead for a while now. They should just some of these things as well. I just remove XP from National Bond. Remove kill XP from Kenley. Just hard fix. Just it's gone. You can't. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it makes it worse for anybody that wants to do it legitimately, but nobody's going to give a fuck that there is no kill XP there. We're not going to, like, the people that go and, like, whenever Kenley's up, like, go do one run of it, of just, you know, just for nostalgia and something different, like, those, which includes me, like, I'm not going to give a fuck that there's no kill XP there. Just remove the kill XP from Kenley. Like, just disable it there. Remove the completion XP from National Bond. No fucking person is doing that mission outside of like the first time clear for maybe a new count that would maybe care about National Bond having XP on it. Well, the bigger his head gets, the easier he is to headshot. So. Later, Danny. That's how they're doing. Oh yeah, well, most people will have. The thing is though that, yeah, you have to remember that there's more grind, like for instance, having started a new account recently. There's a lot to grind for, so you have to also keep that in mind for new players. You can't overdo it. But then that's also the point of it, like, yeah, you got that overdogs, and now go find the other 15,000 setups. Parts and stuff. Yeah, and they've like kept introducing it. And also I feel like they should still just put some reconstructed caches on the raid and like 10 exotic components and like a few broken watches or something. Just give something weekly to go back there for people and just see how that works out. Exactly.
Games. Reason being, you get to beat the gear grind. No longer do you have to search for a god roll and keep farming the game. You just need to get one properly rolled piece, or you can even recalibrate it to be proper. And then even with minimum rolls across the board, you can invest enough materials to perfect that. I mean, it is inherently...
You can invest enough materials to... So here's the thing. Those materials, they're our current grind.
Again, a system that goes against the core of what a looter shooter is. So my...
No. It depends on what you define as the loot in looter shooter. Because you don't loot resources. Like, I loot resources a lot. Like, that's... So...
View is that if prototype gear is being introduced...
If only you see RNG loot as the only real loot... What? No. Like, you're not even understanding
the gear grind into the game, then optimization is just too counter to that idea. Let people farm it more easily with buff drop rates? Absolutely. Let people better target what they're looking for? Absolutely. Let people tweak the drop they get so it can better fit with their build with recalibration? Sure. But I just think optimization is one step too far. The chase should still exist for that perfect drop, and that excitement should be preserved for when you finally get a god roll. I'm sure plenty will disagree with me.
There is no excitement. Like, the thing is, like, the way that the system is currently set up, there's not going to be any excitement because you're never going to see a god roll. So the system needs to change. Even if you're on that side of the fence, the system needs to change. And then still, like, when you get the god roll, like, okay, now you got that god roll. So what? You got a dopamine hit there, but the rest of your shit isn't. Go chase that now, and then, like... The fucking...
Feel free to leave your own thoughts on it below, but that's my take. So, in terms of all of the main complaints the prototype gear has received, namely its impact on the wider game, the normalization conversation, and then the mechanics surrounding getting the items themselves with farming and tinkering, I think that is about everything that I have to say. That said, there are still a few other concerns and considerations that people have brought out to me that I think are absolutely worth addressing, and would be great to hear the devs' responses to them. For one, I know there's currently a big concern that skill tiers currently do not get any kind of upgrade under the new prototype parameters. Word going around is that just giving out 2 skill tiers would make things too powerful in terms of the hybrid combinations you could come up with. I think it would be a good solution to...
Honestly, just fucking do it. Just give it 2 skill tiers, like... Skills can use it.
Add some amount of skill efficiency on top of the skill tier that it offers you in prototype, but obviously that is not active on the PTS, that is not addressed in the patch notes, so it would be great to hear the devs talk about that. Another, what is the rollout plan for some of the more exclusive items that are eligible to be prototyped? Namely, if we look at something like the Lexington, can you farm a prototype Lexington, or can you only upgrade one that you already have? Especially if the proposition is that upgrading and farming are both viable prototype acquisition paths. Can the same be said if items like the Lexington are available via upgrade only? Also, core attributes. Maybe I really enjoy my all yellow ongoing directive build. It's not meta, but I like it. Given ongoing is always going to roll with the red core though, and at least for now we cannot recalibrate prototypes, is the only path to get these more off meta rolls via upgrading? If so, given it is extremely rare to get a god roll on an upgrade, do I just have to accept that I will always have a non-maxed out prototype prototype loadout for those builds. These and others are completely valid and important considerations in the prototype system and discussion, so I just wanted to make sure that I left room to address them here at the end. Alright, well, I believe that is just about every thought I can drum up for now on the topic of escalations, but more importantly, prototype gear and trying to sift through and discuss all of the community's reactions that I've seen so far. Did I do a top-tier job and articulate everything perfectly? Probably not. It's been a long weekend here trying to absorb all of this and get the information out to all of you, but I did my very best here to raise the concerns that I've seen from you all online, as well as include my own perspective and thoughts on it. As always, I am eagerly curious, also somewhat fearful to see the responses to this video. Kidding aside, these are important discussions, so as always, please feel free to leave your full, unfiltered thoughts down below, just maybe without the death threats or harassment, maybe, please. I am curious to see what the devs do to respond to all of this immense feedback they're getting. I hope that we can maybe get some kind of sit-down stream to talk through it all before the main season launch stream, but we'll see. But yeah, that's about it. I'm off to do some final PTS testing before it concludes and catch up on sleep after a hectic weekend. I do apologize for the later uploads for these past few videos. It's just been the soonest that I've been able to finish them, but especially if you made it to the end, thank you very much as always for watching.
Yeah. That easy thing target loot was unforgivable. Levels of like baseball. The fuck. It's fucking 2026. How is still? Why would you even? Why even? Some people may think it's or some people will say it's American. So yeah, no. Yeah, yes, Mr. Flat Earth. Some people do say targeted loot is rant. Like that part is unforgivable. The fuck. But yeah, also completely again, yeah. Missing the point that you can just not do it. Like, I don't know how the devs are gonna solve this. Like, have you considered not fucking doing it? But that was not even. But the thing is, of course, he wants it that way. But yeah, I can't. At that point, it's just like what you want out of the game, and what I want out of this game is the game it's been the last 5 years. But also the point of like, it doesn't change anything for anybody else. No, this is the stated end game for the next, for this game, for the foreseeable future. Oh yeah, indeed. The no recal is just like the fuck. Like even year one, that like even if you want to go like, oh, we want to bring back the excitement of year one, like. Excitement of year one was that it was a new game, like that was the excitement, and then also the game was balanced around it. The entire game was balanced around that. Now prototype gear comes in, wrecks everything. It's just, you know, oh, just use it in this one mode. No, why the fuck would I? If I've spent that much time to get prototype gear, why the fuck would I just use it in that one mode? Like, that's an insane statement as well. And then it breaks so many of the systems we have in place. So it's yeah. Before new season, what said this Christmas? Yeah. Yeah. Get them easy farming eagle bears. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is as well, all of these people keep bringing up like escalation, even like to me, like I wouldn't even consider bringing up escalation in a prototype gear discussion. Like the whole discussion is prototype gear. Escalation is nowhere in this at all. Everybody's gonna find with escalation except for the token system and like, hey, maybe we don't go gimmick modifiers, but also nobody has a solution for that. So yeah. Let's run to that though. It's fucking 7 in the morning. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I am a fucking idiot. I'm calling these idiots a fucking idiot. But I am actually the fucking idiot. I am the one who idiots. That's in the background. Look for somebody for us to raid in the background. Oh. Oh, there's nobody on that I'm following. Okay. I'm like, why is that not even showing up for me? But yeah, we're so late. I never am around these times. I don't really recognize a lot of names here. Oh, well, let's go with Foxy. I feel I know them at least. Let me get you over here. I need a dark roll. I mean, yeah, that's a given. People will play what they like. But it would be nice if the game that I like now stays the game I like next season. And then, yeah, that does come at the cost of people that want it to be something different, but then also, like, changing the direction of a game has always worked out so well. Or trying to cater to a new crowd has always worked out so well for games. Like, exactly how so many games have died. Oh, there is this market over here that we want. Let's go chase it. And the second that you do, especially if your markets are incompatible, you give up on your current market. Yeah, just dance with the one that brought you, dumbass. Yeah, it's fucking 2026. Also, you have such a great example in like gear mods on any of the legendaries. Like, that's such a much easier. The augments are overall fine. Like, honestly, having checked at least that part out, I feel like, you know, keep the augments, kill the stats, or lose the stats is still my take. The augments help with a lot of builds. Like, I don't think there is, like, because of what I did, actually, I went through, like, with that list that I don't remember, like, what I kind of thought about it. But one of the things I do often with talents or something, if a new talent comes in, just so, like, I'm not overlooking something or, like, missing the obvious, I'll come here and go like, okay, so we have this build. What would I pick here? And then go to the augment, you know, have the augment list up and go like, okay, yeah, I'll have like skills damage do your healing or something for, like, you know, a mortar build or something, stuff like that, or actually explosion size for that one. You know, I think it's gonna be echo for a lot of these red builds, but actually maybe for like a general PvE build or something, like in the long run, I would maybe take that status effect one. Like, it wouldn't be as good for doing like hard thingies, but for like if I'm doing countdown or something, like the status applies a random status effect on hit with a pretty decent percentage. The augments overall, I feel, there's something for everything. And some stuff way too much, because actually the skill duration one is like Eclipse is going through the roof. I'm actually like, I'm surprised not too many people did it. I've seen a bunch of like playing with refactors. Like, I feel Fire Eclipse would be my support of choice, because these are also for, well, some are like immune to status effects and stuff, but you would still take out like a decent junk at least. But I haven't played that mode enough. Yeah. The thing is, prototype and escalation have nothing to do with each other, like, at all. And also, it's not, again, I'm not advocating to drop proto at all. That's also why I'm, you know, going like, keep the augments, lose the stats. Literally, even if you don't put like, because then when you upgrade and stuff, it would just be just, or no, the other way around. Keep the augments, lose the stats. So you would have the augment system. That would be the incentive to upgrade to prototype. Prototype still has a pretty strong function. If the stats aren't there, even like going for now, like even just setting that 1.5 to a 1, like literally it's a value change. Likely it needs more than that, but you know, even if you don't have recalibration and optimization, that means that when you go from, you know, with at least with upgrading, you go from that piece to a max roll piece if it's max roll, because it needs to be. you lock the talent, which is fucking annoying, but you just upgrade it and it'll be max stat on everything because it was like that's still the max. And then later on you can bring in recalibration and optimization and stuff like that. Like, because I don't need to drop prototype fully. Like I'm not even per se in favor of that. Just mostly because also I don't think they'll fully do that. Like my intention is still like keep the augments, lose the stats. And with lose the stats as well means stay on the resource loot side and not on the RNG loot side. You gotta be well. I'm actually gonna go to bed. It's planned. Yeah. But yeah, even like there seems to be something for everything. Like I remember going to the build collection and like going like, oh yeah, I'll put this one on this build. Oh, this build can do like this one, or this one. This build can do this one, this one. And it was something for everything. So I feel like that's good enough. And of course, they can add to it. They can remove on it. They can alter it. Like that's then a system to kind of like fine tune. Things, yeah. But yeah, let's go raid Foxy, who's doing some things and stuff. Where are we even? What am I looking at? Brain no longer braining. There's also so much on screen that I'm just. Okay. Also, yeah, don't forget to spend your stars. Not that it's per se needed. It seems to carry over correctly and stuff, but just still spend your stars. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow as well. I'll make a video on kind of refining what I feel is the core discussion here and just bringing it back to hopefully that, just so we don't have to deal with all of these tangents that everybody keeps going on, like bringing in escalation or talking about like fucking selectable targeted loot for some reason or something. Let's take it back to its core and discuss that and see what people think. Were you looking at the build collection? So in the build collection there, there's all of the builds are updated. Like nothing is left behind. Some are a little bit outdated because of like the climax mission of last season bringing Sheriff, so Sheriff isn't on a few shotgun builds. But in there's a recommended build list. Oh, that stuff. The recommended build list is where I would recommend you start, as you would think. But basically everything on the recommended build list is mostly up to date. And even if it's out of date, it's by like just not having Sheriff on it. That's the only Sheriff and Big Al are the only additions that we haven't done on them yet. Because I was gonna do that next season. Let's see if let's see if there is one. Hey, definitely gonna sleep well at least. Oh yeah. Tomorrow? Question mark. Tomorrow? What question mark? Oh, the new video. Yeah, most likely. At least that's the plan. It's not. I'm gonna try to keep it a lot shorter than these other ones. But yeah, just basically really bringing it down to okay, did we go RNG loot or did we go resource loot? And this is what this RNG loot like will lead to, and this is what resource loot already leads to. And why are we changing a perfectly working system that's also me and now very clearly not just me are very much the reason. It's the reason for us that we're here. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go raid Foxy. That for some reason closed accidentally the raid UI there. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow evening then with just stream. Although actually we'll see maybe I start a little bit early. Well, weekly reset stuff and such. I'm looking forward to it, like just dumbly running around with some assault tomorrow, and we'll see. Actually, I might make a short for assault as well again, just to have that go up, just to maybe have some normal content alongside of all the shit. Let's respond to this. Have they actually? Well, we'll see that there. But yeah, this raid is going. I need to sleep. I'm just actually not even gonna go look for it because I don't want to. If that is true, well, I won't. I don't want to go to bed angry. But yeah, thank you all for joining me. Hope to catch you all in the future. And as always, have a good night.